विरोध आज नहीं होगा।
Amit Shah slams TMC-DMK Congress for not allowing the passage of bill, says the opposition will have to face the wrath of women.
NDA MP stages protest against opposition on women's bill defeat, says the opposition has shown their anti-women mindset.
Iran opens Strait of Hormuz to all commercial vessels after US brokered 10-day truce between Israel and Lebanon.
But the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete and fully signed.
Donald Trump warns naval blockade will continue in full force despite Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz. Now, viewers, starting this bulletin with some national headlines. Now, yesterday the centre has suffered a major legislative setback in the Lok Sabha as the bill to amend the Women's Reservation Framework failed to pass a crucial hurdle in the Parliament. Now, the government was aiming to push through the Constitution Amendment Bill 2026 but could not muster the numbers required for its passage. Now, Amrita, for such a bill to pass, a special majority was mandatory. That is, the support of at least 2/3 of members present and voting, and not less than half of the total strength of the House.
Yes, indeed. And the ruling party even staged a protest against the opposition for not allowing the bill to pass. But however, when the voting took place, the numbers fell short. While 298 members of the parliament voted in favor of the bill, 230 voted against it, well below the 360 votes required in the House of 540 members. Following the defeat of the women's reservation-linked legislation, the government also withdrew the delimitation bill as both were interconnected and required the same level of parliamentary backing. Let's take a look into this detailed report.
The Women's Reservation Bill failed to clear a key hurdle after the centre could not secure the votes needed for its passage in the Lok Sabha. The centre needed a 2/3 majority to get the Constitutional Bill 2026 passed but fell short of the mark. The proposed legislation saw 298 MPs voting in its favour and 230 voting against. After the Women's Bill was defeated, the government withdrew the delimitation bill as both were connected and the government lacked special majority.
देखिए, भारत के महिलाओं को जो अधिकार देना था वो नहीं दे पाने से अगर कांग्रेस जश्न मना रहा है तो इससे बड़ा दुखद कुछ हो नहीं सकता है। महिलाओं का अधिकार और लोकसभा विधानसभाओं में महिलाओं को जगह देने के लिए इतना ऐतिहासिक महत्वपूर्ण विधेयक को अगर पारित नहीं होने दिया और उसमें जश्न मना रहे कांग्रेस और कुछ लोग, तो मैं मानता हूं कि भारत के महिलाएं कभी भी कांग्रेस पार्टी और विपक्ष पार्टियों को माफ नहीं करेगी.
This led to the protest outside the parliament by the NDA. MPs from the NDA alliance raised slogans against the opposition and accused them of being anti-women.
इस समय संसद भवन के अंदर मौजूद और संसद भवन के अंदर एनडीए के सांसदों का विरोध प्रदर्शन शुरू हो चुका है. महिला विधेयक गिरने के बाद आप देख सकते हैं कि बड़ी संख्या में जो एनडीए के सांसद है, चाहे बासुरी स्वराज है, तमाम वो सांसद हो या महिला, जो तमाम एनडीए के सांसद वो यहाँ पर विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और कांग्रेस के खिलाफ नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से आज कांग्रेस की वजह से महिला विधेयक जो आया था, जिसमें महिलाओं को सम्मान मिलना था, पूरी तरीके से गिर गया है और महिलाओं को उनका सम्मान अब नहीं मिल पाएगा. पूरी तरीके से कांग्रेस ने आज अपमान किया है.
This was the first time in 12 years that a constitutional amendment bill introduced by the Modi government failed to clear the House. Whereas Lok Sabha members K. Kavita said that the BJP has cheated the people of the nation.
In this political game, Bharatiya Janata Party has gained nothing out of it, but yet managed to cheat the women of this nation once again. They've already introduced the bill once, they linked it with census, they've introduced it again, they've linked it with delimitation. So they're playing this game with women. I hope women of India see through this web of lies of Bharatiya Janata Party.
Whereas SP leader Ikra Hassan said that the government was trying to change the electoral map of India.
क्योंकि ये महिला बिल के विरोध में आज वोटिंग थी नहीं। जो 2023 का जो असल महिला बिल है, नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम, वो आज भी इंटैक्ट है, आज भी स्टैंडिंग है। ये उसके संदर्भ में जो अमेंडमेंट लाई गई थी, जिसमें ये डीलिमिटेशन को अपने मन मुताबिक करने का इनका एजेंडा था, इलेक्टोरल मैप को देश के अपने हिसाब से चेंज करने का जो एजेंडा था, वो फेल हुआ है और उसकी हमें खुशी है। हम महिलाओं के आड़ में हमारा नाम लेके, हम नहीं चाहते कि बीजेपी अपनी राजनीतिक रोटियां सेके, तो उसका ये विरोध हुआ है, वो बिल खारिज हुआ है। जो महिला बिल है वो आज भी इंटैक्ट है और ये सरकार, अगर इनकी नीयत सही है तो ये 2029 में 543 सीट पे 33% आरक्षण करे, ऐसा हमारी मांग है। और अगर ये नहीं करते हैं तो असल चेहरा किसका महिला विरोधी है वो सामने आ जाएगा।
SP leader Priya Samoj said that the opposition was against the use of 2011 census being used for delimitation.
जो सरकार है बहुत चालाक है, ये 3 बिल साथ में लेके आई और बाहर पूरी भूमिका बनाई कि हम वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल पास कर रहे हैं। पहली बात तो 2023 में, चाहे जब मैं सांसद भी नहीं थी, तो सत्ता पक्ष ने और विपक्ष ने मिल के बिल पास किया। तब हम लोग उस समय भी इनके साथ थे, आज भी इनके साथ थे, कल भी इनके साथ रहेंगे और हमेशा महिलाओं के साथ रहेंगे। लेकिन जो इन्होंने इफ एंड बट लगा के इसको लागू करने की बात की, हम उसके खिलाफ है। हमने ये कहा कि आप जो 2011 का सेंसस यूज करेंगे डिलिमिटेशन के लिए, वो ना करके जो अभी नया सेंसस किया जा रहा है उसको कंप्लीट होने का वेट करिए, फिर डिलिमिटेशन कराइए, फिर आप लागू करिए।
The bill required a special majority of both houses to get passed, meaning 2/3 of those present and voting, which should not be less than 1/2 of the total strength of the house. With 540 members currently in the Lok Sabha, the bill required 360 votes in favor. Only 298 members voted in its favor. Both PM Modi and Amit Shah accused the Congress and other opposition parties of manufacturing issues to oppose the bill and deprive women of reservation.
Now moving on, massive political confrontation has erupted now after the women's reservation bill failed to pass in Lok Sabha, triggering nationwide protests by the NDA. The constitutional amendment aimed at ensuring 33% reservation for women in parliament and state assemblies fell short of the required 2/3 majority. That was a closely contested voting yesterday, Hina, that happened.
Absolutely, and the BJP has now accused the opposition party of being anti-women while also announcing statewide protests across the country. Now, from the parliament to the streets, the political battle over women's reservation bill is only intensifying now. Here is a full report. Take a look.
Showdown after the women's reservation bill failed to clear Lok Sabha despite majority support. The constitutional amendment secured 298 votes but fell short of the 2/3 mark required, effectively blocking 33% reservation for women. What followed was immediate outrage from the NDA, with MPs raising slogans inside and outside Parliament accusing the opposition of being anti-women. The BJP has now escalated the fight beyond Parliament, announcing nationwide protests, framing it as a battle for women's rights. Home Minister Amit Shah called the scenes in Parliament bizarre, accusing opposition parties of obstructing a historic bill and warning of political consequences. BJP leader Nitin Nabin backed the government's push, calling it a historic opportunity lost, while accusing the Congress and its allies of betraying women and blocking their rightful participation in governance.
कांग्रेस का जो एंटी वुमेन अलायंस है, जिस प्रकार से देश की आधी आबादी के साथ विश्वासघात करने का काम पूरे राहुल गांधी एंड टीम ने किया है, मैं मानता हूं कि आज जो एक आधी आबादी को एक बड़ा हक, एक भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने का दिन हो सकता था, उनके भागीदारी को, उनके हक की मारी कांग्रेस और उनके सहयोगी दलों ने किया है। और हम आपको आश्वस्त करते हैं कि जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने आज महिलाओं को हक की मारी की है, हम इस विषय को लेकर पूरी तरह से सड़क पर जाएंगे। महिलाओं को निश्चित रूप से आधी आबादी अब पूरी तरह से कांग्रेस और उनके एंटी वुमेन अलायंस के खिलाफ खड़ी होगी।
Shivraj Singh Chauhan termed it a black day, saying the opposition has crushed the hopes and aspirations of women across the country. While Smriti Irani called it a calculated betrayal, accusing the opposition of choosing politics over women's empowerment and vowing that it will not be forgotten. BJP MP Basuri Swaraj also expressed strong disappointment over the bill's defeat.
बार बार प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी सभा के पटल पर गारंटी ली। खुद माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने ये कहा 1 घंटे का समय दे दीजिए, जो आप चाहते, जो आपके आशंकाएं हम दूर करके जैसा बिल आप चाहते वो संशोधित करके लेकर आए। लेकिन तो भी इन्होंने बहाना बनाया और मातृ शक्ति का ये जो आरक्षण था, नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम, इसको 2029 से लागू नहीं होने दिया।
With sharp reactions from top leaders and protests now planned across states, the political battle over women's reservation has moved from parliament to the streets, with the narrative set to dominate the electoral landscape ahead.
Now, Amrita, this is for the 7th time that the politics has failed India's women. Now, Republic TV's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami has called it unpardonable chauvinism as the women's reservation bill stalls yet again.
Yes, that's right, Hina. In fact, Arnab also highlighted the hypocrisy of leaders who champion women's empowerment on the campaign trail while orchestrating silent conspiracies in the House to prevent the bill from seeing the light of day. Let's take a look.
An astonishing breaking news story tonight. A story I had hoped I would not have to report to you. Because 30 years back, I began my career as a television journalist. And one of the biggest stories we used to report was the Women's Reservation Bill. Yes, you may be surprised, ladies and gentlemen, but that is a fact. 30 years back, the politicians of India had vowed to bring in women's reservation, not as a luxury, but because under the present situation, we have very few women representing or being represented in parliament. Just 14%. Only 14%, that's 74 or 75 MPs, if I'm not mistaken, out of 543 are women. What this means is, in the natural course of things, we have democracy, but in the implementation of democracy, we're essentially very, very sexist, very chauvinistic. And today, when there was a great opportunity to pass the Women's Reservation Bill, which required a 2/3 support in Parliament, this could have been an opportunity to say we will not make it Modi versus anti-Modi. We will vote for the bill on its merit, on its need, and we will vote on it with urgency. We will not make the women of India wait another 30 years. We will not be a country which has fewer representation of women or lesser percentage-wise representation of women than even in Pakistan or in Bangladesh. That this is something we should be ashamed about. And the only way to get over that was the Women's Reservation Bill. And to be fair, the Prime Minister tried. And that's why the opposition got a little less and the government got a little more than its own numbers, 5 more than its own numbers. That means 5 members of parliament voted across party lines or cross party lines to support what Narendra Modi was trying to do. We can't blame the parliament, we can't blame the Prime Minister of India, we can't blame the government for not passing the Women's Reservation Bill. They tried to explain. But you see, Rahul Gandhi said there's no need and there's no urgency. Priyanka Vadra now says, having led the battle against the Women's Reservation Bill, such a hypocritical stance, Priyanka Vadra now says the government is shedding tears for women. No, The government is not shedding tears. That's the wrong kind of language to use. The government made a determined attempt to bring in women's reservation. 30 years, Priyanka, is it not long enough? And now we see these protests outside the parliament. What are the numbers eventually? 298 for, 230 against. Ladies and gentlemen, 528 out of 543 members of parliament voted, and history will record tonight. History will record. History will record, and history should record that when the government needed only 364 votes to pass the bill, history will record that Rahul Gandhi led the opposition in blocking the women's reservation bill. Now I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, what does Rahul Gandhi lose by giving women a chance at representation? Is it only his mother and his sister who should be in parliament? Should they be the only women in parliament? Should dynastic women be the only women in parliament? What a horrible way of looking at things. What a regressive way of looking at things. Ladies and gentlemen, today the Indian parliament has not failed the women of India. The opposition of India has fought the women of India, and unfortunately the opposition has won. They have defeated the women's reservation bill. But I want to say this without a shred of doubt, that 230 members of parliament who voted against the women's reservation bill in parliament, that they are, in my view, anti-women. It was not too much to ask. It was absolutely not too much to ask. I also believe that the government should think, when they had a chance, should they not just have passed the women's reservation bill on its own, instead of linking it with delimitation, instead of making it complicated? But for me, the biggest point of worry tonight is that after this, it will be almost impossible to have the women's reservation, one-third women's reservation ensured in implementation in the 2029 Lok Sabha elections. So we have once again missed the bus. Politicians, ladies and gentlemen, are very careful to ensure they get their rights, they get their free flights, they get their government-sponsored accommodation, they get their privileges, they get their parties, they get their perks and their privileges. But they have no thought for the women of India who they have told today should wait another 5 years. All they needed to do was press the button today. But they pressed the button against the women of India. And today, when I saw the faces of Priyanka Vadra going out of parliament, I got a sense that she was guilty. There was a sense of palpable guilt. But I think the government should also reassess how it went about it in technicality. Did it push this through at the last minute only with the elections in mind? Why didn't they do this a year earlier? That's the point I have to ask the government tonight. Was the Modi government only trying to make a political point? Usually when the government wants something passed, they move fast. Why is it that in this case, or they move with some thought, why do I get a feeling that the government moved at the very last minute, just before the elections, just before the Bengal first round of voting in the Bengal elections? Was it only about making a political point? Was the government sincere? If it was sincere, why did one not get a sense that there wasn't a very long process of trying to build a consensus in this matter?
That was the editorial piece from the editor-in-chief, Arnab, and Hina. In fact, it was very analytical in the sense that why was it introduced in the last minute, but also questions the opposition into why it was supposed, because it was floated as a women's reservation and the electorate would have been changed by the next year. Maybe by 2029, there would be more representation in the women as well, but we have to wait and watch again for the next session as well.
Right, Amrita, and also before we continue this bulletin, let's also quickly take a look at the top national headlines.
A violent protest erupted in Chirang district in Assam, where members of a local community vandalized an office and set several vehicles on fire. Security forces were deployed in the neighborhood.
6 persons, including 3 women from a single family, were burnt alive following an accident near Shantapur village in Yadgir district in Karnataka. Now 2 people suffered severe burns in the accident.
On the instructions of ACB headquarters, the ACB Savai Madhopur unit arrested Kajal Meena, sub-divisional officer, red-handed while accepting a bribe of 60,000 rupees from a complainant in exchange for issuing a final decree for a land survey. The ACB has registered a case under the Prevention of Corruption Act and further investigations will be conducted.
A van driver lost control and the vehicle rumbled to the 9th hairpin bend. 7 people died in this incident and further details are still awaited.
A massive fire broke out at a paint shop located at Arcade Circle in Udaipur. Upon receiving information, municipal fire engines arrived at the scene. The fire is being brought under control. No casualties have been reported so far.
And viewers, more stories lined up on the other side of the bulletin. Let's quickly take a short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up, more news.
Twist in Nashik grooming gang scandal as the custody of 2 key accused has been ramping up an investigation into a web of global terror operations.
Situation in Manipur remains volatile as protests over the deaths of 2 children escalate into confrontation.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters.
And our viewers, let's start this bulletin with fresh tensions which are once again flaring up in Manipur, where grief has now spilled onto the streets. What began as a protest demanding justice for the killing of 2 children has now turned violent. And Amrita, clashes are also breaking out in Manipur between protesters and security forces. Tear gas, injuries, and rising anger, all pointing to a region still on edge.
Yes, in fact, that's right. The situation in Manipur remains volatile as protests over the deaths of 2 children escalate into confrontation. Thousands took to the streets, but what started as a torch rally, a peaceful rally, in fact, soon turned into clashes with security forces. Now, emotions are running high and tensions simmering. The big question now, can there be peace restored in Manipur? Let's take a look.
From raising slogans to raising torches, such was the sight during the protest in Manipur. Angry protesters took to the streets in Imphal West demanding action over the killing of 2 children in a recent bomb attack. The rally, organized by civil society groups, moved towards sensitive areas where security was already tightened. But as the crowd grew, tensions escalated and a standoff with security forces quickly turned into a clash. Protesters were stopped near Singjamai where they allegedly defied restrictions and turned aggressive. Stones were thrown, slogans intensified, and the situation spiraled out of control. In response, security forces fired tear gas shells to disperse the crowd, leading to chaotic scenes on the ground. Several protesters were injured, with many suffering from breathing issues and minor injuries during clashes. But the bigger concern remains. This is not an isolated incident. Manipur has been witnessing prolonged unrest with ethnic tensions, militant attacks, and civilian protests frequently erupting into violence. For the people on the ground, this is no longer just about one incident. It is about fear, frustration, and a growing demand for security and justice.
Now, viewers, taking a short break for now, but don't go anywhere because we have more stories lined up for you on the other side.
Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz to all commercial vessels after US brokered 10-day truce between Israel and Lebanon.
Trump warns a naval blockade will continue in full force despite Iran opening Strait of Hormuz.
This week on Get Me Right, how Pakistan's defense pact with Saudi Arabia became an albatross around its neck amidst the negotiations in Islamabad between the United States and Iran. We delve into the history of Pakistan becoming a mercenary state with a rent and operation army from Turkey to Jordan to Riyadh and at home for the United States. Also, with the corporate jihad story from Nasik, we unspool a web of human trafficking, radicalization, terror, and that search for that breed called Dara Hua Musalman. Where is that? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAA
Good morning, viewers. This is Hina Sharma. With me, my colleague Amrita joining. And yesterday was a breakthrough moment, Amrita, when in fact Iran announced that the Strait of Hormuz will now be opened, even as Donald Trump says that the naval blockade will continue to be in place. And the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz has brought cautious relief to global markets, easing fears over disrupted oil shipments after a period of heightened geopolitical tensions.
Yes, that's right. And markets are in fact back to some sense now, and we will wait and watch as more talks unfold. And meanwhile, back in India, the proposed women's reservation bill faced a major setback after being defeated in Parliament, reigniting debate over political representation and gender equity in governance. But first, let's take a look at the headlines.
Women's reservation bill fails Lok Sabha test, does not get 2/3 majority.
Amit Shah slams TMC-DMK Congress for not allowing the passage of bill, says the opposition will have to face the wrath of women.
NDA MP stages protest against opposition on women's bill defeat, says the opposition has shown their anti-women mindset.
Iran opens Strait of Hormuz to all commercial vessels after U.S. brokered 10-day truce between Israel and Lebanon.
But the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete and fully signed.
Donald Trump warns naval blockade will continue in full force despite Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz.
Beginning this bulletin with a major story amid big claims of a breakthrough, a sharp reality check from Tehran. U.S. President Donald Trump may have said Iran is ready to hand over its enriched uranium, but Iran has now flatly denied it, calling any such import transfer is impossible and also drawing a clear red line as well.
Right, Amrita. In fact, there were discussions over $20 billion of deal between Tehran and Donald Trump. Now, in the latest, Trump has refuted all of these claims. So what's really happening behind the scenes of these high-stakes talks? Is a deal close, or are both the sides talking past each other? Here is a detailed report on the latest flashpoint in the US-Iran standoff.
Iran has now rejected claims that it will hand over its enriched uranium to the US. This comes just hours after Trump claimed that Iran has agreed to give their nuclear dust to the US. Iran's foreign ministry has made its position crystal clear. Its uranium stockpile will not be transferred anywhere. Tehran's response has exposed a wide gap between public claims and ground reality. Trump earlier also claimed that Iran has agreed to give them their nuclear dust.
Very important is that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. Iran's agreed to that, and they've agreed to it very powerfully. They've agreed to give us back the nuclear dust that's way underground because of the attack we made with the B-2 bombers. So we have a lot of agreement with Iran, and I think something's going to happen very positive.
But this is not the first time talks have hit a wall. Even earlier negotiations were marked by deep distrust and conflicting demands. While Washington wants a complete halt to enrichment, Iran insists on its right to a civilian nuclear program. Add to that the backdrop of a recent war, strikes on nuclear sites, and a blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. And it becomes clear why these talks are so fragile. Despite the denial, diplomatic channels remain open, with reports suggesting that negotiations are still ongoing. But with both sides pushing their own narratives, the trust deficit is deeper than ever. Because in this high-stakes nuclear chess game, words matter, claims matter. And right now, the world is watching as the two sides stand firmly apart.
So, Amrita, this is a big development in the West Asia region as Donald Trump, US President, has declared that the conflict over the Strait of Hormuz is now over.
Yes, in fact, with the Strait of Hormuz open and the economy is now back to some senses as the rupee, in fact, appreciated as well. This also comes after Iran announced that the crucial global shipping route is open, even as U.S. still maintains that a targeted naval blockade on Iran will still be in place. With nearly 20% of the world's oil passing through this route, the move is being closely watched for its global economic impact. Let's take a look into this full report.
A big claim from Donald Trump declaring that the fight over the Strait of Hormuz is now over. This comes after Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi announced that the Strait of Hormuz is now completely open for commercial shipping. The move is linked to the ongoing ceasefire period, with safe passage being restored for global trade routes. The Strait of Hormuz remains one of the world's most critical energy corridors, with nearly 20% of global oil supply passing through it. However, even as shipping resumes, the United States has made it clear that its naval blockade will continue. According to Trump, the blockade will remain in place against Iran until a final agreement between the two sides is completed. Trump also indicated that negotiations with Iran are now at an advanced stage and suggested that a broader deal could be finalized soon. The development comes days after a ceasefire framework was announced, which included reopening of the strait as a key condition. For now, while the Strait of Hormuz stands open, the situation remains under a close watch as negotiations between the US and Iran continue.
And now, Hina, with all of these latest developments and shifts in the geopolitics, with the talks between Israel and Lebanon and this agreement coming between US and Iran, the Strait of Hormuz still seems to be on edge, because we are seeing that on one side, US President Donald Trump has declared that a naval blockade is still in force. Meanwhile, Iran has fired back at him, claiming that the Strait of Hormuz is completely open. And we will wait and watch, even though with the Hormuz open, what can be blocked again as the agreements and talks are continuing.
And these are contradictory claims. On one side, you have Trump, and on the other side, Iran claiming that the Strait of Hormuz is opened. But as the war of words erupts, global markets are reeling under the pressure. And in a dramatic snub, Donald Trump has refuted a $20 billion nuclear dust deal with Iran. Now, oil, diplomacy, and brinkmanship. Republic TV's executive editor, Niranjan Narayanaswamy, breaks down the flashpoints that could ignite the Gulf. Take a look at this report.
One of the biggest headlines that got drowned out here in India because of the fiasco in Parliament with the Women's Reservation Bill being blocked eventually was the story of how the Strait of Hormuz is now fully open. So for the last almost 50 days now, we've been debating and asking why the Strait of Hormuz should be blocked, not just by Iran, but even America. When Donald Trump started the blockade, all of us were worried. Markets have been tanking. And finally, we have some good news this morning that Donald Trump has made it official that Strait of Hormuz is now open for passage for all countries. Now, the official statement also came in from Iran. It was only after Araghchi put out a message that it is now open for all countries during the period of the ceasefire. and that made it official. And Donald Trump, in a series of tweets, a series of messages that have been put out this evening, indicated that perhaps there is a backdoor negotiation that is underway. There is an understanding that has been reached, parts of which was put out by Donald Trump, and include the following. Point number one, he says that the Strait of Hormuz is open for passage to all countries. That is the first big point that Donald Trump has made, one of the biggest war headlines of the last almost 1.5 months since the war began. Point number two, Donald Trump says that the naval blockade, however, will remain in place. While the Strait of Hormuz is open, the naval blockade that the American forces are undertaking will continue to remain in place until the ceasefire is in place. He also says that there is some sort of transaction ongoing with Iran. He says until the deal is done 100%, the blockade will remain in place. And he says that the process is going to get completed very, very soon. Point number three, a critical point that Donald Trump has made, perhaps hinting at some understanding that they've had with Iran on the issue of nuclear enrichment. He says, and in his words, he says, US will get all the nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. He says no money will exchange hands in any way, shape or form. But the deal, he says, is no way subject to Lebanon. So that's critical point number four. He says all of what has been achieved, the thaw, in many ways is not linked to Lebanon or the truce between Israel and Lebanon. And the fifth big giveaway, Donald Trump has said that Israel will stop bombing Hezbollah. He says they're dealing with the Hezbollah situation, and he says Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. So that is the fifth critical point. And the biggest headline, perhaps in one short sentence that Donald Trump has left behind, he says they are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Donald Trump, for the first time since the war began, himself has hinted that he is upset with Israel for bombing Lebanon. When he says Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer, they are prohibited from doing that by the USA. Enough is enough. So perhaps realizing that the deal breaker perhaps in all of these last weeks has been Israel not stopping their action in Lebanon, has decided that operation will have to come to an end.
So a detailed description of the entire statement by Donald Trump, in fact, what the Strait of Hormuz currently entails, given all the contradictory statements coming in from all quarters. But also, Amrita, let's focus on Lebanon for a second, where Israel has agreed to a temporary 10-day ceasefire with Hezbollah in Lebanon. And Benjamin Netanyahu, Israeli Prime Minister, saying that the move came at a request of Donald Trump and could pave the way for broader negotiations, including the first direct talks between Israeli and Lebanese representatives in decades.
Yes, that's right. With the 10-day ceasefire in place now, and these talks happening after 34 years, as they say. But Netanyahu still insists that the military campaign is not over, claiming that significant gains against Hezbollah and warning that efforts to dismantle that group will continue even as the fragile ceasefire takes hold. Let's take a look.
A fragile ceasefire is now in place between Israel and Hezbollah following days of intense cross-border fighting. Benjamin Netanyahu says the temporary truce was agreed at the request of Donald Trump, opening the door for a broader political and military solution with Lebanon.
לבקשת ידידי הנשיא טראמפ, שאיתו שנינו את פני המזרח התיכון והבאנו הישגים אדירים, הסכמנו להפסקת אש זמנית בלבנון. לבקשתו, ניתן הזדמנות לקדם פתרון מדיני וצבאי משולב עם ממשלת לבנון. ואני מזכיר לכם, בפעם הראשונה מזה 43 שנים, נציגי מדינת ישראל מדברים ישירות עם נציגי מדינת לבנון. הדרך לשלום עדיין ארוכה, אבל התחלנו בה.
Netanyahu described the move as a step towards dialogue, noting that Israeli and Lebanese representatives are now speaking directly for the first time in over 4 decades. Despite the ceasefire, Israel claims major military gains against Hezbollah, including the removal of what it calls immediate and long-term threats along its northern border.
שואלים אותי, מה עשינו בצפון? והתשובה שלי, הבאנו הישגים כבירים. היו לנו שני איומים מלבנון, איום קרוב ואיום רחוק. האיום הקרוב, חדירת אלפי מחבלים לשטחנו וירי נ"ט ליישובינו. והאיום הרחוק, שנסראללה בנה אותו במשך שנים, ירי של 150,000 טילים ורקטות שנועדו להחריב את ערי ישראל. את שני האיומים האלה הסרנו.
According to Netanyahu, Israeli forces have created a security buffer zone and destroyed around 90% of Hezbollah's missile and rocket stockpiles.
יצרנו לראשונה רצועת ביטחון ארוכה לאורך כל גבול הצפון. לא רק בלבנון, לא רק פה, בראש הנקרה אתם רואים, זה גבול הצפון, לא רק פה. לאורך כל גבול הלבנון, עד החרמון, דרך רמת הגולן ועד הירמוך. הם רצו להקיף אותנו בטבעת אש, אנחנו עשינו טבעת ביטחון. הרצועה הזאת מסירה לחלוטין את האיום הקרוב של פלישה וירי נ"ט, וצה"ל יושב שם בקו הצהוב כדי להמשיך להגן מפני האיום הקרוב. ולגבי האיום הרחוק, השמדנו קרוב ל-90% ממאגרי הטילים והרקטות שבנה נסראללה. חיסלנו את נסראללה עצמו, הדמנו אותם בביפרים, חיסלנו אלפי מחבלים.
He also claimed the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah has significantly weakened the group, describing it as a shadow its former self.
חיזבאללה של היום הוא צל של עצמו לעומת ימי הרעב של נסראללה. אבל אני אומר ביושר, עדיין לא סיימנו את המלאכה. יש דברים שאנחנו מתכננים לעשות מול איום הרקטות שנשארו ונגד איום הרחפנים, ואני לא אפרט. אבל יש לנו גם יעד נוסף, והוא פירוק חיזבאללה. ולכן אני אומר לכם שוב ביושר, זה לא יושג מחר. זה דורש מאמץ מתמשך, זה דורש סבלנות, זה דורש אורך רוח, וזה דורש ניווט מושכל בשדה המדיני.
Still, Netanyahu warned the conflict is far from over, saying dismantling Hezbollah will take time, patience and continued military and diplomatic efforts, even as displaced civilians begin returning home under the uneasy ceasefire.
With all of this ceasefire in talks, first with US and Iran and Israel and Lebanon, well, that remains to be seen how long that will last, even if it sounds shaky, Hina, but it is still showing some signs in the world of business markets as well. So what's your take on that?
That's right. In fact, a lot of people from Lebanon's northern side who were displaced from south are trying to get back, but Israel continues to give out warnings to keep the region vacant because more strikes could follow suit. But don't go anywhere. We have more news from the world of business.
The rupee appreciated 29 paise to settle at 92.85 against the US dollar, buoyed by a weakening American currency and retreating crude oil prices amid increasing hopes of easing geopolitical tensions. Renewed buying in domestic equity markets and fresh inflow of foreign funds also supported the local currency.
Stock market benchmark indices Sensex and Nifty rallied nearly 1%, driven by optimism surrounding easing geopolitical tensions and fresh foreign fund inflows. Now, renewed hopes of a diplomatic resolution between the United States and Iran, along with a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, have materially improved global risk appetite.
Oil prices plunged more than 10% after Iran said the Strait of Hormuz would be completely open for the rest of the ceasefire with the United States, and stock markets have surged. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said on X that passage for all commercial vessels through Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of the ceasefire.
Initiatives for securing infusion of foreign direct investment (FDI) from the realm of banking to finance nuclear power projects are in the pipeline and are now headed for interministerial consultation, said Seema Jain, member of finance at Department of Atomic Energy.
Reliance Industries will announce its Q4 financial year 26 earnings on Friday, April 24, and its board will consider then and likely approve final dividend for the financial year ended March 31st, 2026. The company's board will meet on April 24 to consider its earnings and will hold an analyst meet following the board meeting.
And more news on the other side of a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up, more national and global headlines.
Iran opens Strait of Hormuz to all commercial vessels after U.S. brokered 10-day truce between Israel and Lebanon.
Donald Trump warns naval blockade will continue in full force despite Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आग और मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights.
Now, viewers, big developments are also emerging from Pakistan in the attack on Lashkar-e-Taiba co-founder Amir Hamza. Now, Republic has accessed visuals showing Hafiz Saeed's son Talha Saeed meeting an injured Hamza in Lahore.
Yes, in fact, intercepted Lashkar communication confirms that the meeting took place hours after the attack. This comes after Hamza was shot at outside a media house in Lahore by unidentified attackers. The incident, now seen as the second attempt on his life within a year, has raised serious questions as investigations continue. Let's take a look.
A major twist has now emerged with the attack on Lashkar co-founder Amir Hamza, with fresh visuals surfacing from Pakistan. In a freshly accessed video, Lashkar chief Hafiz Saeed's son Talha Saeed is seen meeting an injured Amir Hamza in Lahore. Intercepted internal communication of Lashkar confirms that Talha rushed to meet Hamza hours after the attack. The development points to heightened concern within Lashkar ranks and signals possible internal panic after the attack. Earlier, Lashkar-e-Taiba co-founder Amir Hamza was shot at in Lahore. The attack took place outside a media office just after Hamza had finished an appearance.
Hours after assassination attempt on the Lashkar-e-Taiba co-founder Amir Hamza, the top leader of Lashkar-e-Taiba has met him in Lahore. A video has surfaced in which the son of Lashkar-e-Taiba chief Hafiz Saeed Talha Sayyed has met the co-founder of Lashkar-e-Toiba, who was injured in an assassination attempt, though he survived. The incident was reported yesterday morning when he was returning from a TV office towards his home in a friend's car, Justice Ghazi, when two bike-borne gunmen, they chased them and then opened fire at them. Their Toyota SUV was fired with several rounds of 9mm bullets, though the assailants are still at large. The Lashkar-e-Toiba, in its message to the cadre of Lashkar, has said that Talha Sayyed, son of Lashkar chief, has met its co-founder and the injured Amir Hamza in Lahore.
According to reports, two unidentified assailants on a motorcycle opened fire before fleeing the spot. Hamza has long been a key ideologue linked to propaganda, recruitment and terror financing networks. He has also been accused in multiple terror plots and remains on global watch list. The attack has now sparked speculation over whether this was a targeted hit or a fallout of internal power struggle within terror networks. As investigations continue in Pakistan, no group has claimed responsibility so far, but the latest developments have added a new layer of intrigue to the case.
Now, viewers, Galgotias University is hosted the 9th edition of the SIEP e-Bike Challenge, bringing together over 350 participants and 23 teams from across India. Now, the challenge promotes sustainable mobility while also encouraging engineering students to develop real-world solutions addressing fuel dependency and clean energy needs. Take a look at this detailed report.
Galgotias University is driving the future of green mobility with 9th SIEP e-Bike Challenge, bringing together over 350 participants and 23 teams from across India. This national level competition showcases innovative electric bike prototypes focused on efficiency, performance and real-world impact. The event is organized by Galgotias University and Imperial Society of Innovative Engineers under its SIEP initiative, empowering young engineers to develop sustainable mobility solutions as India moves towards cleaner energy.
We are Team Mechalites from Galgotias University. We modified our Bajaj 150 model 2015. And we integrated new electrical components within the bike's architecture.
Yes, I really think our model can be used commercially. Other than its innovative idea, it is really effective in on-road transportation, and we can also use it in day-to-day commercial activities. Also, we can retain on its mileage, which is very sustainable and eco-friendly for our environment.
Overall experience of this event was quite overwhelming, and we were quite lucky to have the home ground advantage towards us, and getting support from the students around the Galgotias University was something truly special for us.
Initiatives like this are shaping a smarter, greener and more self-reliant future.
Now, viewers, slipping into a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have more stories coming up for you on the other side.
Women's reservation bill fails Lok Sabha test, does not get 2/3 majority.
Amit Shah slams TMC DMK Congress for not allowing the passage of bill, says the opposition will have to face the wrath of women.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी
every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma, and also joining me in the studio is my colleague Amrita. Amrita, a breakthrough yesterday in the war in West Asia with a volatile ceasefire, where Iran has said, in fact, that the Strait of Hormuz will remain open, even as Donald Trump continues to claim that the naval blockade will be continuing as well.
Yes, and with that breakthrough, again, another historic opportunity was missed in the parliament yesterday as the Women's Reservation Bill failed to pass by not achieving the two-thirds majority. And now the ruling party is staging a protest against the opposition for the bill not being passed. And we have all the details for you, but first, let's take a look at the headlines.
Oil sanctions and a U-turn from Washington 2 days after saying there were no plans to do so. Trump administration now renews a waiver letting countries buy sanctioned Russian oil.
Remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete and fully signed.
Trump warns naval blockade will continue in full force despite Iran opening Strait of Hormuz.
Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz to all commercial vessels after US brokered 10-day truce between Israel and Lebanon.
Women's Reservation Bill fails Lok Sabha test, doesn't get two-thirds majority.
मान्यवर, मुझे था देश की माताओं बहनों के लिए आरक्षण आ रहा है, ये विरोध आज नहीं होगा.
Amit Shah slams TMC, DMK, Congress for not allowing the passage of bill, says opposition will have to face the wrath of women.
NDA to hold nationwide protests today says they continue to fight to get women's their right.
Now, viewers, the centre has suffered a major legislative setback yesterday in the Lok Sabha as a bill to amend the Women's Reservation Framework failed to pass a crucial hurdle in the parliament. Now, the government was aiming to push through the Constitution Amendment Bill 2026, but could not muster the numbers required for its passage. And Amrita, for such a bill to pass, a special majority is mandatory. In fact, the support of at least 2/3 of members of the parliament present in voting was required, and not less than half of the total strength of the House.
Yes, that's right, Hina. The ruling could not get the numbers that was required, the 360. It fell short by a few too much, I guess. And however, when the voting took place, the numbers fell truly short, while 298 members of the parliament voted in favor of the bill. 230 voted against it, well below the 360 mark that was required in a House of 540 members. Following the defeat of the women's reservation-linked legislation, the government also withdrew the delimitation bill, as both were interconnected and required the same level of parliamentary backing. We have more in this report. Take a look.
The Women's Reservation Bill failed to clear a key hurdle after the centre could not secure the votes needed for its passage in the Lok Sabha. The centre needed a 2/3 majority to get the Constitutional Bill 2026 passed, but fell short of the mark. The proposed legislation saw 298 MPs voting in its favour and 230 voting against. After the women's bill was defeated, the government withdrew the delimitation bill, as both were connected and the government lacked special majority.
देखिए, भारत के महिलाओं को जो अधिकार देना था वो नहीं दे पाने से अगर कांग्रेस जश्न मना रहा है तो इससे बड़ा दुखद कुछ हो नहीं सकता है। महिलाओं का अधिकार और लोकसभा विधानसभाओं में महिलाओं को जगह देने के लिए इतना ऐतिहासिक महत्वपूर्ण विधेयक को अगर पारित नहीं होने दिया और उसमें जश्न मना रहे कांग्रेस और कुछ लोग, तो मैं मानता हूं कि भारत के महिलाएं कभी भी कांग्रेस पार्टी और विपक्ष पार्टियों को माफ नहीं करेगी।
This led to the protest outside the parliament by the NDA. MPs from the NDA alliance raised slogans against the opposition and accused them of being anti-women.
इस समय संसद भवन के अंदर मौजूद और संसद भवन के अंदर एनडीए के सांसदों का विरोध प्रदर्शन शुरू हो चुका है। महिला विधेयक गिरने के बाद आप देख सकते हैं कि बड़ी संख्या में जो एनडीए के सांसद है, चाहे बांसुरी स्वराज है, तमाम सांसदों या महिला जो तमाम एनडीए के सांसद वो यहाँ पर विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और कांग्रेस के खिलाफ नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से आज कांग्रेस की वजह से महिला विधेयक जो आया था, जिसमें महिलाओं को सम्मान मिलना था, पूरी तरीके से गिर गया है और महिलाओं को उनका सम्मान अब नहीं मिल पाएगा। पूरी तरीके से कांग्रेस ने आज अपमान किया है।
This was the first time in 12 years that a constitutional amendment bill introduced by the Modi government failed to clear the House. Whereas Lok Sabha members K. Kavita said that the BJP has cheated the people of the nation.
In this political game, Bharatiya Janata Party has gained nothing out of it, but yet managed to cheat the women of this nation once again. They've already introduced the bill once, they linked it with census, they've introduced it again, they've linked it with delimitation. So they're playing this game with women. I hope women of India see through this web of lies of Bharatiya Janata Party.
Whereas SP leader Ikra Hassan said that the government was trying to change the electoral map of India.
क्योंकि ये महिला बिल के विरोध में आज वोटिंग थी नहीं। जो 2023 का जो असल महिला बिल है, नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम, वो आज भी इंटैक्ट है, आज भी स्टैंडिंग है। ये उसके संदर्भ में जो अमेंडमेंट लाई गई थी, जिसमें ये डीलिमिटेशन को अपने मन मुताबिक करने का इनका एजेंडा था, इलेक्टोरल मैप को देश के अपने हिसाब से चेंज करने का जो एजेंडा था, वो फेल हुआ है और उसकी हमें खुशी है। हम महिलाओं के आड़ में हमारा नाम लेके, हम नहीं चाहते कि बीजेपी अपनी राजनीतिक रोटियां सेके, तो उसका ये विरोध हुआ है। वो बिल खारिज हुआ है। जो महिला बिल है वो आज भी इंटैक्ट है और ये सरकार, अगर इनकी नीयत सही है तो ये 2029 में 543 सीट पे 33% आरक्षण करे, ऐसा हमारी मांग है। और अगर ये नहीं करते हैं तो असल चेहरा किसका महिला विरोधी है वो सामने आ जाएगा।
SP leader Priya Samoj said that the opposition was against the use of 2011 census being used for delimitation.
जो सरकार है बहुत चालाक है, ये 3 बिल साथ में लेके आई और बाहर पूरी भूमिका बनाई कि हम वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल पास कर रहे हैं। पहली बात तो 2023 में, चाहे जब मैं सांसद भी नहीं थी, तो सत्ता पक्ष ने और विपक्ष ने मिल के बिल पास किया। तब हम लोग उस समय भी इनके साथ थे, आज भी इनके साथ थे, कल भी इनके साथ रहेंगे और हमेशा महिलाओं के साथ रहेंगे। लेकिन जो इन्होंने इफ एंड बट लगा के इसको लागू करने की बात की, हम उसके खिलाफ है। हमने ये कहा कि आप जो 2011 का सेंसस यूज करेंगे डिलिमिटेशन के लिए, वो ना करके जो अभी नया सेंसस किया जा रहा है उसको कंप्लीट होने का वेट करिए, फिर डिलिमिटेशन कराइए, फिर आप लागू करिए।
The bill required a special majority of both houses to get passed, meaning 2/3 of those present and voting, which should not be less than 1/2 of the total strength of the House. With 540 members currently in the Lok Sabha, the bill required 360 votes in favour. Only 298 members voted in its favour. Both PM Modi and Amit Shah accused the Congress and other opposition parties of manufacturing issues to oppose the bill and deprive women of reservation.
In fact, Hina, much being said about the women's reservation bill, many voices weighing in as well. And in fact, Republic TV's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami has also raised sharp questions as the long-pending women's reservation bill has faced yet another setback in Parliament, highlighting that women's representation remains at just around 14% currently. He calls out the decades-long delay and asks why India continues to lag behind even countries like Pakistan and Bangladesh in gender representation.
Right, and with nearly 30 years of debate, Amrita, behind it, the failure to pass the bill has reignited concerns over deep-rooted bias and lack of political will by the parties in the parliament. Now, Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami says that history will remember Rahul Gandhi for failing the women reservation bill. Take a look at this report.
Somewhere I get a sense that nobody was fully sincere in pushing through the women's reservation bill. Nobody. Firstly, I blame the opposition. All this ridiculous talk about delimitation makes no sense to me. How does it make any difference? You have to have 1/3 representation. You can have 1/3 representation in a Lok Sabha of 543. You can have 1/3 representation in an expanded Lok Sabha of 850. What difference does it make? If you do not want to have 1/3 representation, you will find every single way to block it. And yes, today we have proved that while the size of our parliament is becoming bigger and bigger, its commitment, ladies and gentlemen, to women's representation is becoming smaller and smaller. How ironical, Rahul Gandhi, how ironical. Rahul Gandhi sat across with me some 11, 12 years back and was made to memorize one word which he kept repeating: women's empowerment, women's empowerment, women's empowerment. Rahul Gandhi, the only women you want to see empowered politically are your mother Sonia Gandhi and your sister Priyanka Vadra. And if there are any other women members of your family, you don't want to see the women of India empowered. You call this a trick? Was this a trick? 30 years of trying to push through women's reservation is a trick. Rahul Gandhi was not in politics and public life. I don't know even. Now people are questioning whether he was a citizen of India. I don't want to make any comment on that. But in 1996, I knew a fantastic, brave lady, Geeta Mukherjee of the Communist Party of India, who pushed this through 96, 97, 98, 99, every year, every parliament session. Geeta Mukherjee, a legend, would try to push it through, and today we should be ashamed that 30 years later, this is the 7th time the bill has been defeated in Parliament. Governments come and go. But the one thing common to our Parliament is that we find some way not to pass a bill we say we are committed to. This commitment is incomplete. When 30 years pass, it's not a joke, ladies and gentlemen. Today, the government made what would have been the 7th attempt to clear Parliament. Is there any other bill Think about it. Any other major legislation which is defeated 7 times in 30 years? And if a bill is defeated 7 times in 30 years, you know why it's defeated? Because the netas of India find the idea of having 1/3 representation for women in parliament a game changer they don't want to see. Ladies and gentlemen, in this country, dynasts, allow dynasts, women from dynastic families enter parliament. Dimple Yadav, Priyanka Vadra, Dimple Yadav, Priyanka Vadra, Rabri Devi becomes chief minister. But not the many professional women. The women from middle class families, from humble backgrounds, meritorious women will never be allowed to enter parliament, which is why this bill has been defeated 6 times in the past and the 7th time today. 1996, 1998, 1999, 2002, 2003 and 2008 to 2010 and 2026. This means that we can safely assume that for the next 5 years, there's no women's representation. Also, one point which I want to add here, if you wanted to get this bill passed in time to have 1/3 representation for women in parliament in the 2029 Lok Sabha elections, this was the opportunity. It was a now or never moment. If not now, it would never have been passed. It will not happen in 2029. So a historic opportunity lost. But at the same time, I have a couple of questions to ask the government. What were they doing for the last 12 years? Someone ask the BJP this, please. Today, suddenly you are saying that, we have tried our very best and we've not got support from the opposition. But why did the government not try to pass the Women's Reservation Bill when it had a 2/3 presence in Parliament? When it would not have been difficult, when it would have more than scraped through. You had a 2/3 majority, you did not do it then. What excuse does one have for that? Secondly, why link this with delimitation when you know delimitation is going to be politically sensitive? Unless you want to make a statement of intent that you want to pass the Women's Reservation Bill, but you've not done your homework for it. Now, the BJP is a strategic party. It should have understood that this would have been an obstacle. Why did it then link this to delimitation? To give an opportunity to the opposition to find a technical reason to stand against it. And why was this done now just on the eve of voting in Bengal? Ladies and gentlemen, these are questions the government will also have to answer. What is the reality and what is the intent? But having said all of this, I think today I will open the phone lines and I expect strong participation from all the viewers today. If the Parliament of India does not intend to ever pass the Women's Reservation Bill, I have a suggestion, take it back. Don't make it hang there like an sort of an ornament you promise to deliver to the people of India. I doubt the commitment of politicians to the women of India. I believe that this is being used as a stunt by both sides. I believe it is farcical today to debate this on technicalities when there is no real intent. And I believe the politicians of India, large sections, especially the opposition, are fooling the women of India. Fooling them, saying we intend to pass the bill, when the fact is this was nothing, absolutely nothing that could have been implemented in reality without enough groundwork being done. Why was not enough groundwork done for this? Why were the votes not counted? Why do I get a feeling this was last minute? Why could we not create a situation where the technicalities could have been removed, the bill could have been pushed through, a commitment of 850 as a number could have been given, and every technical excuse the opposition was presenting could have been defeated there and then it would have been put to vote. If there was a technicality to clear, why not wait till Monday? Why not wait till Monday? If the idea of the BJP was to expose the opposition, why did they not expose them completely? So, viewers, the opposition has blocked the women's bill.
And so, Amrita, when we say that who faltered here, both the parties, why BJP did not bring about this bill in its entirety and implemented it back in 2023, and why Congress now blocked this historic opportunity?
Exactly, and why it was brought down at the very last minute by calling a special session of the parliament, it remains the big question as well, Hina.
And our viewers, also let's take a quick look at the top national headlines.
A violent protest erupted in Chirang district in Assam, where members of a local community vandalized an office and set several vehicles on fire. Security forces were deployed in the neighborhood.
Six persons, including 3 women from a single family, were burnt alive following an accident near Shantapur village in Yadgir district in Karnataka. 2 people suffered severe burns in the accident.
On the instructions of ACB headquarters, the ACB Sawai Madhopur unit arrested Kajal Meena, sub-divisional officer red-handed while accepting a bribe of 60,000 rupees from a complainant in exchange for issuing a final decree for a land survey. The ACB has registered a case under the Prevention of Corruption Act and further investigations will be conducted.
A van driver lost control and the vehicle rumbled to the 9th hairpin bend. 7 people died in this incident and further details are still awaited.
A massive fire broke out at a paint shop located at RK Circle in Udaipur. Upon receiving information, municipal fire engines arrived at the scene. The fire is being brought under control and no casualties have been reported so far.
And taking a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We have more national and global headlines for you lined up.
Twist in Nashik grooming gang scandal, ATS takes custody of 2 key accused, ramping up investigation into a web of global terror operations.
And situation in Manipur remains volatile as protests over the deaths of 2 children escalate into confrontation.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that piloted.
Welcome back after the short break, and we have more stories lined up for you now. Fresh tensions are once again flaring up in Manipur, where grief has now spilled over onto the streets. What began as a protest demanding justice for the killing of 2 children has turned violent, with clashes breaking out between protesters and security forces. Tear gas, injuries, and rising anger, all pointing to a region still on edge.
Still on edge, Amrita. In fact, the situation in Manipur remains volatile as protests over the deaths of 2 children escalate into full confrontation. Thousands took to the streets, but what started as a torch rally soon turned into clashes with security forces as well. Now, with emotions running high and tensions simmering, the big question remains, Can peace be restored in Manipur? Take a look at this report.
From raising slogans to raising torches, such was the sight during the protest in Manipur. Angry protesters took to the streets in Imphal West demanding action over the killing of 2 children in a recent bomb attack. The rally, organized by civil society groups, moved towards sensitive areas where security was already tightened. But as the crowd grew, tensions escalated and a standoff with security forces quickly turned into a clash. Protesters were stopped near Singjamai where they allegedly defied restrictions and turned aggressive. Stones were thrown, slogans intensified, and the situation spiraled out of control. In response, security forces fired tear gas shells to disperse the crowd, leading to chaotic scenes on the ground. Several protesters were injured, with many suffering from breathing issues and minor injuries during clashes. But the bigger concern remains. This is not an isolated incident. Manipur has been witnessing prolonged unrest with ethnic tensions, militant attacks, and civilian protests frequently erupting into violence. For the people on the ground, this is no longer just about one incident. It is about fear, frustration, and a growing demand for security and justice.
In fact, the northeastern state of Manipur remains on edge, Hina, even as there were many protesters coming out onto the streets with torches in their hands. A rally was organized and they were calling for justice and also the culprits to be punished for whoever was responsible for the 2 children who was killed in Tronglaubi in Bishnupur district just a week ago.
Right, and we were both in the newsroom when that took place. The horrific visuals of children brutally murdered in the broad daylight. And of course, anger is boiling over now.
And people of Manipur still demanding justice, still demanding peace to be restored as well.
Right, but don't go anywhere. We have more national and global headlines after a very short break. Coming up, we have oil sanctions and a U-turn from Washington 2 days after saying there were no plans to do so. Donald Trump administration now renews a waiver letting countries buy sanctioned Russian oil.
Iran opens Strait of Hormuz to all commercial vessels after US brokered 10-day truce between Israel and Lebanon. Coming up next after the break. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट। रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more.
A very good morning to you viewers. You're watching live this morning on Republic with me, Jongtam Amrita, and I'm joined by my colleague Hina Sharma as well in this bulletin. And there's more news coming in from the war in West Asia as Iran has flatly denied handing over their enriched uranium to the US, even as talks continue between the two nations.
And before we get into that, let's take a quick look at the headlines.
Oil sanctions and a U-turn from Washington. 2 days after saying there were no plans to do so, Trump administration now renews a waiver letting countries buy sanctioned Russian oil.
But the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete and fully signed.
Donald Trump warns naval blockade will continue in full force despite Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz.
Iran opens Strait of Hormuz to all commercial vessels after US brokered 10-day truce between Israel and Lebanon.
Women's reservation bill fails. Lok Sabha test does not get two-thirds majority.
मान्यवर, मुझे था देश की माताओं बहनों के लिए आरक्षण आ रहा है, ये विरोध आज नहीं होगा.
Amit Shah slams TMC, DMK and Congress for not allowing the passage of bill, says the opposition will have to face the wrath of women.
NDA to hold nationwide protest today, says they continue fight to get women their rights.
And now, amid big claims of a breakthrough, a sharp reality check from Tehran is coming in. US President Donald Trump may have said Iran is ready to hand over its enriched uranium, but Iran has now flatly denied it, calling any such transfer is impossible and drawing a clear red line against the US.
And so, what's really happening behind the scenes of these high-stakes talks? Is a deal close or are both sides talking past each other? Here is a detailed report on the latest flashpoint in the US-Iran standoff.
Iran has now rejected claims that it will hand over its enriched uranium to the US. This comes just hours after Trump claimed that Iran has agreed to give their nuclear dust to the US. Iran's foreign ministry has made its position crystal clear. Its uranium stockpile will not be transferred anywhere. Tehran's response has exposed a wide gap between public claims and ground reality. Trump earlier also claimed that Iran has agreed to give them their nuclear dust.
Very important is that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. Iran's agreed to that, and they've agreed to it very powerfully. They've agreed to give us back the nuclear dust that's way underground because of the attack we made with the B-2 bomber. So we have a lot of agreement with Iran, and I think something's going to happen very positive.
But this is not the first time talks have hit a wall. Even earlier negotiations were marked by deep distrust and conflicting demands. While Washington wants a complete halt to enrichment, Iran insists on its right to a civilian nuclear program. Add to that the backdrop of a recent war, strikes on nuclear sites, and a blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. And it becomes clear why these talks are so fragile. Despite the denial, diplomatic channels remain open, with reports suggesting that negotiations are still ongoing. But with both sides pushing their own narratives, the trust deficit is deeper than ever. Because in this high-stakes nuclear chess game, words matter, claims matter. And right now, the world is watching as the two sides stand firmly apart.
With that story of Iran denying the handover of the enriched uranium, even as talks continue, Hina, a major development in the West Asia crisis is emerging as US President Donald Trump has also declared that the conflict over the Strait of Hormuz is now over.
And this comes, Amrita, after Iran announced that the crucial global shipping route is now completely open, even as the US maintains that a targeted naval blockade on Iran will continue. Now, with nearly 20% of world's oil passing through this route, the move is being closely watched for its global economic impact. Here is a detailed report.
A big claim from Donald Trump declaring that the fight over the Strait of Hormuz is now over. This comes after Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi announced that the Strait of Hormuz is now completely open for commercial shipping. The move is linked to the ongoing ceasefire period, with safe passage being restored for global trade routes. The Strait of Hormuz remains one of the world's most critical energy corridors, with nearly 20% of global oil supply passing through it. However, even as shipping resumes, the United States has made it clear that its naval blockade will continue. According to Trump, the blockade will remain in place against Iran until a final agreement between the two sides is completed. Trump also indicated that negotiations with Iran are now at an advanced stage and suggested that a broader deal could be finalized soon. The development comes days after a ceasefire framework was announced, which included reopening of the strait as a key condition. For now, while the Strait of Hormuz stands open, the situation remains under a close watch as negotiations between the US and Iran continue.
Now, viewers, with Israel agreeing to a temporary 10-day ceasefire with Hezbollah and Lebanon, with Benjamin Netanyahu now saying that the move came at the request of US President Donald Trump and could pave the way for broader negotiations, including the first direct talks between Israeli and Lebanese representatives in decades now.
And Amrita, however, Benjamin Netanyahu also insists that the military campaign is not over despite the 10-day ceasefire, claiming that significant gains against Hezbollah have been made and also warning that the efforts to dismantle the group will continue even as a fragile ceasefire takes hold. Take a look at this detailed report.
A fragile ceasefire is now in place between Israel and Hezbollah following days of intense cross-border fighting. Benjamin Netanyahu says the temporary truce was agreed at the request of Donald Trump, opening the door for a broader political and military solution with Lebanon.
לבקשת ידידי הנשיא טראמפ, שאיתו שנינו את פני המזרח התיכון והבאנו הישגים אדירים, הסכמנו להפסקת אש זמנית בלבנון. לבקשתו, ניתן הזדמנות לקדם פתרון מדיני וצבאי משולב עם ממשלת לבנון. ואני מזכיר לכם, בפעם הראשונה מזה 43 שנים, נציגי מדינת ישראל מדברים ישירות עם נציגי מדינת לבנון. הדרך לשלום עדיין ארוכה, אבל התחלנו בה.
Netanyahu described the move as a step towards dialogue, noting that Israeli and Lebanese representatives are now speaking directly for the first time in over 4 decades. Despite the ceasefire, Israel claims major military gains against Hezbollah, including the removal of what it calls immediate and long-term threats along its northern border.
שואלים אותי, מה עשינו בצפון? והתשובה שלי, הבאנו הישגים כבירים. היו לנו 2 איומים מלבנון, איום קרוב ואיום רחוק. האיום הקרוב, חדירת אלפי מחבלים לשטחנו, וירי נ"ט ליישובינו. והאיום הרחוק, שנסראללה בנה אותו במשך שנים, ירי של 150,000 טילים ורקטות, שנועדו להחריב את ערי ישראל. את 2 האיומים האלה הסרנו
According to Netanyahu, Israeli forces have created a security buffer zone and destroyed around 90% of Hezbollah's missile and rocket stockpiles.
יצרנו לראשונה רצועת ביטחון ארוכה לאורך כל גבול הצפון. לא רק בלבנון, לא רק פה, בראש הנקרה אתם רואים, זה גבול הצפון, לא רק פה. לאורך כל גבול הלבנון, עד החרמון, דרך רמת הגולן ועד הירמוך. הם רצו להקיף אותנו בטבעת אש, אנחנו עשינו טבעת ביטחון. הרצועה הזאת מסירה לחלוטין את האיום הקרוב של פלישה וירי נ"ט, וצה"ל יושב שם בקו הצהוב כדי להמשיך להגן מפני האיום הקרוב. ולגבי האיום הרחוק, השמדנו קרוב ל-90% ממאגרי הטילים והרקטות שבנה נסראללה. חיסלנו את נסראללה עצמו, הדמנו אותם בביפרים, חיסלנו אלפי מחבלים.
He also claimed the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah has significantly weakened the group, describing it as a shadow its former self.
חיזבאללה של היום הוא צל של עצמו לעומת ימי הרעב של נסראללה. אבל אני אומר ביושר, עדיין לא סיימנו את המלאכה. יש דברים שאנחנו מתכננים לעשות מול איום הרקטות שנשארו ונגד איום הרחפנים, ואני לא אפרט. אבל יש לנו גם יעד נוסף, והוא פירוק חיזבאללה. ולכן אני אומר לכם שוב ביושר, זה לא יושג מחר. זה דורש מאמץ מתמשך, זה דורש סבלנות, זה דורש אורך רוח, וזה דורש ניווט מושכל בשדה המדיני.
Still, Netanyahu warned the conflict is far from over, saying dismantling Hezbollah will take time, patience and continued military and diplomatic efforts, even as displaced civilians begin returning home under the uneasy ceasefire.
So viewers, that was what we heard from Benjamin Netanyahu, still maintaining that their main target is the Hezbollah elements, and also they've said that disarming the Hezbollah elements is their main priority, even though 10-day ceasefire is in place.
And Amrita, now let's get into the top global headlines.
Robbers broke into a bank in Naples, Italy, holding 25 people hostage before escaping through the sewers, having drilled a hole in the floor during the night, according to the Italian news agency La Presse. Some of the freed hostages told police officers that the robbers had their faces covered with masks depicting the faces of film actors.
Police in London were investigating an incident near the Israeli embassy involving a number of discarded items. Now, the Metropolitan Police said that the embassy was not attacked, but that its officers, including some in protective clothing, were combing the area around the plush neighborhood of Kensington Gardens.
The administration of Jose Antonio Cas carried out its first deportation flight of undocumented migrants, an operation marking the start of a strict border control policy in Chile. Cas took office just over a month ago, pledging to curb irregular migration and violence.
Mattresses and household goods were loaded onto vehicles which were traveling to villages in southern Lebanon following a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah. Now, supporters of the militant group were seen holding Hezbollah's yellow flag as the returnees drove through Zefta.
A helicopter flying between palm oil plantations in Indonesia's Borneo Island has crashed, killing the 8 people on board. The aircraft lost contact shortly after takeoff from Melawi district in West Kalimantan province.
And Amrita, very interesting story coming in now from Italy. From Netflix to Naples in Italy, real life just turned into a money heist episode. Masked men stormed a bank in broad daylight, took 25 people hostage and vanished through a tunnel. Police surrounded the bank, negotiated for over 2 hours, and firefighters smashed windows to pull people out.
In fact, that truly sounds like a plot from a movie, Hina, because the robbers even themselves were vigilantes. The city called it terror, and the money heist robbery that stunned Naples. And this went down in Naples, a bank robbery just straight out of a movie that you would think it came out of a movie. Let's take a look into this full report.
According to the Italian news agency, La Presse, robbers burst into a bank in Naples on Thursday and took 25 people hostage before fleeing through the sewers after drilling a hole in the floor throughout the night. Police were informed by several of the released hostages that the robbers' features were covered with masks that looked like movie stars' faces. The automobile, which was parked outside the bank and is thought to have been utilized by the thieves, had its door forced open by firefighters. After a special team assaulted the bank and forensic officials examined the automobile, they were unable to locate the thieves, who had already escaped on the floor or via a hole in a wall.
Forza, tutti un passo indietro, riprende lo spezzo, più dietro, grazie. Hanno sfondato? Hanno sfondato. Là non si può accedere. Ci può passare qui. Io vedo mia madre uscire, posso passare? Dovremmo farti uscire. Scusa, un momento critico.
Controllati, fermi là da identificare.
So, Amrita, the people in Naples in Italy completely shocked as how could this bank robbery take place in broad daylight as Italian police is also searching for the 3 robbers who fled with a significant amount of money is what we are getting to know.
Yes, in fact, that's truly interesting. A twist that happened in Naples. But viewers, now taking a short break and we will definitely get back with more stories lined up for you on the other side. Oil sanctions and a U-turn from Washington. 2 days after saying there were no plans to do so, Trump administration now renews a waiver letting countries buy sanctioned Russian oil.
Donald Trump warns naval blockade will continue in full force despite Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets
Hello and welcome viewers. Now let's keep the bulletin rolling. Amrita with some news from Cameroon.
Yes, that's right. The Pope Leo XIV has been warmly welcomed in Cameroon as he continues his first trip to Africa, drawing massive crowds and emotional scenes across Yaoundé, Bamenda, and Douala, where he met religious leaders, celebrated large open-air masses, and called for peace, reconciliation, and an end to exploitation fueling conflict in the region.
And Amrita, the first American pontiff, in fact, also urged young people to hold on to faith and hope as his visit highlights both the rapid growth of the Catholic Church in Africa and the continent's growing importance to the Vatican. Take a look at this detailed report.
Pope Leo XIV arrived in Cameroon to a warm welcome from government and church leaders. As part of his first trip to Africa, a historic visit by the first American pontiff. In the capital Yaoundé, the Pope met Muslim leaders promoting interfaith dialogue and unity in a region facing ongoing tensions. Earlier in Bamenda, a powerful moment captured global attention. A young girl ran towards the Pope at the end of the Mass, greeted warmly by Leo in a spontaneous display of joy and faith. The visit to Cameroon's western region also highlighted the impact of years of violence, with the Pope calling for peace and reconciliation.
Those who rob your land of its resources generally invest much of the profit in weapons, thus perpetuating an endless cycle of destabilization and death. It is a world turned upside down, an exploitation of God's creation that must be denounced and rejected by every honest conscience. We must make a decisive change of course, a true conversion that will lead us in the opposite direction onto a sustainable path rich in human fraternity.
On Friday, Leo traveled to Douala, the country's economic hub, where massive crowds gathered for a major open-air mass. Hours before the liturgy began, the grounds near Japoma Stadium were already filled with singing, dancing and chants of Abemus Papam.
Je tiens à vivre tous les grands moments et voir comment ça s'est présenté dans la nuit. C'est des moments rares. Et je suis arrivée, j'ai aimé l'ambiance toute la nuit. Je n'ai pas l'habitude de rester éveillée, mais c'est passé comme un tour de quoi là. Et je me suis retrouvée au matin et là, je suis déjà assise et ça me permet de vivre tous les moments forts.
Security was tight, with troops conducting searches and managing large crowds as thousands continue to stream into the stadium. For many, attending the Mass was more than devotion. It was a personal offering of faith and support. As his Africa tour reaches its midpoint, Pope Leo XIV continues to urge young people to hold on to the hope, faith and resilience in the face of hardship.
Dear young people, I would like to extend this invitation especially to you, as you are the beloved children of the African continent. As brothers and sisters of Jesus, multiply your talents through the faith, perseverance, and friendship that inspire you. Be the first faces and hands that bring the bread of life to your neighbors, providing them with the food of wisdom and deliverance from all that does not nourish them, but rather obscures good desires and robs them of their dignity.
Cameroon, where Catholics makes up to 29% of the population, reflects the church's rapid growth across Africa, making the visit a defining moment for its future on the continent.
Taking a short break, coming up, Women's Reservation Bill fails Lok Sabha test, does not get 2/3 majority.
And NDA to hold nationwide protest today says they continue to fight women for their rights.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away.
This week on Get Me Right, how Pakistan's defense pact with Saudi Arabia became an albatross around its neck amidst the negotiations in Islamabad between the United States and Iran. We delve into the history of Pakistan becoming a mercenary state with a rent and operation army from Turkey to Jordan to Riyadh and at home for the United States. Also, with the corporate jihad story from Nasik, we unspool a web of human trafficking, radicalization, terror, and that search for that breed called Dara Hua Musalman. Where is that? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and we'll track all the top stories here on Republic TV. The TCS grooming scandal, of course, you know, a story which really shocked the country. We're getting many developments coming in, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
We'll see.
The top headlines we're tracking right now. Oil sanctions and a U-turn from Washington 2 days after saying there was no plans to do so. Trump administration now renews a waiver letting countries buy sanctioned Russian oil.
But the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete and fully signed.
Trump wants naval blockade will continue in full force despite Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz. We're getting some breaking news coming in, viewers. TCS has now issued a detailed statement on Nashik grooming gang scandal, and this statement confirms that absconding accused Nida Khan was a member of the TCS Nashik unit. That is right. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. And the more shocking angle here is that according to TCS, the Nashik unit is still operating. Letter also states the TCS unit had not received any complaint regarding these issues through ethics or even channels, POSH channels, POSH channels. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. So detailed statement on the Nashik grooming scandal is out, and the statement confirms that absconding accused Nida Khan was a member of the TCS Nashik unit, and according to TCS, Nashik unit is still operating. Letter also states that the TCS unit had not received any complaint regarding these issues through ethics or the other channels. So this is coming after the row over the religious conversion and harassment at the TCS Nashik facility has already escalated into a full-blown controversy. And these are the big updates that we're getting for our viewers. TCS statement saying the Nashik unit is still operating. It's a full statement on the grooming scandal, which has now come out as the row continues. And this entire issue has really exploded. And now we have that statement out. From TCS. So I'll just read out what we know so far. It says, we would like to update you on the following actions that have been sent in motion by us related to the recent matter in Nashik. We have engaged the services of the expert teams from different companies and a prominent law firm as independent counsel for the internal investigation. And also, they say that we want to put some facts on record. Nida Khan, who's being repeatedly mentioned in the press as HR manager of TCS, is neither HR manager nor responsible for recruitment. She served as a process associate and did not hold any leadership responsibility. So this is a TCS statement that I'm just reading out. And also adding that our unit, TCS says our unit in Nashik continues to operate and serve our clients. Reports in the press about the unit being shut down are absolutely untrue. Remember, there were reports earlier that the Nashik unit of TCS has now stopped operations. So TCS is saying that is absolutely untrue. This is a statement which I'm reading out. And also TCS mentioning that while detailed reviews are still underway, a review of the systems and records pertaining to the Nashik unit indicates that we have not received any complaint of the nature that are being alleged on either our ethics or POSH channels. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. We've been joined by Revati. Revati joining us live from Nashik. Revati, this has been a full-blown controversy, twists, a lot of investigations, a lot of shock value that we are getting from these developments. However, TCS has come out with a statement and they have put some facts on record, at least from their side. Yes, go ahead, Revati. What does it say?
Right after the very first delayed acknowledgement, now comes a fresh statement from the TCS company, which says that there are being committees formed in the TCS for the internal inquiry. Also, there has been a termination letter sent to the all accused. That the statement says that Nida Khan, who is an absconding accused in this particular matter, was not an HR but an associate was working at the back office. To clear the speculations, they have issued this particular statement, which also says that a committee has been formed, a law firm has also been appointed by this particular MNC, which is TCS, and now they will be setting an internal inquiry which will directly report. These reports will be directly sent to the higher authorities of TCS. So now it will be important to see that what exactly does the internal inquiry report say about this incident which happened at Nashik unit. Also, they cleared the speculations that Nashik unit of TCS is not shutting down. It will be operating, but as of now, the latest information that is coming up is that the employees are being asked not to report to the office and new recruitments are asked not to come to the office or not to join as soon. Over to you.
Yes, Revati, I wanted to hold on for a second there because we're getting some fresh updates which are coming in on the story. So there's a new update emerging in the Nashik TCS forced conversion case, a shocking digital evidence obtained through mobile cloning of suspects now in the hands of the SIT. According to the sources, the case involves a massive conspiracy that goes beyond just sexual exploitation and religious conversion within the company, potentially undermining national security as well. And based on this data recovered from seized mobile phones, suspicions have been raised regarding the existence of a large-scale conspiracy linked to terrorism and jihad. And consequently, the gravity of this case is likely to escalate significantly. Shocking details are coming in from the accused's phone. So I really want to go back to Revati there. Revati, yes, what are the details that have been recovered from that mobile phone? Because it looks like there are many other angles which are coming out.
Yes, you rightly mentioned on Republic. We constantly saw that there was a WhatsApp group which was formed by these accused to brainwash victims, and these victims used to talk to a Malaysian preacher Imran, and he used to preach about Islamic teachings on this video conference on this WhatsApp group via video conferencing. Also, the most important thing that we have always highlighted on Republic, that there are possible external and international links to this particular matter, and yesterday when two of the accused, Raza Memon and Shafi Sheikh, were taken in the custody for the inquiry by ATS in Nashik near Bhadrakali police station, they were inquired for more than 5 to 6 hours, and then the information that is coming up is that a data is retrieved by anti-terrorism squad, and now it says that these data might have links to the external organization which are a security, which is a security threat to our national security. Also, the development which is coming up is that the ATS has been constantly setting a probe in this particular matter. So as of now, only 2 accused are inquired by ATS. Now it will be important to see whether other accused are taken into custody for inquiry and what more links come to the light. Over to you.
Right. Okay. Yes. Okay, also, Revati, let's talk a little bit more about this entire case, and who is saying what here, because, of course, the TCS has come out with a statement. There are other angles that are being investigated, and TCS has also said, when we read out that statement, that the reports which were coming out that the Nashik unit is closed is not true. So, if you could just give a perspective to us, who is saying what as investigations are continuing?
Right, as we can see that investigation deepens and more shocking revelations come to the light. Yesterday on Republic, we saw that a shocking revelation or shocking information came to the light that on 13th of April, Nida Khan, who is a honor run accused, got her pregnancy test done in Mumbai. And two more shocking links to this. Yesterday, Nida Khan's husband was detained from Mumbai itself. Then why she wasn't nabbed on 13th of April itself when it is pretty much evident that she was there in Mumbai? This is number one. Second, investigation of this particular matter says that there are more international or terror funding links that can come to the light, and it is possible that these might be terror funding issue as well. This is not just limited to particularly sexual harassment or women exploitation, but it is more than that. And third and most importantly, not only in Nashik, but now cases are emerging from all over India. This issue has become a pan-India issue because on Republic, we exclusively saw that one of the employees who was working in Chennai, he experienced same kind of thing. He was asked to accept Islam once in a lifetime because he would get Jannat is what he's being told. He also said that they used to turn meeting rooms suddenly into prayer rooms, or under the name of not attending, under the prayer of offering namaz, they would not attend meetings as well. All the pressure used to come on the Hindu employees and they were not doing any work. All pressure was on Hindu employees is what the employee has confessed to the Republic. So shocking revelations and shocking cases are coming up, and as I mentioned earlier, this is not just specific to any district or state now. This has become a pan-India issue. Over to you.
All right. Well, thank you for giving us those details. I will be coming back to you for more. The centre has suffered a major legislative setback in the Lok Sabha. Now, a bill to amend the Women's Reservation Framework failed to pass a crucial hurdle in the Parliament. The government was aiming to push through the Constitution Amendment Bill 2026, but could not muster the numbers required for its passage. And for such a bill, a special majority is mandatory. That is the support of at least 2/3 of members present and voting, and no less than half of the total strength of the House. Here's a full report as we tell you exactly what happened yesterday.
The Women's Reservation Bill failed to clear a key hurdle after the centre could not secure the votes needed for its passage in the Lok Sabha. The centre needed a 2/3 majority to get the Constitutional Bill 2026 passed but fell short of the mark. The proposed legislation saw 298 MPs voting in its favour and 230 voting against. After the Women's Bill was defeated, the government withdrew the delimitation bill as both were connected and the government lacked special majority.
देखिए, भारत के महिलाओं को जो अधिकार देना था वो नहीं दे पाने से अगर कांग्रेस जश्न मना रहा है तो इससे बड़ा दुखद कुछ हो नहीं सकता है। महिलाओं का अधिकार और लोकसभा विधानसभाओं में महिलाओं को जगह देने के लिए इतना ऐतिहासिक महत्वपूर्ण विधेयक को अगर पारित नहीं होने दिया और उसमें जश्न मना रहे कांग्रेस और कुछ लोग, तो मैं मानता हूं कि भारत के महिलाएं कभी भी कांग्रेस पार्टी और विपक्ष पार्टियों को माफ नहीं करेगी।
This led to the protest outside the parliament by the NDA. MPs from the NDA alliance raised slogans against the opposition and accused them of being anti-women.
इस समय संसद भवन के अंदर मौजूद और संसद भवन के अंदर एनडीए के सांसदों का विरोध प्रदर्शन शुरू हो चुका है। महिला विधेयक गिरने के बाद आप देख सकते हैं कि बड़ी संख्या में जो एनडीए के सांसद है, चाहे बांसुरी स्वराज है, तमाम वो सांसदों या महिला जो तमाम एनडीए के सांसद वो यहाँ पर विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और कांग्रेस के खिलाफ नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से आज कांग्रेस की वजह से महिला विधेयक जो आया था, जिसमें महिलाओं को सम्मान मिलना था, पूरी तरीके से गिर गया है और महिलाओं को उनका सम्मान अब नहीं मिल पाएगा। पूरी तरीके से कांग्रेस ने आज अपमान किया है।
This was the first time in 12 years that a constitutional amendment bill introduced by the Modi government failed to clear the House. Whereas Lok Sabha members K. Kavita said that the BJP has cheated the people of the nation.
In this political game, Bharatiya Janata Party has gained nothing out of it, but yet managed to cheat the women of this nation once again. They've already introduced the bill once, they linked it with census, they've introduced it again, they've linked it with delimitation. So they're playing this game with women. I hope women of India see through this web of lies of Bharatiya Janata Party.
Whereas SP leader Ikra Hassan said that the government was trying to change the electoral map of India.
क्योंकि ये महिला बिल के विरोध में आज वोटिंग थी नहीं। जो 2023 का जो असल महिला बिल है, नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम, वो आज भी इंटैक्ट है, आज भी स्टैंडिंग है। ये उसके संदर्भ में जो अमेंडमेंट लाई गई थी, जिसमें ये डीलिमिटेशन को अपने मन मुताबिक करने का इनका एजेंडा था, इलेक्टोरल मैप को देश के अपने हिसाब से चेंज करने का जो एजेंडा था, वो फेल हुआ है और उसकी हमें खुशी है। हम महिलाओं के आड़ में हमारा नाम लेके, हम नहीं चाहते कि बीजेपी अपनी राजनीतिक रोटियां सेके, तो उसका ये विरोध हुआ है। वो बिल खारिज हुआ है। जो महिला बिल है वो आज भी इंटैक्ट है और ये सरकार, अगर इनकी नीयत सही है तो ये 2029 में 543 सीट पे 33% आरक्षण करे, ऐसा हमारी मांग है। और अगर ये नहीं करते हैं तो असल चेहरा किसका महिला विरोधी है वो सामने आ जाएगा।
SP leader Priya Samoj said that the opposition was against the use of 2011 census being used for delimitation.
जो सरकार है बहुत चालाक है। ये 3 बिल साथ में लेके आई और बाहर पूरी भूमिका बनाई कि हम वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल पास कर रहे हैं। पहली बात तो 2023 में, चाहे जब मैं सांसद भी नहीं थी, तो सत्ता पक्ष ने और विपक्ष ने मिल के बिल पास किया। तब हम लोग उस समय भी इनके साथ थे, आज भी इनके साथ थे, कल भी इनके साथ रहेंगे और हमेशा महिलाओं के साथ रहेंगे। लेकिन जो इन्होंने इफ एंड बट लगा के इसको लागू करने की बात की, हम उसके खिलाफ है। हमने ये कहा कि आप जो 2011 का सेंसस यूज करेंगे डिलिमिटेशन के लिए, वो ना करके जो अभी नया सेंसस किया जा रहा है उसको कंप्लीट होने का वेट करिए, फिर डिलिमिटेशन कराइए, फिर आप लागू करिए।
The bill required a special majority of both houses to get passed, meaning 2/3 of those present and voting, which should not be less than 1/2 of the total strength of the house. With 540 members currently in the Lok Sabha, the bill required 360 votes in favour. Only 298 members voted in its favour. Both PM Modi and Amit Shah accused the Congress and other opposition parties of manufacturing issues to oppose the bill and deprive women of reservation.
some more breaking news coming in. So Prime Minister Modi, CM Stalin to visit Coimbatore today. PM Modi will campaign in Coimbatore for the AIADMK BJP alliance candidates and address a public meeting as well later on in the day. So we see that the campaigning has really picked up pace there. Campaigning has picked up pace, viewers. We will be getting our viewers all these updates coming in here. In Tamil Nadu, campaigning is in full swing with political parties intensifying their outreach ahead of assembly election. Okay, let's go to CR Kesavan, BJP spokesperson, joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Kesavan. Sir, Tamil Nadu, you know, everything is heating up there. Campaigning is in full swing. Political parties are intensifying their outreach. We see that the BJP has also released a report on a model of constituency governance for Coimbatore South, just ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit.
Morning to you and your viewers, but there is a very positive way for the NDA under the leadership of Modi ji and Mr. Edapadi Palaniswamy, and equally there is a wave of resentment and anger over the misgovernance and misrule of the DMK. The DMK is now said to be, is unpopularly called as the Dynasty Munneta Karagam. And yesterday what has happened has left a deep impact on the people of Tamil Nadu. Yesterday we saw how the Prime Minister, with his unflinching courage of conscience and conviction, tried to ensure that women like you, half the population of our country, got their deserved rights. But the Congress Party and the DMK and the TMC, they not only failed in their duty, they betrayed women empowerment and women welfare by politicizing women's reservation. And that is going to be a central focal point during the Prime Minister's visit today, because we've seen reactions happen after the way the Congress Party conducted a saying they scored a convincing victory after defeating the women's reservation bill. The 60 years they've been in power, the Congress never bothered to pass the women's reservation bill. In contrary, they inflicted injustice on women, disempowering women, overturning Shaba Noor case. And one hypocrisy which the Tamil people are asking people like, M.K. Stalin and his family and the Congress Party is, in the Congress Party, they are very fine with 100% reservation for women for Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. But when it comes to 33% reservation in Parliament and state assemblies for meritorious women from non-privileged backgrounds, they are against it. Same is the case with Kanimozhi. He can be a member of Parliament, but then they deny women's reservation for 33% of women. So this is going to be a huge decisive issue in this election campaign. I think the wrath of the people and especially the anger of the women will boot out the DMK and TMC in the states, in the states in the election.
Yes, Mr. Kesavan, just before I let you go, also, we will talk about all the parties there. When we speak about Tamil Nadu, of course, it's campaigning time. They have put women empowerment and welfare as one of the top priorities, but we saw what happened yesterday. And this is even a poll promise which has been made by CM Stalin, by other parties. But we saw what happened yesterday. Your reaction?
Yes. One thing which respect to Tamil Nadu, you've seen the increase in sexual assaults and atrocities on women, increase in POCSO cases under M.K. Stalin's regime. It's complete collapse of law and order, and women don't feel secure in Tamil Nadu. And that is the issue. And yesterday they saw how the DMK, Congress, Rahul Gandhi exulted. They were celebrating the fact that they defeated the women's reservation bill. And this was a bill which would have empowered women, to decision-making and nation-building as early as possible. And Prime Minister has always been at the forefront of not just women-centric development, but women-led development. Whether it is, Drone Didi or giving patas to women under PM Awas Yojana, ensuring that, women in leading positions in the army, BSS, CRPF, and even ensuring somebody like Draupadi Murmu from a humble background, meritorious background, became the first tribal woman president. Even that the DMK and the Congress opposed. Yesterday's, the betrayal by the Congress and the DMK against the women welfare will never be forgotten, will never be forgiven by the people of Tamil Nadu and the country. And these elections will be a resounding defeat for the evil regime of the DMK. And they will, and this is not only this election, in the coming days, generation after generation will punish the DMK for the way in which they supported Rahul Gandhi and the Congress Party, to deny women of their deserved due.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Kesavan, National Spokesperson BJP, for joining us there on the phone line as campaigning has once again kicked off. And I'm being joined by Mr. R.N. Jayaprakash, Tamil Nadu BJP leader, joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us. Same question to you. We saw that Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin hailed the defeat of the Constitution Amendment linked to women's reservation and delimitation in the Lok Sabha as a major victory for Tamil Nadu, calling it a trailer. However, like we were discussing with Mr. Kesavan, Mr. Jayaprakash, we see that all the parties have kept women empowerment as the top priority in their manifesto.
Right. Madam, good morning. Thanks for having me on the show. Let me tell you that their alliance is so shady that there is an election happening here. Not even once Rahul Gandhi has stepped into Tamil Nadu for campaigning till today with 3 days left. The same Rahul Gandhi travels from Kerala to Coimbatore and takes a flight to Delhi. Their alliance is in shatters. They are, every time, it is like when they go to plunder something, when they want to divide the country, they stay together. But among themselves, there is a huge fight going on in Tamil Nadu. Not a single DMK person is working in the 28 seats of Congress, and not a single Congress person is working in any of those DMK seats. They will be routed out of power in another, on May, if you see on May 4th, they will be routed out of power, and all the bills of Sri Narendra Modi, their alliance will end. Their alliance will end on May 4th, and from that day onwards, you will see so much of change happening in Tamil Nadu. DMK wants to divide this country by talking all this divisive politics of my own state, Tamil Nadu versus rest of the world. I wanted to ask them one question. Even in this entire bill, why they were opposing this, the number of seats will come down. It is such a wrong statement to make, because see, there are several smaller states like Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand and all that. The bigger states have been divided into smaller states, even in the central India. These people cannot even cross 30 kilometers out of Tamil Nadu. They don't exist. Why can't Congress win election in any of these central places? Why are they so scared? They can't win for the next 20 years in this country. So they are scared that since we can't win, at least let us hold on to this part. And see, they are always anti-women. I'll tell you how. Because the entire state, the biggest problem in this election, and what we, BJP and ADMK are saying, is the law and order and crime against women. There is a 70-year-old man killed and a 60-year-old wife being raped to death. There is a 2-year-old child. In both the cases, the DMK men are accused. See, this is the kind of, they have scant regard for women. So why are you thinking that they will come and pass your women's bill? They have zero trust or zero consideration for women in this country. You know how they treated Jayalalitha? They pulled a sari in the assembly. So you can't expect anything from either the divisive politics, and anti-women is the DNA of DMK.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Jayaprakash, for joining us there, Tamil Nadu BJP leader. We will be taking a short break. Do not go anywhere, viewers. We will continue to be live and breaking. Coming up, Trump says President Xi is very happy that the Strait of Hormuz is open. And Trump further added that his meeting with Xi Jinping in China next month will be a special one.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range.
The top headlines tracking right now: oil sanctions and a U-turn from Washington. 2 days after saying there were no plans to do so, the Trump administration will now renews a waiver letting countries buy sanctioned Russian oil. Trump warns naval blockade will continue in full force despite Iran opening Strait of Hormuz. Iran opened Strait of Hormuz to all commercial vessels after US broke a 10-day truce between Israel and Lebanon. Women's reservation bill fails Lok Sabha test, does not get two-thirds majority.
मान्यवर, मुझे था देश की माताओं बहनों के लिए आरक्षण आ रहा है, ये विरोध आज नहीं होगा.
Amit Shah slams DMK Congress for not allowing the passage of bill, says the opposition will have to face the wrath of women. NDA to hold nationwide protest today, says they continue to fight to get their women their right. We were starting off with the top updates coming in. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghei has now rejected any transfer of enriched uranium, declaring none of what the Americans have said is acceptable, and that Iran's enriched uranium will not be transferred to any place under any circumstance, or calling the issue sacred, like Iran's soil. He says and told reporters that possibility has never been raised by Iran, not even once. He added that while previous rounds of negotiations focused on the nuclear issue, talks over the past few days are aimed at ending the war and signaling a sharp pivot in Tehran's diplomatic posture amid rising regional tensions. So big updates coming in here, viewers. Let's put our focus to what is happening in the tensions that have been seen. So the latest is there is a statement which has come out from Iran's foreign ministry as rejecting any transfer of enriched uranium, declaring none of what Americans have said is acceptable, and Iran's enriched uranium will not be transferred to any place under any circumstance. So this is the update coming in as we keep getting you the latest here on Republic. Now remember that Iran's parliament speaker has also warned Trump that Tehran will close Strait of Hormuz if the US continues its naval blockade. We're getting you some more updates coming in, viewers. 6-point post has come out, and in that post, we see that the Speaker of the Parliament of Iran has a hit back as US President, claiming that he made 7 claims in 1 hour, all 7 of which were false, adding that they did not win the war with these lies, and they will certainly not get anywhere in negotiations either. Now, he has warned that with the continuation of the blockade, the Strait of Hormuz will not remain open, and said that passage will be conducted only through a designated route with the Iranian authorization, stressing that whether the strait is open or closed, and the regulations governing it will be determined by the field, not by social media. This is an update that we're getting for our viewers. This is a statement which is coming from Iran's parliament speaker. Like we said, already warning Trump that Tehran will close the Strait of Hormuz if the U.S. continues its naval blockade. Shortly after, U.S. President said the blockade will remain in full force. He's put a post out on social media platform X, and Iran's parliament speaker says that the passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be conducted based on the designated route and with Iran's permission. With the continuation of blockade, the Strait of Hormuz will not remain open. That is what he has said. So the prolonged disruption of the Strait of Hormuz amid the US-Israel-Iran war is choking European businesses and global shipping. German firms are taking a $60 million hit per week from soaring fuel prices, insurance premiums, and costly rerouting. Now, over 20,000 seafarers remain trapped in the Persian Gulf, facing psychological stress and logistical strain as food and supplies are ferried by smaller boats in open waters, with ships unable to safely transit the strait. Energy prices across Europe are spiking and supply chains for essential goods are buckling. Here's more as we tell you the latest that we're tracking.
Zeit doch dann Monotonie an Bord aufkommt und das Wichtigste jetzt in dieser Situation ist, diesen Team Spirit aufrechtzuerhalten. Und da haben die Kapitäne an Bord der Schiffe eine sehr wichtige Aufgabe.
Also die Situation für die Seeleute ist sehr schwierig, insbesondere psychisch, muss man ganz klar sagen. Die befinden sich da in einem Kriegsgebiet. Das ist natürlich nicht einfach. Die Unternehmen sind täglich mit den Seeleuten in Kontakt und versuchen auch Unterstützung auf die Ferne zu bieten, also psychologische Unterstützung.
Aber 5,5 Wochen in einem Kriegsgebiet, das ist doch etwas relativ Neues. Und das sind natürlich schwierige Tage und Wochen für die Kollegen. Wir konnten einige austauschen in der Zwischenzeit. Aber Sie können sich unschwer vorstellen, dass natürlich nach so einer Zeit doch dann Monotonie an Bord aufkommt. Und das Wichtigste jetzt in dieser Situation ist, diesen Team Spirit aufrechtzuerhalten. Und da haben die Kapitäne an Bord der Schiffe eine sehr wichtige Aufgabe. Normalerweise kommen die Lebensmittel, wenn die Schiffe im Hafen liegen und werden dort angeliefert am Hafen. Das geht im Moment nicht, weil die Schiffe liegen ja nicht im Hafen, sondern die liegen im offenen Wasser. Und dort kommen dann kleinere Schiffe, die entsprechende Paletten mit Lebensmitteln an Bord haben und die werden dann an Bord gehievt und werden angeliefert und dann in den Kühlraum verbracht und können dann für einige Wochen die Crew versorgen. Bei uns bedeutet das alleine pro Woche rund 60 Millionen $ Mehrkosten, alleine durch die Erhöhung der Treibstoffpreise. Wenn Sie sich anschauen, über die letzten 5 Wochen im Schnitt $400 mehr pro Tonne Treibstoff. Wir brauchen 100.000 Tonnen pro Woche. Dann sehen Sie schon, das alleine sind 40 Millionen. Die Kosten für Versicherungen von Schiffen sind durch die Decke gegangen und Lagerkosten für Container, die wir nicht in den Persischen Golf bringen konnten und die wir jetzt im Oman, in Pakistan oder in Häfen von Indien unterbringen mussten. Also um gefahrlos durch die Straße von Hormuz fahren zu können, ist es essentiell, dass die Route minenfrei ist oder diese Gebiete umfahren werden können. Zweitens ist es natürlich unglaublich wichtig, dass man geschützt wird vor möglichen militärischen Attacken. Auch da wäre es wichtig, dann militärische Unterstützung womöglich zu haben. Also alles muss geschehen, damit die Durchfahrt für alle Schiffe und für diese 20.000 Seeleute, die im Moment feststecken im Persischen Golf, so sicher wie möglich erfolgen kann.
And getting you some more updates coming in, viewers, on Republic. We see that there is an update where Trump has said negotiations with Iran are set for the weekend and expects things to go well. So this is the update that we're getting for you here. And doubling down on his red line, he declared the main thing is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and that supersedes everything else, making it very clear that blocking Tehran's nuclear path remains a non-negotiable priority in any kind of deal. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. We will be getting you all these updates. Now this time Trump has responded. I repeat, Trump has responded and said negotiations with Iran are set for the weekend and expects things to go well, and noting that many of these things have been negotiated and agreed to. So he also says the main thing is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and that supersedes everything else, making it clear that blocking Tehran's nuclear path remains the non-negotiable priority in the deal. Okay, so this is the huge update we're getting for our viewers right now. We are getting some more reactions.
We had some pretty good news 20 minutes ago, but it seems to be going very well in the Middle East with Iran. We'll know over a little period of time. We're negotiating over the weekend. And as you know, we have the blockade. The blockade's been very successful. And of equal success has been the 5 weeks before the blockade. The combination was pretty lethal, I would say. So we're going to be knowing very shortly. But we're talking over. I expect things to go well. Many of these things have been negotiated and agreed to.
Sir, what was the good news that you had 20 minutes ago?
Having to do with Iran.
Can you tell us anything about
but you'll hear about it.
What are you going to be talking
I just think it's something that should happen. It's something that only makes sense to happen. And I think it will. We'll see what happens, but
Sir,
I think it will.
Have you agreed to...
You told me on the phone earlier that everything has been agreed to. You told me earlier that everything has been agreed to. Iran was saying something different. So what has been worked out in that time?
I want to say something different because, you know, they have people that they have to cater to also. I really don't. I'm just doing the thing that's right. I'm just saying it like it is. And we have a situation, I think, that is going to be very beneficial. And the main thing is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and that supersedes everything else. We had some pretty good news 20 minutes ago, but it seems to be going very well in the Middle East with Iran. We'll know over a little period of time. We're negotiating over the weekend. And as you know, we have the blockade. The blockade's been very successful. And of equal success has been the 5 weeks before the blockade. The combination was pretty lethal, I would say. So we're going to be knowing very shortly. But we're talking over. I expect things to go well. Many of these things have been negotiated and agreed to.
Sir, what was the good news that you had 20 minutes ago?
Having to do with Iran.
Can you tell us anything about...
but you'll hear about it.
What are you going to be talking
I just think it's something that should happen. It's something that only makes sense to happen. And I think it will. We'll see what happens, but
Sir,
I think it will.
Have you agreed to...
You told me on the phone earlier that everything has been agreed to. You told me earlier that everything has been agreed to. Iran was saying something different. So what has been worked out in that time?
I want to say something different because, you know, they have people that they have to cater to also. I really don't. I'm just doing the thing that's right. I'm just saying it like it is. And we have a situation, I think, that is going to be very beneficial. And the main thing is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and that supersedes everything else.
In the meanwhile, Israel has now agreed to a temporary 10-day ceasefire with Hezbollah in Lebanon, with Netanyahu saying the move comes at the request of Trump and could pave the way for broader negotiations, including the first direct talks between Israel and Lebanese leaders in decades. However, Netanyahu insists that the military campaign is not over, claiming significant gains against Hezbollah and warning that efforts to dismantle the group will continue even as a fragile ceasefire takes hold. Take a look.
A fragile ceasefire is now in place between Israel and Hezbollah following days of intense cross-border fighting. Benjamin Netanyahu says the temporary truce was agreed at the request of Donald Trump, opening the door for a broader political and military solution with Lebanon.
לבקשת ידידי הנשיא טראמפ, שאיתו שנינו את פני המזרח התיכון והבאנו הישגים אדירים, הסכמנו להפסקת אש זמנית בלבנון. לבקשתו, ניתן הזדמנות לקדם פתרון מדיני וצבאי משולב עם ממשלת לבנון. ואני מזכיר לכם, בפעם הראשונה מזה 43 שנים,
נציגי מדינת ישראל מדברים ישירות עם נציגי מדינת לבנון. הדרך לשלום עדיין ארוכה, אבל התחלנו בה.
Netanyahu described the move as a step towards dialogue, noting that Israeli and Lebanese representatives are now speaking directly for the first time in over 4 decades. Despite the ceasefire, Israel claims major military gains against Hezbollah, including the removal of what it calls immediate and long-term threats along its northern border.
שואלים אותי, מה עשינו בצפון? והתשובה שלי, הבאנו הישגים כבירים. היו לנו 2 איומים מלבנון, איום קרוב ואיום רחוק. האיום הקרוב, חדירת אלפי מחבלים לשטחנו, וירי נ"ט ליישובנו. והאיום הרחוק, שנסראללה בנה אותו במשך שנים, ירי של 150,000 טילים ורקטות, שנועדו להחריב את ערי ישראל. את 2 האיומים האלה הסרנו.
According to Netanyahu, Israeli forces have created a security buffer zone and destroyed around 90% of Hezbollah's missile and rocket stockpiles.
יצרנו לראשונה רצועת ביטחון ארוכה לאורך כל גבול הצפון. לא רק בלבנון, לא רק פה, בראש הנקרה אתם רואים, זה גבול הצפון, לא רק פה. לאורך כל גבול הלבנון, עד החרמון, דרך רמת הגולן ועד הירמוך. הם רצו להקיף אותנו בטבעת אש, אנחנו עשינו טבעת ביטחון. הרצועה הזאת מסירה לחלוטין את האיום הקרוב של פלישה וירי נ"ט, וצה"ל יושב שם בקו הצהוב כדי להמשיך להגן מפני האיום הקרוב. ולגבי האיום הרחוק, השמדנו קרוב ל-90% ממאגרי הטילים והרקטות שבנה נסראללה. חיסלנו את נסראללה עצמו, הדמנו אותם בביפרים, חיסלנו אלפי מחבלים.
He also claimed the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah has significantly weakened the group, describing it as a shadow its former self.
חיזבאללה של היום הוא צל של עצמו לעומת ימי הרעב של נסראללה. אבל אני אומר ביושר, עדיין לא סיימנו את המלאכה. יש דברים שאנחנו מתכננים לעשות מול איום הרקטות שנשארו, ונגד איום הרחפנים, ואני לא אפרט. אבל יש לנו גם יעד נוסף, והוא פירוק חיזבאללה. ולכן אני אומר לכם, שוב ביושר, זה לא יושג מחר. זה דורש מאמץ מתמשך, זה דורש סבלנות, זה דורש אורך רוח, וזה דורש ניווט מושכל בשדה המדיני.
Still, Netanyahu warned the conflict is far from over, saying dismantling Hezbollah will take time, patience and continued military and diplomatic efforts, even as displaced civilians begin returning home under the uneasy ceasefire.
Viewers, the Motilal Nagar redevelopment project in Goregaon West, led by MARA, marks one of India's largest urban transformation initiatives. Executed by the Adani Group, the project will rehabilitate thousands of residents with upgraded homes and world-class amenities, redefining Mumbai's urban planning landscape.
This is one of the biggest township of redevelopment project happening in Mumbai. This is a new concept which has been envisaged by our Honorable Chief Minister and our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, whereby instead of going in for individual redevelopment, where the size of the tenements which are rehabilitated is also small and the other infrastructure amenities is very poor or limited, obviously with a small plot size. Hence the concept of cluster has come, in which barring the redevelopment which has already taken place, you protect it, and then for the whole layout, cluster any day is a very good approach for a brownfield projects. Internationally, if you see most of the bigger cities in the world which have gone in for models of redevelopment, they have obviously followed the cluster approach. If you ask me, definitely the layout design, the rehab size, the amenities, the infrastructure of cluster is any day better than individual redevelopment. Now coming to the role of MADA, MADA definitely, as I said, has taken the responsibility and saying that this is MADA's project in the sense that the land ownership remains with us. Even today, the land ownership is ours. During the project execution, the land will be with us. And after the project is completed, also the land will be with us as a landowner. But obviously, it will be leased out and the conveyance will be done with the individual societies as and when it is formed. So this is a classic mix of a PPP model where government retains the ownership, government supervises the project, government takes the legal responsibility of rehab, and the private agency, which is selected after a very transparent and a very tedious process, which is time consuming, is selected, which has primarily the financial responsibility for the execution of the project. And I'm sure that for a project of the stature and size of Motilal Nagar, which is 143 acres, and seeing the, as I mentioned to you, the total costing of the project in the long run, big groups like Adani's or any other one is definitely welcome, because they also have a reputation or stake at their own stake. So I can only say that I'm sure and I hope and I wish that Motilal Nagar will be one of the best redeveloped layouts, brownfield, spanning across 143 acres in Mumbai.
And big developments are emerging from Pakistan in the attack on Lashkar co-founder Amir Hamza. Republic has accessed visuals showing Hafiz Saeed's son, Talha Saeed, meeting an injured Hamza in Lahore. Intercepted Lashkar communication confirms that the meeting took place hours after the attack. This comes after Hamza was shot at outside a media office in Lahore by unidentified attackers. Incident, now seen as a second attempt on his life within a year, has now raised serious questions as investigations continue. Take a look.
A major twist has now emerged with the attack on Lashkar co-founder Amir Hamza, with fresh visuals surfacing from Pakistan. In a freshly accessed video, Lashkar chief Hafiz Saeed's son, Talha Saeed, is seen meeting an injured Amir Hamza in Lahore. Intercepted internal communication of Lashkar confirms that Talha rushed to meet Hamza hours after the attack. The development points to heightened concern within Lashkar ranks and signals possible internal panic after the attack. Earlier, Lashkar-e-Taiba co-founder Amir Hamza was shot at in Lahore. The attack took place outside a media office just after Hamza had finished an appearance.
Hours after assassination attempt on the Lashkar-e-Taiba co-founder Amir Hamza, the top leader of Lashkar-e-Taiba has met him in Lahore. A video has surfaced in which the son of Lashkar-e-Taiba chief Hafiz Saeed, Talha Saeed, has met the co-founder of Lashkar-e-Taiba, who was injured in an assassination attempt, though he survived. The incident was reported yesterday morning when he was returning from a TV office towards his home in a friend's car, Justice Ghazi, when two bike-borne gunmen, they chased them and then opened fire at them. Their Toyota SUV was fired with several rounds of 9mm bullets, though the assailants are still at large. The Lashkar-e-Taiba, in its message to the cadre of Lashkar, has said that Talha Saeed, son of Lashkar chief, has met its co-founder and the injured Amir Hamza in Lahore.
According to reports, two unidentified assailants on a motorcycle opened fire before fleeing the spot. Hamza has long been a key ideologue linked to propaganda, recruitment and terror financing networks. He has also been accused in multiple terror plots and remains on global watch list. The attack has now sparked speculation over whether this was a targeted hit or a fallout of internal power struggle within terror networks. As investigations continue in Pakistan, no group has claimed responsibility so far, but the latest developments have added a new layer of intrigue to the case.
And viewers, we will continue to be live and breaking. It's a Saturday. However, much more coming up. Women's reservation bill fails. Lok Sabha test does not get 2/3 majority. We'll get you all the updates on that. And NDA to hold nationwide protest today says they continue fight to get women their rights.
Our pure
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरप्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for
This week on Get Me Right, how Pakistan's defense pact with Saudi Arabia became an albatross around its neck amidst the negotiations in Islamabad between the United States and Iran. We delve into the history of Pakistan becoming a mercenary state with a rent-and-operation army from Turkey to Jordan to Riyadh and at home for the United States. Also, with the corporate jihad story from Nasik, we unspool a web of human trafficking, radicalization, terror, and that search for that breed called Dara Hua Musalman. Where is that? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
आरप्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
आरप्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरप्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Joining us tonight on This Is Exclusive is a very special guest, a prominent Iranian voice, Professor Marandi of University of Tehran. This is perhaps his first interview to an Indian news network. And what makes him even more special is the fact that he has also been a member of the Iranian delegation that had gone to Islamabad for talks with the United States of America. Now, while the talks did not really materialize, what's the future like? And what really perhaps went wrong in the talks that took place in Islamabad? For more on this, I'm joined by Professor Marandi. Professor Marandi, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Let me straight away begin by asking you, you were in Islamabad along with your foreign minister and the entire delegation that had talks with the United States of America. It did not eventually boil down to what was seen as a concrete talks that were supposed to take place. What went wrong?
Well, first we had a major problem in that the agreed upon ceasefire between Iran and Trump did not materialize because Netanyahu refused to abide by the halt in hostilities, and he carried out a huge wave of airstrikes on civilian targets across Lebanon, slaughtering hundreds of people within an hour or so, but basically to send a message that he will not allow progress to be made. And as a result, the Iranians then refused to carry out their commitment in allowing more ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, because obviously the American promise was not fulfilled. And then the talks that were to be held in Islamabad had another problem, but with the same source being the problem. And that was that it was clear that the American side did not have the authority to make decisions, while the Iranian delegation was...
Why do you say that they did not have the authority? You had the US Vice President J.D. Vance there. So who really had the authority, Professor Marandi? That's quite a revelation that you're making, that even though US Vice President was present there, you're saying that they did not have the authority?
Yes, that is quite stunning. The Iranian side had full authority, but Mr. Vance constantly had to make phone calls.
To whom?
And to different people in the United States, but most importantly, I believe, was to Netanyahu. And Netanyahu later said that Vance would report to him, and which is an astonishing word to use, that the Vice President of the United States would report to this small, tiny country or entity in the West Mediterranean. But he said Vance, as well as other U.S. top officials, reports to him daily. So obviously, the lack of authority comes from the fact that they have to abide by the wishes of the Zionist lobby and the Israeli regime. And that is consistent with what the counterterrorism chief Joe Kent wrote in his resignation letter. And as we all know, he was an appointee of Trump. He said the reason for this war in the first place was because of the Zionist lobby and Israeli regime. So it was indeed the Zionist lobby and Israeli regime that was preventing Iran and the United States from being able to move forward.
So you're saying that during that entire period when J.D. Vance was present in Islamabad, he did not have the authority because the clarity wasn't really coming in from Israel. Was there any indication that was given to you and your colleagues when you all were in the talks that perhaps there were other limitations that they had? And if there were other limitations, what were the other limitations that the US delegation essentially had, and which is why there wasn't a fruitful discussion?
Well, I wasn't in the room, but this is the information that came from the Iranian delegation. And also this is something that Vance later himself admitted, and others said too, that he was constantly making phone calls. And I think this was the key issue, the reason why both sides traveled to Pakistan, to Islamabad, was to sit down and finalize a deal. But there was some progress during the day, but then late at night or in the evening, the United States suddenly changed direction. And I think that is consistent with Netanyahu's demands. Netanyahu wants the crisis to continue. And for him, resolving the problems and easing the global energy crisis is of no concern. So he blocked progress, and subsequently, of course, the Iranians continue to put pressure on the United States. And ultimately, yesterday, Iran threatened to strike the Israeli regime again. And so that's why last night Netanyahu accepted a ceasefire.
Things have now altered, Professor Morandi. There is a ceasefire that exists between Israel and Lebanon. Would that really change the contour of the discussions that are likely to take place? Because we're given to understand that there is a possibility of a second round. Do you believe that there will be a second round post the ceasefire that basically ends in the coming week?
It's hard to say. Obviously, the ceasefire is important, but we'll have to see if all the conditions are met, because there was an agreement, and that agreement has to be implemented. From the very start, Netanyahu tried to wreck it through his assault on Lebanon. But now we'll have to see if the other elements of the agreement can be enforced. I think it's possible, but again, that would be speculation. Who knows what the Israeli regime will do today, or in the coming hours, or in the coming days, to wreck any chance for...
You don't trust the Israeli administration at this point in time. You don't believe that they are serious about a ceasefire. They wouldn't want a ceasefire to be there. They would want the war to continue.
Yes, absolutely. And again, that goes back to what Joe Kent in his resignation letter said, that this war is all about the Israeli lobby, that it's not in the interests of the United States. He said that Iran was not developing a nuclear weapon. Iran was not a threat to the United States. But this is what Netanyahu wanted, and this is what they want. So it's as clear as day that this global crisis is because of Netanyahu and the Zionist lobby.
Professor Morandi, I want to perhaps shift the focus to the other sticking points as far as the ceasefire is concerned. One, the right to nuclear enrichment, and the second is control over Strait of Hormuz. Let's begin with the nuclear enrichment debate. When I spoke to the Supreme Leader's envoy to India, this was the day when the ceasefire was announced, I was essentially told by Dr. Elahi that Americans had accepted the ceasefire conditions, the proposal that was basically floated by the Iranians, which basically included the right to enrich nuclear. How do you really look at this particular issue? Has there been a change in the Iranian position, or is there any sort of an adjustment would the Iranians really do at this point in time as far as nuclear enrichment is concerned?
The Iranians will never give up the right to nuclear enrichment, and that is a red line. And we've shown that we will not accept that through persevering through years of sanctions and war and assault and aggression and terrorism. So that is out of the question. Is Iran willing to do a deal where there's IAEA presence in Iranian nuclear installations with cameras and experts moving back and forth? Of course. And we already had that in 2015. It was Trump that tore up that deal foolishly and pushed the world towards this crisis. But Iran is willing to move in that direction again and to have the sort of cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency that would fulfill any or resolve any concerns that the U.S. may have. But to be very blunt, the nuclear issue is an excuse. Joe Kent, again, in his resignation letter, said Iran is not developing a nuclear weapon. And Tulsi Gabbard had also said the same thing earlier under oath. So the nuclear weapon, terrorism, and all other accusations that are constantly made against Iran are basically excuses in order to harm Iran, because the Israeli regime and its supporters in the United States are inherently hostile towards the country, and they want full domination of West Asia, and that is not going to happen.
I want to now, go back to the talks that were taking place, Professor Marandi, in the month of February. And the indication that came in at that point in time was there was an adjustment, there was an understanding with the United States of America, and some European countries have basically expressed their fear that if Iran continues to build nuclear weapons, it's going to be a threat in the entire region. What is it that you're going to tell those European countries who may not have supported Trump's war, but they are wary of, if at all, Iran continues with building nuclear weapons?
Well, Iran never has had a history of building nuclear weapons. The International Atomic Energy Agency has said that often, that there has been no evidence to show that Iran at any point in its history has been attempting to develop nuclear weapons. Anyone can go to their website and see for themselves. It's easy to access. But in addition to that, as I said earlier, the issue of the claim of producing nuclear weapons is basically a tool. It's a ploy. It's a means to put pressure on Iran, and that all comes from the Zionist lobby. The Israeli regime's prime minister has been saying for over 30 years that Iran is months away from producing a nuclear weapon. So for 30-some years, he keeps saying Iran is months away or a year away from producing nuclear weapons, and that just goes on forever. So it's clear that this is not about nuclear weapons. It is about Iran's independence and Iran's support for oppressed people, like the Palestinians, like the Cubans, like the Venezuelans. And Iran is not going to allow the Palestinian people to be exterminated. And I think people in your country have a very problematic history, painful history with empire themselves. And they appreciate what has been imposed on the people of Gaza, on the people of the West Bank, and on all the Palestinian people who are subjugated by a group of people who came from Europe. I think that resonates among many in your country.
Professor Marandi, what is it that the world does not know about what transpired in Islamabad, the talks that took place? You've already indicated that the US delegation did not even have the authority. What more does the world really not know? Because the Americans have carried out a propaganda, as the Iranians say. They've carried out a full-fledged propaganda, and the real picture hasn't really come out. Perhaps today there is a great opportunity, Professor Marandi, through Republic Media Network, you can let the world know what is it that they do not know about the Islamabad talks.
What is clear is that the two sides went there to resolve issues that existed in order to ease the global economic crisis. One side was fully prepared, that was the Iranians, and the other side was not. The other side was constantly making contact with different entities that were not in Islamabad. And the most important of which was the Israeli Prime Minister. And of course, the Israeli Prime Minister has been trying to block progress from the beginning. When the ceasefire was agreed upon, he bombed Lebanon and slaughtered hundreds of women and children and intensified his invasion so that there would not be a ceasefire. So that there will not be oil and LNG passing through the Strait of Hormuz.
You're saying that they were never serious about stopping the war. Does that mean that once the ceasefire ends in the coming few days, there is a high possibility that the Americans would resume the war? At least that's the indication that came in from the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, when he did a press conference late last evening. So do the Iranians believe that they will stick to their word and continue with the ceasefire, or there is a high possibility that the war could resume?
Because of the role of the Israeli regime, the Zionist lobby, and the likes of Netanyahu, we cannot say anything for certain. As we speak, the Iranian armed forces are preparing themselves for a new round of war and conflict. We did not start this war, and we did not initiate any round of escalation. But the United States is driving the world towards economic catastrophe, and it is doing so largely because of pressure from the Zionist lobby and the Israeli regime. So it remains to be seen if ultimately the United States makes the decision to prioritize the interests of the United States in the world and to have an extended ceasefire and peace, or will it prioritize the demands of Netanyahu and the Zionist regime and sacrifice the global economy as well as the American economy?
Let's look at the roadmap, particularly keeping in mind Strait of Hormuz becomes the biggest talking point right now, the control over Strait of Hormuz. The Americans say that there is a naval blockade that is underway. Give us a sense, Professor Marandi, what's really happening in that area right now, and how long can this really continue? Is there any discussion that the Iranians are going to have as far as control over Strait of Hormuz is concerned?
No, absolutely not. The Iranians will continue to control the Strait of Hormuz, and that will be permanent. Remember, we did not implement any control over the Strait of Hormuz before this war. But after these Arab family dictatorships in the Persian Gulf conspired with the United States and the Israeli regime to attack Iran and slaughter Iranians, they allowed the Americans to use those bases that they had in the Persian Gulf. They allowed the Americans to use their airspace. They allowed the Americans to use their territory to fire missiles. They are a part of the war. They are part of the reason why so many little girls at the school in Minab were slaughtered by the Americans. 168 girls were slaughtered on day one of this war that the United States and the Israeli regime imposed upon the Iranian people. So as a result of that war, the Iranian policy has shifted. It will now control the Strait of Hormuz. It will demand reparations from these regimes that hosted U.S. bases. And it will also make sure that the Persian Gulf region is no longer a place where you can have foreign forces come in and launch a war against Iran. I think that is quite understandable for anyone in any country across the world that has faced the situation that Iran has faced in the past. So the longer the U.S. the longer the U.S. siege on the Persian Gulf continues, the more grave the situation will be for the global economy. And so the United States is shooting itself in the foot. Iran is fighting an existential war, and the United States is fighting a war of choice. It is a war of choice that they're carrying out because of the Zionist regime. So it's obvious that Iran will fight until it achieves its goals.
Professor Marandi, what happens next? What's the roadmap ahead? Iranians are saying that they are not going to lie low. They will fight back if at all the war resumes. How do you really then find a resolution on this entire issue? Let's be clear that lives have been lost here. Several Iranians have, innocent Iranians have lost their lives here. So somewhere down the line, we will have to find a way to perhaps end the war. How do you really go about this? Are the Iranians looking at some sort of a global alliance, particularly hoping that the Chinese, the Russians, and even India actually comes forward and helps them, take Iran out of this war?
Well, Iran is very much prepared to continue this war on its own. And as we've seen during the 40 days of war, Iran has successfully defeated the United States. It was not Iran that started the war, and it was not Iran that sought a ceasefire. The Americans under Trump at the beginning demanded unconditional surrender, and at the end, Trump was forced to accept the Iranian 10-point plan as the plan that would be discussed at the negotiating table. So that is not a sign of victory. And of course, Iran seeks the support of people across the global south, including India, China, Russia, and others, because the Americans and the Israelis are sacrificing the entire world due to their hegemonic ambitions. They are sacrificing Indian farmers, they are sacrificing Indian businesses, they are sacrificing businesses and people across Africa and across the global majority by engaging in a war of aggression and by preventing a resolution to the problem. Right now, the situation in the Persian Gulf can easily be resolved, but there are actors that do not want it to be resolved. The more pressure countries across the global south put on the United States and the Zionist regime, the better it is for humanity.
Professor Marandi, I must ask you this because you've referred to this in the past. When you were returning from Islamabad, we're given to understand there was some sort of a security threat. What was the nature of the security threat and what really happened?
Well, it was around the time when we went to Islamabad that the Washington Post, a newspaper very closely associated with the CIA, put out an opinion piece that the Iranian negotiators should be murdered. And that was at a time when we were on the verge of negotiating. That sent a strong signal to Iran that the delegation was under threat. So when we boarded the plane to return to Iran, we were all thinking that there was a very strong possibility that our plane would be shot down. And to the credit of everyone in the delegation, men and women, no one stayed back. Everyone boarded the plane. No one sought an excuse to stay a few extra days in Islamabad. Everyone boarded the plane. But as soon as the plane entered Iranian airspace, it swiftly went to the city of Mashhad near the border between Afghanistan and Turkmenistan and landed there so that the Americans or the Israelis would not have the opportunity to shoot down the plane. And from there, we took the 1,000 kilometer or so trip to Tehran by land. Some of us took trains, some bus, some automobiles, but that's how it ended.
So you're saying even Iranian parliament speaker, the foreign minister, and the entire delegation went back to Tehran using a bus?
We flew to the Iranian city of Mashhad, and then from there, some took automobile, some went by car, some went by bus, and some went by train. I went by train.
So there was a clear security threat that you all had. There was a clear assessment that must have been made even by your intelligence agencies.
The Washington Post is no ordinary newspaper. It is very closely associated with the CIA, and this just shows how rogue the regime in Washington has become. It wages wars, it overthrows, it kidnaps presidents, it strangles countries, and its newspapers compete with the regime in calling for war crimes.
One final question, Professor Marandi, as far as the next round of talks are concerned, and what is it that the Iranians are likely to put across in terms of demands, and what is it that is non-negotiable at this stage, even after all the threats that have been made by President Trump?
Iran's sovereignty. Iran will not allow its sovereignty to be undermined in any way or form. Any aspect of Iranian sovereignty will not allow to be touched. The security of Iran's friends and allies across the region have to be assured, and Iran's status with regards to the Strait of Hormuz will not be changed whatsoever.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Marandi, for joining us on your first interaction with Republic TV. Looking forward to more such interactions and helping us understand the Iranian perspective, which is extremely important to navigate us through this global crisis that all of us are staring at.
Thank you very much for having me.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old.
Coming up, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to chair a crucial meeting with Cabinet Committee on Security at 11:30 a.m. today.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, yesterday, Women's Reservation Bill, which aims for 33% of reservation for women in the Lok Sabha, was not implemented. A historic opportunity was missed as the ruling party NDA was unable to garner support from the opposition on it. And now NDA is calling for protest across the nation. We get you all the latest in this, but first let's start with the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to hold back-to-back meeting with the Cabinet Committee on Security at 11:30 a.m. Coimbatore gears up for highly charged political day with both Prime Minister Modi and MK Stalin all set to address rallies in the region. Big revelations in the Nasik sexual exploitation case as sources say SIT has uncovered a bid to undermine national security. 4-member NCW fact-finding committee in Nasik today to conduct detailed inquiry into the exploitation case. US President Donald Trump makes a big remark when asked about the ceasefire, says he might not extend it and that United States might have to start dropping bombs again.
But the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete and fully signed.
Donald Trump warns naval blockade will continue in full force despite Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz. And viewers, we are getting a big breaking news where bulldozer action on narcotics smugglers in Jammu is underway. Illegal construction by narcotics smugglers being demolished by Jammu and Kashmir police. Now, the demolition drive is underway is what we are getting to know in the Javed Nagar area of Jammu. Crackdown on part of 100-day anti-drug campaign launched by Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. This is a big news that we have regarding the demolition drive been carried out by Jammu and Kashmir administration against narco smugglers in Jammu. This is an action taken in order to in fact ensure that these construction sites can be demolished and narcotics activities taking place in Jammu can be done away with. This is part of a crackdown on part of the authorities regarding anti-drug campaign launched by Governor Manoj Sinha. I have my colleague Gursimran joining us to get us more details on this. Gursimran, a demolition drive essentially been underway in Jammu to take out these construction sites belonging to smugglers, narcotics smugglers. What is the latest that you have?
See, right now we are in the Javed Nagar area of Jammu where this demolition drive is underway, and here you will see that the officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police, from the Special Operations Group, all have arrived here as part of a major demolition drive that has been launched. This is on the one of the construction that has been done by the notorious drug smuggler identified as Shemdeen. He has been involved in the series of incidents that involved the smuggling of the narcotics, as well as the attempts that he was involved in not only in selling of the narcotics but also luring the youth to this path. Here you will see that all the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are also here, and multiple JCBs have been now brought into this. Here you will see that the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, including the SP of the South Zone, Vaibhav Meena, he is also here, and the officials are ensuring that this demolition is carried out. This is a part of a larger crackdown that we are witnessing as part of LG Manoj Sinha's 100-day anti-drug drive. लगातार तस्वीरें जो हैं वो आप जम्मू के जावेद नगर से देख रहे हैं, जहां पर बड़ा जो डिमोलिशन ड्राइव है वो लगातार जारी है। तस्वीरों में आशु आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से ये जो घर उसका बनाया गया था, शैम्पदीन बताया जाता है, जो नार्कोटिक स्मगलर का नाम इसका घर यहां पर था, उसे जो है अब डिमोलिश किया गया है। तस्वीरों में आप देखेंगे तो इस घर को गिराया जा रहा है। कई ऐसी प्रॉपर्टीज हैं जिन्हें अब जो है जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की तरफ से आइडेंटिफाई किया गया है, जो ट्रैफिकर्स हैं उनसे जुड़ी हैं, और यहाँ पर अब उन्हें जो है एक क्रैकडाउन के तहत यहाँ पर डिमोलिश जो है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। इस तरफ तस्वीरों में आशु आपको दिखाएंगे तो पुलिस जो है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है, पूरा यहाँ पर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का बेड़ा मौजूद है, SP जो है साउथ के वो मौजूद हैं लगातार, और बाकी तमाम अधिकारी भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। जिस तरह से बड़ा क्रैकडाउन जो है वो यहाँ पर किया गया है, लगातार हम कोशिश भी करेंगे अधिकारियों से बात करने की कि आखिरकार क्या जो है वो डिटेल साझा कर पाएंगे। हमारे साथ SDPO जो है मौजूद हैं गांधीनगर। आशु से कहूँगा इस तरफ आए सर, बड़ा क्रैकडाउन किया गया है, क्या डिटेल्स थी और ये जो एक्यूज था किस तरह से नशे की तस्करी में शामिल?
ये जो एंटी ड्रग्स जो नशा मुक्त भारत का जो अभियान का जो ये मुहिम चली एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ से, ये कुछ लोग जो क्रॉनिक पैडलर्स हैं, ये भी एक शैम्पदीन और पेपी जो है, ये काफ़ी सारे NDPS केसेस और भी जो हीनियस ऑफेंसेस के केसेस में इन्वॉल्व है। इसलिए इसकी जो प्रॉपर्टी है ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने डिसीजन लिया, बिकॉज ये इलीगल जो है कंस्ट्रक्शन है, तो इसको जो है डिस्ट्रॉय किया जा रहा है उसी एक मुहिम के तहत।
सर, आने वाले दिनों में भी इसी तरह की कार्रवाई जारी रहेगी, बाकी लोग जो इसमें मुलव्वस हैं?
हाँ, ये सबके लिए एक बहुत बड़ी वार्निंग है कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन अब जो है, जो भी लोग जो ड्रग पेडलर्स हैं, जो इस ड्रग्स की सेल में इन्वॉल्व हैं, इनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। इनके खिलाफ जो है स्ट्रिक्ट से स्ट्रिक्ट जो है कार्रवाई की जाएगी,
सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई जो है वो यहाँ पर की जाएगी। और तस्वीरों में मैं आशु से कहूँगा आपको दिखाएं लगातार जो है कि किस तरह से बड़ा जो डिमोलिशन ड्राइव है वो यहाँ पर लगातार जारी है। इस पूरी जो बिल्डिंग है, जो कंस्ट्रक्शन है, उसे यहाँ पर गिराया जा रहा है, जिसकी तस्वीरें जो हैं आप यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं। आशु आपको लगातार यहाँ पर तस्वीरें ये दिखा रहे हैं कि जो कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट है उसे यहाँ पर डिमोलिश जो है वो किया जा रहा है। यहाँ पे जो कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट है ये इस जो ड्रग पेडलर है उसकी तरफ से इलीगली कंस्ट्रक्ट यहाँ पर किया गया था लगातार, और यहाँ पर जो नशे का पैसा था उसकी जो है उसकी इस्तेमाल कर इसे बनाया गया था। अब आप देखेंगे तो लगातार बड़े पैमाने पर डिमोलिशन ड्राइव यहाँ पर जारी है। ये 2 मंजिला घर था जो यहाँ पर तैयार किया गया था, लेकिन आज सुबह जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने बड़ी कार्रवाई करते हुए इसके पूरे जो इलीगल स्ट्रक्चर है उसे डिमोलिश किया है। तस्वीरों में आप देखेंगे तो जो DYSP कुलजीत सिंह ने जो है वो रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क से बातचीत की और उन्होंने बताया कि किस तरह से जो बड़ा अभियान है वो यहाँ पर लगातार जारी है। खासतौर पर LG मनोज सिन्हा की तरफ से जो 100 दिन का बड़ा डिमोलिशन ड्राइव कहा गया है कि 100 दिन में जो है पूरी एंटी ड्रग कैंपेन चलाई जाएगी ताकि जम्मू कश्मीर से नशे को पूरी तरह से नशा मुक्त किया जाए। उस बीच लगातार यहाँ पर बड़ा क्रैकडाउन जारी, जिसकी तस्वीरें जो हैं वो आप रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क और रिपब्लिक भारत पर लगातार देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से अब जो है बड़ा क्रैकडाउन यहाँ पर जारी है और इस क्रैकडाउन में ये कोशिश है कि उन नशा तस्करों जिन्होंने कि जम्मू कश्मीर के युवाओं को, जम्मू कश्मीर के भविष्य को पूरी तरह से खराब किया, उनकी कोशिश ये है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के युवाओं को नशे की तस्करी में धकेला जाए, उस पर जो है ये बड़ा एक्शन किया जाए। और इस एक्शन की अब तस्वीरें जो हैं वो आप यहाँ पर ग्राउंड जीरो पर देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से बड़े पैमाने पर यहाँ पर एक्शन जो है वो जारी है। और ये एक्शन जो है ये लगातार आने वाले दिनों में भी जारी रहेगा। खासतौर पर जिस तरह से SDPO जो है जम्मू गांधीनगर, उन्होंने बताया रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क को कि सभी वो लोग जो कि नशे के इस खेप में शामिल हैं उन पर बड़ी कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाएगी। यहाँ पर आप देखिए तो बड़ी तादाद में जो है सुरक्षा बल तैनात कर दिए गए हैं। पूरे इलाके को जो है एक छावनी में तब्दील कर दिया गया है ताकि किसी भी तरह की अप्रिय घटना ना हो, खासतौर पर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन ना बने। उस बीच यहाँ पर पूरा क्रैकडाउन जो है वो जारी है। आशु से कहूँगा इस तरफ तस्वीरें दिखाएं तो आप देखेंगे कि लगातार यहाँ पर भी जो है वो क्रैकडाउन जारी है। यहाँ से तस्वीरें जो हैं वो आशु आपको दिखाएंगे कि किस तरह से अब इस घर को ढाया जा रहा है। आपको बता दें कि इस साल जम्मू कश्मीर के उपराज्यपाल मनोज सिन्हा ने जो 100 दिवसीय एंटी ड्रग कैंपेन शुरू की है उसमें ये कहा गया था कि एक तो दुश्मनों पर कार्रवाई होगी ही होगी, लेकिन वो लोग जो कि इसमें शामिल हैं और देश के अंदर हैं उन पर भी बड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी। और उसी एक्शन के दौरान अब आप देखेंगे यहाँ पर तस्वीरों में कि बड़ा जो डिमोलिशन ड्राइव है वो जारी है। और ना सिर्फ इस इलाके में डिमोलिशन ड्राइव है बल्कि बाकी इलाकों में भी आने वाले दिनों में ये डिमोलिशन ड्राइव जो है और ज़्यादा तीव्र किया जाएगा ताकि किसी भी अप्रिय घटना को रोका जा सके। खासतौर पर जो देश के युवा हैं जिन्हें कि आतंकवाद में घेरा जा रहा है, आतंकवाद में जो है पाकिस्तान और उसके जो समर्थित लोग हैं वो लगातार युवाओं को बरगला रहे हैं, उस पर बड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी। और तस्वीरों में रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क लगातार ग्राउंड जीरो से एक्सक्लूसिव कवरेज आपको दिखा रहा है कि किस तरह बड़े पैमाने पर जो है ड्रग पेडलर्स के खिलाफ एक्शन जारी है। अगर इस साल की बात की जाए तो इस साल जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने जो है जम्मू संभाग में 11 जो किलोग्राम हीरोइन है जिसकी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मार्केट में कीमत 55 करोड़ रुपए है उसे जो है उसे रिकवर किया था। उसके अलावा अगर बात की जाए तो एक खूंखार जो ड्रग स्मगलर है जिसका नाम लऊ गुज्जर था उसकी गिरफ्तारी जो है हुई। उसके पाकिस्तानी लिंक्स जो हैं वो अभी भी खंगाले जा रहे हैं। लेकिन इस बीच तस्वीरों में आप बड़ा एक्शन कि किस तरह से LG मनोज सिन्हा के निर्देश पर जो एंटी ड्रग कैंपेन थी वो शुरू की गई और उसके बाद अब ग्राउंड जीरो पर जो है पूरी लगातार यहाँ पर जो है एक्शन जारी है। द विजुअल्स दैट यू आर सीइंग आर फ्रॉम द जावेद नगर एरिया वेयर द मैसिव encroachment and demolition drive is underway by the Jammu and Kashmir police. This is on the Pepe drug smuggler who has been identified as Shamdeen alias Pepe. His property is now being demolished by the officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, and this entire structure that was a double-story structure was built in with the money that has been minted from the sale of narcotics. But now as we speak, a massive crackdown is underway here in the Javed Nagar area of Jammu where the demolition is underway. The entire structure has been demolished. While I request Ashu to move from this area, here you will see that this entire area has been converted into a cantonment with the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, the special operations group and the law and order enforcement agencies. They are trying to ensure that any action that is taken, there is no law and order situation, and that's why here on the ground what you are witnessing is a massive crackdown that is underway on the narcotics smuggler, because those who are responsible for spoiling the youth of Jammu and Kashmir, they are now being acted upon. And now you will see that that rooftop is being demolished by the JCBs that have been put in action. So this action will continue in days to come. As we spoke to the SDPO of the area, Kuljit Singh, and he shared the details that this is going to be a non-stop action. This is not going to stop for the reason that the youth of Jammu and Kashmir cannot be let at the hands of these drug smugglers who will continue to spoil their future and then mint money to actually raise these kind of mansions on the government land. So this was an illegal structure that is now being demolished, and you will see that.
Gursimran, thank you so much for getting us all of these visuals and details of this very important 100-day intensive campaign being run in Jammu to demolish all the construction activities belonging to the narcotics smugglers. Now, viewers, we have another big breaking news coming in where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to chair Cabinet Committee on Security meeting at 11:30 a.m. today in the national capital. Now, remember, This is going to be chaired by Prime Minister Modi at 11:30 a.m. today on Saturday in the national capital to review measures taken by various ministries and departments in this West Asia crisis that we are in. He will also address the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs and Cabinet Committee at Parliament as well, related to discussions on Women's Reservation Bill as well. So earlier, remember viewers, on 1st of April, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a special meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security and discussed further initiatives to be taken in the context of the ongoing West Asia conflict. So a CCS meeting at that time on 1st of April, where in fact all the ministers were convened in this meeting and a detailed discussion took place regarding India's preparedness in the West Asia conflict. And now we have very important day today where another CCS meeting will take place in the national capital, in fact at 11:30, to discuss the preparedness in the West Asia crisis. And now viewers, shifting our focus to Manipur, where fresh tensions are once again flaring up in the state, where grief has now spilled onto the streets. What began as a protest demanding justice for the killing of 2 children has now turned violent, with clashes breaking out between protesters and security forces. Tear gas, injuries and rising anger, all pointing to a region still on edge. And the bigger question remains, can peace be restored? Take a look at this detailed report.
From raising slogans to raising torches, such was the sight during the protest in Manipur. Angry protesters took to the streets in Imphal West demanding action over the killing of 2 children in a recent bomb attack. The rally, organized by civil society groups, moved towards sensitive areas where security was already tightened. But as the crowd grew, tensions escalated and a standoff with security forces quickly turned into a clash. Protesters were stopped near Singjamai, where they allegedly defied restrictions and turned aggressive. Stones were thrown, slogans intensified, and the situation spiraled out of control. In response, security forces fired tear gas shells to disperse the crowd, leading to chaotic scenes on the ground. Several protesters were injured, with many suffering from breathing issues and minor injuries during clashes. But the bigger concern remains. This is not an isolated incident. Manipur has been witnessing prolonged unrest with ethnic tensions, militant attacks and civilian protests frequently erupting into violence. For the people on the ground, this is no longer just about one incident. It is about fear, frustration and a growing demand for security and justice.
And now viewers, we have another big breaking news coming in from the Nasik MNC case, where fresh sections of SC/ST Act have been added in the rape case charges filed against the accused. Now FIR 156, which was filed against Danish Sheikh, in fact on charges of rape, sexual harassment and hurting religious sentiments on March 26th, was expanded on March 31st to include sections of the SC/ST Act. This is the latest that we have in the Nasik sexual harassment case. Fresh sections of SC/ST Act now added by the police. Another charge to the first FIR 156, which was filed against Danish Sheikh. In fact, Danish Sheikh is one of the co-accused in this case. Remember, 7 people have been arrested so far, 6 men and 1 head HR of the TCS Nasik company. And we have this breaking news where we have fresh sections of SC/ST Act now been added in the FIR that was earlier filed on 26th of March. And on 31st of March, these sections were added to include the charges against the accused. Remember, the police said that this is because the complainant woman is a member of the SC community, is why these fresh sections were added in the rape case charges in the Nasik MNC case. So by the day, we are receiving more and more information. Remember, earlier this case was also linked to concerns of national security, and now we have more sections been added in the Nasik grooming case. I have my colleague Revati joining us to get us more details on this. Revati, we have more and more layers uncovering in this case. Now fresh sections, in fact, of SCST Act added. This is becoming more and more serious.
Right, as you rightly mentioned that more and more layers are uncovering in this particular matter, and now the fresh update which is coming up is that there is an SCST Act provisions are being added to the FIR, which was first lodged at 26th of March and then it was extended on 31st of March. This very FIR is of the rape charges and also the sexual assault, and the prime accused in this particular matter is Danish. And now this case gets more serious as these two act provisions are added to this particular FIR, and now it will be important to see that what action is taken and what the court hears about this particular matter. So now when the SCST Act is added to this particular matter, it gets more serious because it is said that the girl who was raped, who was sexually assaulted by the accused belongs from a SC community, and that is why this particular act is added, or provisions of the act is added to the FIR. Over to you.
Revati, stay with us. We also have another breaking news coming in this Nasik MNC case, where Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is now all set to hold a review meeting of the Home Department today. The TCS conversion case in Nasik and the pornographic video scandal in Amravati are likely to be discussed in the meeting. The Chief Minister has called a review meeting today to address several law and order issues in Maharashtra. So several law and order issues, Revati, will be discussed, but the focus will also be on the TCS Nasik case and also the Amravati case that we earlier saw.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, today Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who is also the Home Minister of this state, will be conducting a review meeting with the Home Department of Maharashtra, and most of the highlight of this particular meeting is said to be the TCS Nashik case and also the Amravati case, where a 19-year-old boy shot around more than 180 videos of different girls with obscene content, and it was posted on social media. So these are the two highlights of this meeting, is what it is being said. Also the drug case which recently happened in Mumbai. These would be the three highlights, because there is an issue of law and order in the state right now, because as you can see, there's a fraudster Baba Ashok Kharat's case, then Nashik MNC case, and then Amravati case, and also the Mumbai drug case. So this will be an important review meeting. And the most important thing that yesterday Devendra Fadnavis, CM of Maharashtra, mentioned that this particular Nashik case is a module. When a CM of a state mentions this, that it is a module case, so it is really important to notice this, because when he addresses a particular case as a module, then it takes a different turn, and this particular case will be reviewed in today's meeting. And also the ATS and the central agencies, investigation agencies, have taken charge of this. So it is really important to review all the matters which are going on right now in the state of Maharashtra. Over to you.
Revati, stay with us. We have another update in this case, where a 4-member panel from the National Commission for Women are in Nasik today to conduct a detailed inquiry into this. The NCW has taken suo motu cognizance of serious media reports concerning alleged incidents of sexual harassment of women at the TCS campus in Nasik, Maharashtra. The reports indicate that an initial inquiry triggered by a complaint relating to religious practices has brought to light disturbing allegations involving sexual harassment, rape, and attempts at forced religious conversion of female employees by certain individuals in supervisory roles. Now, Revati, taking a serious view of the matter, the Commission, in exercise of its powers under Section 8 of NCW Act 1990, has constituted a fact-finding committee to conduct a detailed inquiry into the incident. They have taken suo motu cognizance of it. They are also keeping a sharp focus on what will come out as part of the investigation.
Right, the National Commission for Women has taken a suo motu cognizance of this very matter, and this was declared by the National Commission Women's President Vijaya Rahatkar, and she said that a committee, fact-checking committee or fact-finding committee has been formed by the National Commission for Women, and it would consist of a 4-member panel which will fact-find that what exactly happened with the victims, what exactly was the situation. All the in-depth details will be taken by this panel, and it will be directly reported to the National Commission for Women. Also, the most important thing to look here is now whether National Commission for Women will meet all the victims or no, because the victims are not really ready to come up. Also, National Commission for Women might play an important role here, because as of now, though Nashik police is trying to approach victims and lodge more FIRs, lodge more incidents about this particular matter, but they are not, they are finding it tough to crack, as National Commission for Women plays an important role in approaching women and counseling them. So it will be important to see whether they are successful in counseling such victims or approach any other victims and lodge more FIRs in this matter. Over to you.
And Revati, we are also getting to know that the fact-finding committee will in fact visit the TCS Nasik campus and will conduct the inquiry there.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, they will be visiting TCS Nashik. They will be taking all in-depth details of the documents, of the data which is retrieved by the Nashik police. They will also have a conversation, or they will also have a meeting with the SIT formed by Nashik police. Also, as I mentioned earlier, that there are national investigation agencies involved in this. So whatever is in their hand, whatever authority does the National Commission for Women has, it will be done by the Nashik Commission, National Commission for Women, and today they will be visiting here. They will be visiting TCS as well, and as I mentioned earlier, they will be also holding a meeting with the SIT. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Revati, for getting us all of these latest developments. Now, viewers, we have more news coming in on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to chair a crucial meeting with Cabinet Committee on Security (CCS) at 11:30 a.m. in the national capital today.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ISRAAM changed.
Taking a short break, coming up, US President Donald Trump makes a big remark when asked about the ceasefire, says he might not extend it and that US might have to start dropping bombs again.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to hold back-to-back meeting with the Cabinet Committee on Security at 11:30 a.m. Coimbatore gears up for highly charged political day with both PM Modi and MK Stalin all set to address rallies in the region. Big revelations in the Nasik sexual exploitation case as sources say SIT has uncovered a bid to undermine national security. Four-member NCW fact-finding committee in Nasik today to conduct detailed inquiry into the exploitation case.
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I won't extend it. Okay. But the blockade is going to remain. But maybe I won't extend it. So you have a blockade, and unfortunately, we'll have to start dropping bombs again. Thank you.
US President Donald Trump makes a big remark when asked about the ceasefire, says he might not extend it and that US might have to start dropping bombs again.
But the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete and fully signed.
Donald Trump warns naval blockade will continue in full force despite Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz. And viewers, we have a big breaking news at the start of this bulletin when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to chair a Cabinet Committee on Security, that is CCS, meeting at 11:30 a.m. That is in a short while now. On Saturday today in the National Capital to review measures taken by various ministries and departments. Now he will also address the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs CCEA and a full cabinet meeting at Parliament as well. These are back-to-back engagements planned as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government monitors fallout from the ongoing West Asia conflict, the same context in which PM Modi had chaired a special CCS meeting earlier on 1st of April. I have Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us on the phone line to get us more details on this. Abhishek, first meeting on 1st of April and now another CCS meeting as India looks for its preparedness amid the confusion that prevails as far as the West Asia war is concerned.
Well, yes, absolutely. So we have seen how things have calmed down a bit insofar as the West Asia front is concerned with the Strait of Hormuz opening completely last evening, not just by Iranians, but acknowledged by President Trump. Though, of course, subsequently we have seen a bit of a jarring statement coming in from the U.S. President on whether he would, continue with the ceasefire or resume bombing. I think that's typical Trump of keeping everyone off guard and guessing. But India has to, of course, make sure that we are taken care of in both the scenarios. That is whether the strait is open or not. So I think the Cabinet Committee on Security is going to make a review of the emerging situation in West Asia and its continuing fallout on the energy situation. For us, till now, we have sort of managed it well, but the crude supplies continue to remain fantastic. Our reserves remain in good shape. But insofar as the gas is concerned, the gas supplies, that still remains hand to mouth and from ship to pipeline. So ship to refineries, so to say. So that review is in order, and that's why this Cabinet Committee on Security, apart from that Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, also because economic issues also are directly connected with the West Asia situation. And those two meetings before the full cabinet happens at 11:30 a.m. Remember, we have had a special session of Parliament. The government has a bit of a setback. Or insofar as the House is concerned, though, of course, outside the government believes that they are going to make a political capital of the opposition stonewalling and filibuster of the Women's Reservation Bill. Having said that, this is essentially about a review of the emerging situation and its fallout on India's energy security and the overall economic picture. The IMF has said that we'll continue to grow at a fast clip and, in fact, has reviewed or revived the estimates a little upwards. But still, if you keep the ship going, you have to keep a close watch on the developments. And that's why the three meetings, the Cabinet Committee on Security, the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, and of course, the full cabinet.
We also have a very important week this week because in London we'll see more engagements happening between European and Asian nations as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned. We have been earlier talking about whether at all India will be sending any sort of naval assets to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Now that we have a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon and Iran announcing that there will be no blockade, but still India will mull upon these issues as well.
Well, yes, Hina. So if you look at it, Indian Navy is present in full strength in Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea, in fact, right up to the Sea of Oman. And they have been escorting a dozen odd ships that came out of the Strait of Hormuz, even at the peak of hostilities and the bombings and the strikes and the drone attacks that were going on. So it's not that Indian Navy is not patrolling the sea lanes, but yes, if in coordination with the rest of the world, if something needs to be done, Indian Navy is a net security provider in the larger Indian Ocean geography, and whatever contribution is needed would be done. But that's perhaps something which stands as a principle and perhaps does not need to come up in the Cabinet Committee on Security except for by way of a review as to whatever has been done, what more needs to be done as enablers. So, yes, that's fair, but this is about essentially about energy security and to make sure that Indian economy going forward takes less and less of the hit of this war in which India had no role, but at the same time paid a price.
Right. Abhishek, thank you so much for getting us all of these latest updates. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to more news, the centre has suffered a major legislative setback in the Lok Sabha as the bill to amend the women's reservation framework failed to pass a crucial hurdle in the parliament. Now, the government was aiming to push through the Constitution Amendment Bill 2026, but could not do so, could not muster the numbers required for its passage. For such a bill, a special majority is mandatory, that is, the support of at least 2/3 of members present and voting in the parliament and not less than half of the total strength of the House. However, when the voting took place, the numbers fell short. While 298 members of parliament voted in favor of the bill, 230 voted against it, well below the 360 votes required in a House of 540 members. Now, following the defeat of the women's reservation-linked legislation, the government also withdrew the delimitation bill as both were interconnected, linked, and required the same level of parliamentary backing. Take a look at this detailed report.
वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल गिर गया। कांग्रेस ने, समाजवादी पार्टी ने साथ नहीं दिया। इन सब ने तय कर रखा था कि हम किसी भी हालत में महिलाओं को विधानसभा तक और लोकसभा तक पहुंचने नहीं देंगे। कुछ भी कहा, कभी कहा कास्ट के ऊपर दो, कभी कहा रिलीजन के ऊपर रिजर्वेशन होना चाहिए, कभी कहा कि 543 पे क्यों नहीं हो रहा, कभी कह रहा है कि 850 पे क्यों हो रहा है, कभी डीलिमिटेशन, कभी परिसीमन। पर सच्चाई ये है कि ये लोग चाहते ही नहीं है कि देश की आधी आबादी 70 करोड़ महिलाएं सदन तक पहुंचे। इनको केवल अपने घर की महिलाएं अच्छी लगती हैं। अखिलेश यादव को डिंपल यादव और राहुल गांधी को सोनिया गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी। इसके अलावा भी महिलाएं हैं देश में, 70 करोड़ महिलाएं हैं। वो अपने हक की आवाज लड़ाई, वो अपने हक की आवाज उठा रही थी, पर आपको उसमें पॉलिटिक्स करनी थी। आपको नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ये कहा कि दे देना चाहिए। 1971 में 543 सीटें इस देश की तय हुई। जनसंख्या कितनी थी उस समय? 50 करोड़, 55 करोड़। और आज कितनी जनसंख्या है? 140 करोड़। तो क्या सीटें नहीं बढ़नी चाहिए? आपको तकलीफ है, सीटें क्यों बढ़ा रहे हो? क्योंकि एक एक मठाधीश 50-50 लाख की जनसंख्या वाली सीट का राजा बन के बैठा है। आप चाहते ही नहीं उस एक में से 2 बन जाए, कोई महिला आगे आ जाए, कोई प्रतिनिधित्व कर दे, नहीं चाहते आप। क्यों 1971 की जनगणना पे आधारित 543 सीटें हम लेकर के बैठे हैं? कंपैरिजन तो बहुत बड़ी बड़ी कंट्रीज के साथ में करते हैं। आज उनमें रिप्रेजेंटेशन देखिए, वहां महिलाओं का कहीं 50%, कहीं 40%, उससे ज्यादा रिप्रेजेंटेशन है। अपने देश में नहीं देना चाहते, हमारे देश की महिलाओं को आगे नहीं आएंगे। सब रूढ़िवादिता है, ये आपका महिला विरोधी चेहरा है जो आज देश की महिलाओं ने देख लिया। आप जाएंगे अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज में, आप जाएंगे अपने क्षेत्र में, हर एक महिला आपसे पूछेगी कि आपने ऐसा क्यों किया, ये गलत किया है, और महिलाएं ये जवाब आपसे चाहेंगी। अपना हक तो लेके रहेंगे।
हम महिला विरोधी नहीं है और हम 1/3 महिला रिजर्वेशन के लिए पहले से कोशिश करते आए हैं, किए हैं, और हमने 2023 का जो अमेंडमेंट था उसका पूरा यूनानिमसली सपोर्ट करके उसको हमने पारित किया, यानी पास किया। लेकिन उसके आज आड़ में दूसरा अमेंडमेंट लाकर उसमें उन्होंने डिलिमिटेशन का क्लॉज डालकर और ये महिला आरक्षण का और डिलिमिटेशन को एक जगह कर दिया। ये दोनों बिल एक जगह लाकर वो सत्ता हासिल करना चाहते थे कि सिंपल मेजॉरिटी से सदन में कोई भी डिलिमिटेशन का आगे कानून पास हो और वो बदल सके। तो इसीलिए हमने ये कहा कि हमको तो हम पहले से आपको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं 2023 बिल के तहत, वो पास भी हो गया। तो 543 जो मेंबर्स हैं उसी में आप कर दो ना। नेक्स्ट सेंसस कंप्लीट होने के बाद या जातिवार गणना कंप्लीट होने के बाद आप फिर नेक्स्ट इलेक्शन में आप पूरा कर सकते हैं। जब देना है वो दे रहे नहीं, और तुम्हारे हाथ में था, वो सब लोग मिल के करे सो था। उसको आप इम्प्लीमेंट करना नहीं चाहते, लेकिन आपकी मंशा क्या है कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के ढांचे को बदल कर एग्जीक्यूटिव पावर अपने हाथ में लेना और जिसकी सत्ता आएगी वो बदलते रहेगा, तो ये नहीं चाहते।
प्रियंका मैम, बीजेपी saying कि कांग्रेस is anti women after bill defeat.
They should bring the old women's bill, the one which was passed by all parties, immediately on Monday. They should hold parliament on Monday, bring the bill, and let's see who's anti-women. We will all vote and support it.
Now, viewers, the question is that is delimitation long overdue or politically overtimed, or politically timed, in fact? Abhijit Iyer Mitra explains that delimitation is a routine constitutional exercise meant to ensure equal representation by adjusting constituencies based on population changes. He argues that the process, ideally conducted every 10 years, was delayed for decades, and its implementation now is simply correcting a long-standing constitutional gap rather than introducing anything new. Addressing concerns from southern states, he says that the issue is being misrepresented as punishment, while in reality it is based on the principle of equal value of every vote. Take a look at this.
Delimitation, as I understand it, is a constitutional mandated process that happens every 10 years or so. And the point of it is our constitutional forefathers understood that, growth rates will change, demographics will change. And the point was the representation of the people had to be equal throughout. So the constituencies then had to be redrawn every single time, because you will have urbanization, you will have deurbanization, you will have gender gaps, you will have whatever, etc., etc. And so every 10 years, what used to happen was the number of constituencies used to keep increasing based on the population to ensure that the representation was even throughout India. And which is to say that if in UP 1 million people had one parliamentarian, then in Tamil Nadu also 1 million people will have one parliamentarian. That was the whole point of it. Now, the way the debate has gone is that because the southern states did somewhat better on certain indicators, on certain human resource indicators, they are claiming that they are being punished. But this is not something new. You see this kind of tension between the better performing and the not better performing states. In Belgium, you see it in Italy, you see it in America. It's called redneck America versus superior East Coast, West Coast America. You see it in South Africa. And that's my understanding of the basic thing, is that the delimitation bill is just a natural process that has happened every 10 years. And the process got suspended for the last 30, 40 years just to appease the southern states. It is unusual in that it is being done finally, whereas it is constitutionally, it should have been done every 10 years. It is a constitutional lacuna that is being corrupted. This is like saying, the police arrived too late at the scene of a crime because 5 people were killed, but 25 people were saved. No, I'm sorry. It is a very good time to be doing it. I'm finally glad we're doing it. And the bull has been taken by the horns. No majority is opposing it, because this government represents the majority. Majority of Indians want this government. They voted for this government. That is the parliamentary representation. Clearly, they want delimitation. So the opposition, let's look at where the opposition rules per se. You're looking at Bengal. Now, Bengal is going to be a net beneficiary of the bill because the population has increased quite significantly. So notice, Bengal isn't opening its mouth. It's really the 3 southern states which are opposition ruled. That is to say, Andhra, Tamil, and even Andhra isn't opening its mouth realistically. It's Telangana opening its mouth, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Now, all of them claim that we have controlled our population very, very well, and we are being punished for controlling our population and being good on human development HDIs, human development indicators, which is to say, hum Amir ban gaye hain. Now, please remember, there are several states in the north that have controlled their demography very well. Delhi is one of them. Do you understand the average Delhi wala, which is much richer than Tamil Nadu, much richer than Tamil Nadu, or almost twice as rich as Tamil Nadu, has much better everything indicators, has lesser representation in parliament per million citizens than Tamil Nadu has. Okay, so if it is unfair to Tamil Nadu, it is even more unfair to Delhi, which is richer and better. Punjab and Kashmir have 1.5 and 1.6 fertility rates. Okay, so the northern states will also be punished. We also need to understand we operate on the principle of one man, one vote. So this isn't punishment per se. So the Akalis may be against it. I don't know. I haven't heard the Akalis talk because the DMK has cornered all the attention. Now, the DMK is the communists, the Congress, we have to understand the Congress, you look at the bulk of where the Congress votes came in this current Lok Sabha based on the 24th election. Tamil Nadu gave them 10 seats. They are nothing in Tamil Nadu. It is purely the charity of the DMK that they got 10 seats. Tamil Nadu stands to lose proportionally. Second is Kerala. Kerala also will lose proportionally. Kerala is their largest single batch of seats, followed by Tamil Nadu, followed by Punjab. All three have done very well on controlling their population, and according to them, they will be punished. That is why the Congress is so loud about this. Tamil Nadu and Kerala will not lose seats. They will lose proportionally. They will gain seats, but they will lose proportionately compared to, say, UP. Not passing the bill is essentially telling you that it's essentially the implication is one of apartheid. It is saying that if you are richer, if you are better performing, you have greater representation than a poor Indian.
So viewers, a split between centre and opposition as far as women's reservation bill is concerned. But don't go anywhere. We have more news coming up. Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to hold back-to-back meeting with the Cabinet Committee on Security CCS at 11:30 a.m. today. Coimbatore gears up for highly charged political day with both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and MK Stalin all set to address rallies in the region.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets.
Welcome back, viewers. And now a massive twist in the Nasik grooming gang scandal is now sending shockwaves across the country. A shocking video has surfaced, now part of the investigation, allegedly showing one of the accused handing over a skull cap to a male victim. Now the clip that the victim claims points to a larger systemic push for religious conversion. As the controversy deepens, the probe has now expanded beyond Nasik, reaching Mumbai as well. Take a look at this detailed report.
A shocking video has now exploded the Nashik IG scandal case wide open. The clip, now under investigation, allegedly shows an accused handing over a skull cap to a male victim. The victim claims this was part of a systematic push for religious conversion. The video has added fuel to the grooming gang scandal inside a leading IT firm. In a statement released by the TCS, the company claimed that it has not received any complaints through its internal ethics or POS channels. TCS also announced that an internal investigation has also been launched in the probe of the alleged scandal. As the investigation deepens, the probe has now reached Mumbai in search of the key accused Nida Khan, also known as the Lady Captain. SIT has now arrested Nida Khan's husband from Mumbai. Meanwhile, Nida Khan's lawyer has denied the allegations that she is absconding. The lawyer further claimed that the FIR has only limited allegations against her.
On what grounds this anticipatory bail is going to be filed and when it is going to be filed?
We will file the bail. The process is going on within this coming week. About the grounds, there are many grounds. Her name is mentioned only in the very first FIR, which is 156 registered with the Devlali police station.
The anticipatory bail is rejected. What is the next step further?
If the anticipatory bail is rejected, the police can go and arrest her. So the police might look for her. But we are giving the statement that she will surrender if the anticipatory bail gets rejected.
As the scandal escalates, more victims are now narrating their ordeal. Another victim has also alleged of experiencing forceful conversion in a company previously in Chennai.
Currently, I'll just narrate the experiences what I have seen or what are experiences in the IT industry. It is not company specific, but it is in the IT industry only. When I was traveling on a project at the client side, there was an event where my colleague, who was like Muslim, and he used to narrate me the stories from Quran every day after lunch time. And he was given permission to narrate these stories of Quran. So I was like liking it, the stories. Then one time I asked him, what was this? Why you are telling me the story? So he said, like, his objective was to get me, I should adopt this Islam anytime during my lifespan, so that I could get the Jannah. So there is definitely the requirement of government to make strict rules, corporates to come forward and take cognizance of this and frame the laws so that this kind of events should not happen within their premises.
Calling the scandal a very serious issue, Maharashtra Chief Minister Fadnavis said that the sexual exploitation was done under a module.
ये मामला बहुत सीरियस मामला है और इस पर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई हम लोग कर रहे हैं और बिल्कुल ध्यान में आता है कि एक मॉड्यूल के तहत इसको किया गया है। फॉर्चुनेटली TCS जैसी कंपनी ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका इसमें ली है, किसी को भी शील्ड हम नहीं करेंगे, इस प्रकार की भूमिका TCS ने ली है और TCS के प्रमुख ने भी इसकी बहुत निंदा की है। और मुझे लगता है कि इस मॉड्यूल के तार कहां तक है इसकी जांच हम लोग करेंगे। हम लोगों ने सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को भी इत्तला दी है और आवश्यकता के अनुसार उनकी भी मदद इसमें ली जाएगी।
As the investigators dig deep, ATS has now taken custody of Raza Memon and Shafi Sheikh. The anti-terrorism squad has seized control of the 2 suspects from Nashik's SIT team. This key move ramps up the investigation into a web of global terror operations.
मी सरकारचा प्रतिनिधी म्हणून मी त्या सगळ्या हिंदू बहिणींना विश्वास देतो किंवा ज्या कंपनीमध्ये आताही अशा पद्धतीचा अगर कॉर्पोरेट जिहाद होत असेल तर आम्ही तुम्हाला विश्वास देतो या सगळ्या जिहाद्यांपर्यंत आम्ही पोहोचू आणि प्रत्येकाला आम्ही मिट्टी में मिला देंगे. ये हालत सभी जिहादी के हम करने वाले हैं. एका जिहादाला आम्ही सोडणार नाही. मग तो कुठल्याही कंपनीच्या टाबीळामध्ये बसला असेल फक्त आमच्या जे शोषित आहेत जे पीडित आहेत त्यांनी फक्त बाहेर येऊन आमच्याशी संपर्क साधावा. पुढचं काम तुमचा ह्या देवाभाऊचं सरकार करेल हा विश्वास तुम्हाला मी आजच्या निमित्ताने मी देणार आहे.
With multiple arrests, explosive testimonies and serious charges on the table, this scandal has emerged as a much larger and deeply disturbing conspiracy.
Taking a short break, don't go anywhere. Coming up, big revelations in the Nasik sexual exploitation case as sources say SIT has uncovered a bid to undermine national security.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े.
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3.
Top headlines. Prime Minister Modi to hold back-to-back meetings with Cabinet Committee on Security at 11:30 a.m. Coimbatore gears up for highly charged political day with both Prime Minister Modi and MK Stalin set to address rallies in the region. Big revelation in Nashik sexual exploitation case as sources say SIT has uncovered a bid to undermine national security. Four-member NCW fact-finding committee in Nashik today to conduct detailed inquiry into the exploitation case. US President Trump makes a big remark when asked about ceasefire and says he might not extend it and that US might have to start dropping bombs again.
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I won't extend it. Okay. But the blockade is going to remain. But maybe I won't extend it. So you have a blockade, and unfortunately we'll have to start dropping bombs again.
Trump warns the naval blockade will continue in full force despite Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz. Hello viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in this Saturday. Now, Union Minister Kiren Rijiju has now slammed at the Congress over the Women's Reservation Bill. He hit out at the opposition for blocking a bill that would have empowered the women of India in the parliament. So this is an update coming in where Kiren Rijiju has slammed the Congress over Women's Reservation Bill. He has hit out at the opposition and has said that a historic opportunity has been lost. We have that statement. Let's play it up.
ये कांग्रेस पार्टी और विपक्षियों को भारत के महिलाओं का गुस्सा झेलना पड़ेगा। मैंने तो कल ही बता दिया, ये काला दाग कांग्रेस और उनके साथियों के ऊपर लग गया है, वो जिंदगी भर साफ नहीं कर पाएगा। इतना ऐतिहासिक और महत्वपूर्ण बिल महिलाओं को पार्लियामेंट और असेंबली में जगह देना, इसमें क्या आपत्ति हो सकते थे? बहाना मार करके इतना महत्वपूर्ण बिल को गिराया, ये तो मैं मानता हूं कि देश के लिए भी एक काला दिवस रहा है और ये काला दाग कांग्रेस और उनके सारे साथी हैं उन पर लग गया है जो मिटा नहीं पाएगा। अब देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी और विपक्षियों को भारत के महिलाओं का गुस्सा झेलना पड़ेगा। मैंने तो कल ही बता दिया, ये काला दाग कांग्रेस और उनके साथियों के ऊपर लग गया है, वो जिंदगी भर साफ नहीं कर पाएगा। इतना ऐतिहासिक और महत्वपूर्ण बिल महिलाओं को पार्लियामेंट और असेंबली में जगह देना, इसमें क्या आपत्ति हो सकते थे? बहाना मार करके इतना महत्वपूर्ण बिल को गिराया, ये तो मैं मानता हूं कि देश के लिए भी एक काला दिवस रहा है और ये काला दाग कांग्रेस और उनके सारे साथी हैं उन पर लग गया है जो मिटा नहीं पाएगा।
A speeding SUV, a powerful surname, and 5 innocent lives left injured on the road in Madhya Pradesh's Shivpuri. A BJP MLA's son is at the center of a serious accident, now raising questions over accountability, privilege, and reckless driving. This report tracks what exactly happened.
Dinesh Lodhi, son of MLA Pritam Lodhi, allegedly rammed his speeding SUV into 3 labourers on a motorcycle and 2 women walking on the road.
भाजपा विधायक प्रीतम लोधी के बेटे ने जिस कार से एक्सीडेंट किया वो थाने में जब्त कर ली गई है। फिलहाल इस थार गाड़ी को आप देख रहे हैं, ये दिनेश लोधी इसी थार गाड़ी को चला रहा था और इसी से राह चलते 5 लोगों को रौंदा गया।
The vehicle involved bore the MLA's name, further confirming the identity of the accused driver.
ये वो गाड़ी है जिससे एक्सीडेंट किया गया था। विधायक प्रीतम लोधी का जो बेटा है दिनेश लोधी, वो इस थार गाड़ी को चला रहा था। देखिए, इसमें साफ तौर पर कांच के ऊपर प्रीतम लोधी विधायक पिछोर और उनकी फोटो भी लगी हुई है। आगे गाड़ी में कोई नंबर प्लेट नहीं है। पीछे अगर आप इसको देखेंगे तो पीछे भी बड़े बड़े अक्षरों से इसमें MLA लिखा हुआ है और यहाँ पर भी आप देखिए MLA यहाँ पर लिखा हुआ है और गाड़ी में कोई भी नंबर नहीं है।
The impact was severe. All 5 victims were thrown onto the road, suffering injuries to their heads, limbs and shoulders.
आप कल कितने बजे कहाँ जा रहे थे? उस दौरान क्या घटना हुई थी?
हम बचपन स्कूल में पढ़ाते हैं, बचपन स्कूल जा रहे थे पढ़ाने के लिए। एक मेरे साथ एक मैडम है पूजा सोनी, और हम दोनों पैदल ही जा रहे थे। हम पुलिस स्टेशन के पास तक ही पहुंच गए थे। वहां से हम लोग पैदल जैसे जाते थे रोज वैसे ही जा रहे थे। पीछे से एक गाड़ी आई, उसने मुझे सर पे मारा तो मुझे ऐसा लगा जैसे मेरे सर पे किसी ने डंडा मार दिया हो। मैं उस टाइम वहीं पे ही गिर गई और बेहोश सी होने लगी। उसके बाद क्या हुआ कि फिर मुझे नहीं ये याद कि एक लोगों ने मुझे बताया, जब मेरी आंखें खुली तो मैं एक गाड़ी में फंसी हुई थी, बाइक में फंसी हुई थी, और जो बाइक के नीचे फंसी हुई थी, और जो मेरी फ्रेंड थी वो बाइक के ऊपर पड़ी हुई थी। फिर उसके बाद मैं जैसी उठी, मैंने सबसे पहले उसे उठाया, उससे पूछा कि वो कैसी है, क्या है, उसे कहीं चोट तो नहीं लगी। फिर देखा, फिर सारे लोग हमें पुलिस स्टेशन ले गए। फिर वहाँ पर उन्होंने ऑनलाइन रिपोर्ट की, उन्होंने हमसे सब कुछ पूछा और फिर उसके बाद वो हमें सरकारी हॉस्पिटल ले गए।
The incident took place near Karera police station when the SUV approached from behind at high speed, first hitting the bike and then the pedestrians.
वो कह रहे थे कि गाड़ी लहरा क्यों रहे हैं वो लोग। मैंने हॉर्न बजाया, सायरन बजाया, इसके बाद भी वो लोग नहीं हटे। इसलिए कह सकते हैं कि उनके जो बॉडी लैंग्वेज थी और जो बयान था धार जो विधायक के बेटे का, उससे यही लग रहा था कि सायरन बजाया, इसके बाद भी लोग नहीं हटे, तो वो आगे को चलते हुए अपनी थार गाड़ी से निकल गए। और दूसरी बड़ी बात यह है कि इस गाड़ी से ही एक्सीडेंट हुआ। इसके बाद इसे जब्त कर लिया। देखिए यहाँ पर भी आगे बड़े बड़े अक्षरों से विधायक लिखा है। बीजेपी विधायक प्रीतम लोधी का बेटा ही इस गाड़ी को चला रहा था। एक्सीडेंट के बाद भी विधायक पुत्र की दादागिरी या कहना चाहिए खनक देखिए कि वो घायलों को हॉस्पिटल नहीं ले गए, वो वहां से धौंस दिखाते हुए निकल गए और जिम में जाकर कसरत करने लगे, एक्सरसाइज करने लगे।
In a video that has now surfaced, Dinesh Lodhi is seen questioning the victims, asking why they did not move aside despite his siren and horn.
नहीं तो जैसा गाड़ी कंट्रोल भी तो करी जाती, ब्रेक नहीं ना गाड़ी में है? गाड़ी में ब्रेक नहीं, गाड़ी में ब्रेक सब जब सायरन दे रहा हूँ, हॉर्न दे रहा हूँ तो लहरा का के ले रहा है। अच्छा, गाड़ी लहरा रहा हूँ। हाँ, तीन बैठे हैं बाइक पे और लहरा रहे हो। तो मतलब जो आदमी 4 और घायल है वो भी लहरा रहे थे, वो भी पूरे रोड पे चल रहे थे।
Even the accused father has come out and asked the police to take immediate action.
कल जो करेरा में घटना हुई है, जैसे ही मुझे पता चला तत्काल मैंने थाना प्रभारी महोदय को कहा कि कायमी की जाए। उसने कुछ समय लगाया तो मैंने तुरंत जिला एसपी साहब को अवगत कराया कि इस पर तुरंत कायमी करें और अपराध कायम करें।
Police have now registered a case under relevant sections of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita and an investigation is underway.
जब उस व्यक्ति की ड्राइवर का आइडेंटिफिकेशन हुआ और गाड़ी का मालूम पड़ा तो हमने उसके अंदर उसका नाम खोल दिया और शाम तक हम लोगों ने गाड़ी को जब्त कर लिया है और एफआईआर क्योंकि इसमें नोटिसेबल धाराओं में थी तो उनको हमने नोटिस तामील करवा लिया है और सभी लोगों के हमने बयान करवा लिए हैं, सब लोगों का मेडिकल एग्जामिनेशन हो गया है। तो इसमें हमारी तरफ से सेम डे में लगभग सारी कार्रवाई कंप्लीट हो गई।
As investigations grow louder, this case is no longer just about a road accident. It's about responsibility, accountability, and whether power can override the law.
Breaking news coming in. Sources say that the opposition will now write to PM Modi demanding the implementation of the old women's reservation bill. Parties in the India Alliance will hold press conferences across the country to state that they support women's reservation, but the government was trying to change the political map of the country under its guise. So this is what we see right now on in terms of what is happening. Now we see that the opposition had rejected the last-minute appeal for conscience vote and Amit Shah's offer to write into the women's reservation bill that Lok Sabha seats in all states will go up by 50% and that after that we saw that the opposition parties had alleged that the bill promising women's quota from 2029 was a ploy to cut the South's representation in the Lok Sabha, redraw the political map to BJP's advantage and delay caste enumeration. And they were unpersuaded by the assertions of the centre on this case. After that, we see a big update coming in that the opposition will write to Prime Minister Modi demanding the implementation of the old women's reservation bill. Parties in the India Alliance will hold press conference across the country to state that they support women's reservation. So there will be a letter written to Prime Minister Modi by the opposition. Yes, Harsha, coming across to you, let's go ahead to you and try to understand what is the next move of the opposition now. Harsha.
Shwangi, the next move of the opposition is to tell each and every state and all the women of the country that the opposition is not the anti-women. We remember since last night when this women reservation bill could not be passed in the lower house of the parliament, Lok Sabha, because of not the two-third majority. From then we have seen the scenes from outside the Makar Dwar of the parliament. We saw how all the BJP leaders, the NDA women, were protesting against opposition, calling them the anti-women in the bloc. They were sloganeering against them. That's how this entire the opposition parties are not of the mindset to pass this women quota bill. And now latest we have got to hear that opposition and majorly Congress doesn't want this narrative by the NDA leaders to be promoted or to be sold to the country. And that is the reason why we have got to know that the entire letter, which will be signed by all the opposition party floor leaders of all the parties, from DMK, from Samajwadi Party, from RJD, from MK Stalin's party, Congress party, all these floor leaders will be signing the letter which will be written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Opposition will be stating that they are not against the women quota bill. They're not against the women quota bill. They are against the intent that government wants to change the political map of the country. Government wants to excise the new delimitation bill. We are against the delimitation bill. We are against the new mapping of the country. That is the reason we are demanding the old women quota, old women reservation bill to come in, to come in power, and that to be tabled in Lok Sabha. That is the letter which will be written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The letter will be sent from the office of the Mallikarjun Kharge, and also it will be signed by all the floor leaders of the opposition parties. Also, they've got to know that Congress will be doing a press conference with all the opposition party leaders in Delhi. First press conference, and after that there will be press conference in each and every state will be where Congress will be telling each and every citizens of the country that we are not against women reservation bill. We are against the intent of the changing of political map. This is, Shivangi, what Congress says. But one thing for sure is that this bill was for the empowerment and to make the visibility and the marking of women in the powered corridors more and more. That is what we were talking about. The state assemblies, the parliament,
right,
everywhere, the representation
yes, Harsha,
of women.
Harsha, I really request you to hold on for a second there, because we're getting some more breaking news coming in. I'm coming back to you on that. So protest in Delhi at 4 p.m. today. The BJP will stage a protest at Rahul Gandhi's residence against a non-passage of the women's bill. And women protest march to Rahul Gandhi residence, Sunheri Bagh, for failing that bill, viewers. Okay, so big updates coming in here. Just telling you what happened, because the constitutional amendment bill for women's reservation in Lok Sabha and state assemblies had failed in the Lok Sabha. I want to go back to Harsha on this. Harsha, so there's a protest that the BJP is planning around evening today. And coming in the backdrop of, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who had said very clearly when the bill failed to be passed that the opposition always backs down when it comes to the rights of women.
Yes, and we have seen this in the past. There were several bills. In fact, if you remember, Shwangi, it was during the time of triple talaq as well. There were several opposition parties who were not in favor of the triple talaq, in favor of the Muslim women who were facing the atrocities in their own community. And that is the reason why the NDA leaders, most of the BJP leaders, call the Congress party anti-women mindset party. And today and yesterday was called as the Black Day in the history of the nation. April 17 will be remembered as a Black Day. This is what Kiran Rijiju stated, Shwangi. It's very upsetting that women have been waiting for this women reservation bill. It was passed in the year 2023. The entire country, women were looking up to this bill, that they will have a representation in state assemblies in the parliament. They would not have to go to any political party to join, just for the sake of getting the more and more representation. More representation means more number of women in the power corridors. More number of women in the power corridors directly means that the parties will have to give chance to more and more women rather than the male politicians who are part of their party. So this chance has been lost by the women of the country. This chance has been snatched by the opposition parties, who could have supported this bill yesterday when it went for the vote, but rather than they chose to oppose. They chose to oppose the government. They chose to oppose, to do the politics out of this women reservation bill. That is what is majorly being stated by the NDA parties and by all the parties who are the part of the government as well. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Harsha, for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more as we keep getting our viewers back-to-back updates here. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, so let's go ahead to that. some more breaking news is coming in ahead of those very crucial assembly polls in Tamil Nadu. Piyush Goyal has vowed to oust the DMK Congress alliance over milk prices, electricity bills, sand looting and corruption. He says that he will drive out the DMK Congress alliance that has ruined Tamil Nadu with rising milk prices, surging electricity bills, sand looting and corruption. We will support the NDA alliance, the guiding light for change, from skyrocketing milk and electricity prices to the blatant looting through mining and other scams. The DMK Congress alliance has failed Tamil Nadu at every front. It's time to vote for the NDA for change. This is the message which has come in. Now, Tamil Nadu is getting up for an intense day of political campaigning as well, viewers. Okay, we will take a short break, viewers, right now, but do not go anywhere. We will continue to be live and breaking. Big revelations in the Nashik sexual exploitation case, as sources say SIT has uncovered a bid to undermine national security. And we'll be getting you all the top updates coming in here, as the NCW panel will also be in Nashik for further investigation.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Corrector, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MTH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies...
Welcome back, viewers. One of the latest and biggest faces to join the BJP is tennis icon Leander Paes. Ahead of the polls in Bengal, Leander Paes campaigned in Kolkata. He touched on multiple issues that are plaguing the state. He also stressed on urgent need for double-engine government in Kolkata. Take a look at this entire exclusive conversation between Republic's Harsha and tennis icon turned BJP politician Leander Paes.
He's a former tennis player, has added multiple accords to his tennis sports, and now he's campaigning. He's a star campaigner for BJP in the state of West Bengal. We are joined by none other than the person who has Grand Slam, Olympian, has the Arjuna Award, Khel Ratna Award. We are joined by Mr. Leander Pace. Mr. Pace, how do you feel in West Bengal? You are a Bengali. You are here. And how do you see this election going round? And when can we say that Mr. Pace is here in West Bengal to attract youngsters? You being here campaigning for BJP makes a lot of sense for the youth in West Bengal.
Well, thank you for that. For me, it's about doing things for our people. For 40 years, I've played for the country. I've played for our people. And I'm a big believer in the leadership and the vision of Shri Narendra Modi ji. The way that he supported athletes through the Khelo India movement. The way that he supported Olympians through the top scheme. The way he personally called all the Olympians who lost in the Olympics to put a hand on their shoulder, to give them confidence, to give them a emotional support when they lost. That's a big thing. Also, if you look at the way that India has thrived over the last 15 years under his leadership, the economy of India is thriving. We're amongst one of the top 4 economies in the world. Whereas when I look at my home state of Bengal, where I was born, my mom's Bengali, I'm Bengali. But when I look at the brain drain that's happening here, the migration from our metro of Bengal, the youth are leaving for education. People are leaving for job opportunities. People are leaving for benefiting their lives, to better their lives. So this whole brain drain and this migration of the metros are supposed to be magnets. The economy of West Bengal has been declining when the economy of India has been ascending. So I feel that if we can focus on empowering our youth through sports, through education, through jobs, this Yuva Bharosha that we just done today, the youth card, to support every unemployed youth with 3,000 rupees to start with, then to help them get them jobs, then to help them further their lives, to keep our streets safe, to keep our women safe. For me, it's a patriotic drive. It's a passion for Mother India. And it's a passion for Mother India to do for our people under the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi ji. I feel that I believe in partnerships. I have played and won 18 Grand Slams through partnerships. And through this doubles game that I've played, I realized that by empowering your partner, you yourself can achieve. I feel that in Bengal, we need a double engine. The Sarkar of Bengal needs to have a great partnership with the Sarkar of the central government. And that is how Bengal will become great again. And I believe, truly believe, that what Shri Narendra Modi ji has done for India, he can do for the youth, the women, the entrepreneurs, education, sport, and most importantly, for the economy of Bengal. We need Shri Narendra Modi ji's leadership, and that's what I believe in.
One more thing, Mr. Pace, you are the descendant of Michael Madhusudan Dutt. His vision, his literature of Bengal was very different, and now the Bengal we see is very different. Do you believe that there's a high time that we see his vision of Bengal, the developed Bengal, the Bengal with a good infrastructure? We are speaking about clubs. What the football club used to be, cricket club used to be in West Bengal, it's not the same anymore. Do you think sports need a lot of influence here right now, and that you can bring?
100%. You've hit the nail on the head that when my great-great-grandfather was around, he brought a certain Bengali script using poetry as his vehicle, and he brought sonnet, a type of way to depict his literature for the first time to India, for the first time to Bengal. So in that the way Bengal is today, we need to empower entrepreneurship. We need to empower individuals who can be supported to do India great and do Bengal great. I feel that the focus needs to be on making Bengal great again like it was. Let's look at it many years ago, straight after independence. The business hub of India used to be Bengal. The country was run out of Bengal. West Bengal was the center of India. West Bengal was the center for business. West Bengal was the center of running the country. And then business slowly moved to Maharashtra, to Bombay. Governance has moved to Delhi. The economy of the entire country is rapidly rising. I can talk of states like Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Gujarat, Maharashtra. But Bengal's getting left behind, and I feel that this double engine that we need to run the government of Bengal in a great partnership with the central government is the way that we can make Bengal great again.
Is Bengal facing the brunt of politics, the brunt of caste politics, the brunt of religion politics, the brunt of polarization which has taken Bengal 100 years backwards?
I think Bengal is facing the brunt of lack of a system. I feel that a system for education, a system for sport, a system for health, a system for entrepreneurs to come. IT and technology is India's forte. How many new IT companies do we have from Bengal? How many new entrepreneurs or new businesses are starting from Bengal? Compared to, let's say, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra and Gujarat are way ahead. But I really feel that we need a system under the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi ji that in my field of sports and education and youth, along with empowering the business communities to create an economy that is thriving throughout the country, that will thrive in Bengal. I believe Shri Narendra Modi ji's leadership is much needed here in Bengal for it to thrive.
Getting your more updates coming in. CCS meeting chaired by PM Modi has begun at the Parliament House. All this and much more coming right up.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, हर चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a
This week on Get Me Right, how Pakistan's defense pact with Saudi Arabia became an albatross around its neck amidst the negotiations in Islamabad between the United States and Iran. We delve into the history of Pakistan becoming a mercenary state with a rent and operation army from Turkey to Jordan, to Riyadh, and at home for the United States. Also, with the corporate jihad story from Nasik, we unspool a web of human trafficking, radicalization, terror, and that search for that breed called Dara Hua Musalman. Where is that? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV. This week on Get Me Right, how Pakistan's defense pact with Saudi Arabia became an albatross around its neck amidst the negotiations in Islamabad between the United States and Iran. We delve into the history of Pakistan becoming a mercenary state with a rent and operation army from Turkey to Jordan to Riyadh and at home for the United States. Also, with the corporate jihad story from Nasik, we unspool a web of human trafficking, radicalization, terror, and that search for that breed called Dara Hua Musalman. Where is that? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
After Talha Saeed, the local Lashkar leaders meet Amir Hamza at his residence after assassination attempt. Lashkar's radicalized generation plan on camera. Pakistan occupied Kashmir schools being used by Lashkar for instigating minors in POK against India. In a 6-point post, Iran's parliament speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf hit backs at Trump, says the president of the United States of America made 7 claims in 1 hour, stressing that all of them were false and ineffective.
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I won't extend it. But the blockade is going to remain. But maybe I won't extend it. So you have a blockade, and unfortunately we'll have to start dropping bombs again.
US President makes a big remark when asked about the ceasefire, says he might not extend it and that US might have to start dropping bombs again. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs a high-level cabinet committee on security at the Parliament House. And welcome. You're watching a live report with me, Shavin Sen, the show that sets the agenda for the day. This afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting to you the story that we've been tracking very closely over the last 48 hours. This is about Lashkar-e-Toiba's terrorist Amir Hamza, who was shot at in Lahore about 48 hours ago. And what has happened thereafter, the repercussions of it. In fact, there is nervousness within the ranks of Lashkar-e-Toiba. This afternoon, we get you images of what really happened as far as Amir Hamza is concerned, and how exactly is the Lashkar-e-Toiba really responding. First, it was Talha Saeed, son of Hafiz Saeed, going and meeting Amir Hamza. And now we are given to understand that Lashkar-e-Toiba commanders have gone ahead and met Amir Hamza. So who exactly is Amir Hamza? We're going to take you through his details in a short while from now. But on your screens, two set of images that tells you Amir Hamza's role in Lashkar-e-Toiba and the fact that the assailants that you see who have carried out this attack in Pakistan and the pattern that has essentially emerged over the last few years of those who are anti-India have essentially been targeted. Who exactly has carried out, not known. Miscreants is what we are being told. In fact, the same pattern. Miscreants on a motorbike coming and opening a fire, and thereafter they leave. As far as Amir Hamza is concerned, he was shot at in the shoulder and thereafter was taken to the hospital. In fact, Lahore police did actually confirm that such an incident took place in Lahore. This was in broad daylight when this attack was actually carried out. Amir Hamza, remember, has been someone seen as a close confidant of Hafiz Saeed, responsible for some of the serious attacks that have been carried out in India, starting from the IRGC attack in Bengaluru years back. And thereafter, what he was essentially looking at was the finances of Lashkar-e-Toiba. And there was a devious plan that was basically hatched by Lashkar-e-Toiba, that is diverting the attention of the global world, the community. In fact, when the crackdown essentially began, this crackdown many thought was essentially simply a hogwash. That was the time when Amir Hamza actually floated yet another terrorist organization, and that organization was essentially responsible for the financing of Lashkar-e-Toiba. We're going to go across to Gursimran and General DP Pandey. First, I want to bring in my colleague Gursimran, getting us the latest details. Gursimran, is it a sign of nervousness within the ranks of Lashkar-e-Toiba? First, you had Talha Said. Now, we are given to understand that these are local commanders who have gone and met. Any details about who these commanders are, where have they come from, and when did the meeting actually take place?
Shravan, you have rightly mentioned that it is the nervousness and the fear that is among the Lashkar cadres, and this is not a visit but a message of the surety that all is well for Lashkar, because what the terror groups are facing in Pakistan, that these terrorists are not secure in the terrorist state. The unknown gunmen, they have killed many of these top commanders of Lashkar, Jaish and Hizbul Mujahideen in Pakistan, and now these visits that are taking place, starting from the visit of Lashkar Chief Hafiz Saeed's son Talha Saeed visiting Amir Hamza at his residence in Lahore, and then followed by 9 leaders. They are from Lashkar-e-Toiba, and also they hold rank and file in the Lashkar's political wing, that is Pakistan Markazi Muslim League. We are told that they have met him somewhere around 4:30 yesterday afternoon, after which these photos were shared in the internal communication group of Lashkar-e-Toiba, because what we have been witnessing soon after this attack, that there have been several messages that are being given to the low rank and files of the Lashkar by its top leadership, that all is well. Even Talha Sayyed's video that has surfaced with Amir Hamza, that had also a message that Talha Sayyed has demanded an additional security and the attackers behind the attack be nabbed. So this was the kind of a reassuring messages that Lashkar wants to give to its rank and file, so that the cadre remains committed to them, because the threat of life looms large on the Lashkar terrorists that are operating in Pakistan. And in the past couple of years, we have seen that how many of their commanders were killed by the unknown gunmen, and till date there is no clue about those who have killed them. So the threat is imminent for them, and that's why now the senior leaders are visiting and reassuring Amir Hamza that all is well.
Okay. I'm going to also flesh it out for our viewers to understand the number of killings that have taken place in the last few months. Let me bring in General DP Pandey, who's joining us on this broadcast. General DP Pandey, first to you, someone who's tracked this very closely, given the fact that when you were the Chinar Corps commander, this would have been a subject of discussion many a times. What's the sense that you really make right now? Several leaders really coming in and meeting Amir Hamza. And just for the benefit of our viewers, how important is this man?
So, firstly, very interesting that Ali Hamza was shot when he was moving along with a judge in this thing. So, it is that nexus which is very, very clear and evident, which we can now talk of very safely. that when you're moving a terrorist leader, commander who's moving around with a judge of in POK is something very strange. Second is he is very, very important because please understand he's a co-founder. He's the number 2 man in the hierarchy of Lashkar-e-Toiba. He's not only a person who's a guide, but he is the one who's raised, and he's a very, very uh, smart guy, because this whole idea of changing the name, launching new names for Lashkar-e-Toiba, so that this whole when they're designated as a terrorist group by the international organization, they are able to continue to work and function unhindered, and the financial support keeps on coming. The third issue which we have to understand, that this whole unknown gunman thing, a lot of time people point fingers somewhere outside Pakistan. I think a very important point to note is that maybe these people are not fulfilling the required mandate, or they are becoming a problem for ISI or in Pakistan. And that may be one of the reasons that these people are being taken out one by one. And this Hamza is quite lucky actually, because this in 1 year itself is there's a second attempt and he still survived. Very fortunate, unlike all the other terrorists who've been killed. So that is one part which we have to keep in mind, is that there is some challenge which is brewing up within Lashkar group, because of which this sort of neutralization is taking place as possibly a case of infighting, or maybe they have lived the value, and therefore eventually after how long can ISI support? They'll require newer leadership, newer people. You can't have rank and file increasing and you keep on paying them the best for them also. These are inconvenient people. Once they are dead, they don't have to worry about it in terms of public, in terms of in the world eyes. But very strange that so many people are publicly moving, meeting. Most of them are proscribed terrorists by the US itself. On one side, Trump is complimenting his favorite field marshal. I don't know how many field marshals are there, but this one field marshal he's been talking of, and that field marshal is running these terror organizations, which, along with, by the way, to draw the link with Hamas. So, on one side you are against Hamas, which is being attacked by Israel, but on the other side you are allowing Pakistan to keep a proscribed organization so publicly operating along with the Hamas terrorists. So these are my thoughts, which I thought I'll convey.
Yeah. I just want a quick response from you, because I want you to stay with us for another big story that we are getting this afternoon. This is with regards to Lashkar-e-Toiba basically targeting minors in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But before that, when you make this point that somewhere down the line, the likes of Amir Hamza is becoming a problem for the ISI, can you help us understand what do you really mean? Why would the ISI suddenly have a problem with Lashkar-e-Toiba, given the fact that they are the ones who are being utilized to carry out the targets here in India? I am given to understand that at least 40 foreign terrorists are still active in Jammu and Kashmir.
Issue is not that. Shawan, what happens is that everybody, when he grows old, after all, these people, they are tools, they are proxies for Pakistan. So for them, it's best to send a terrorist who goes out, does his job and dies. But when he comes, he is to be managed. He becomes a major issue. They can be used as leverage to control others. But how many of them they can manage? Eventually, everybody who's done a stint as a terrorist and he's growing old, he has got no other job or business to do. So whatever funding comes, if you have 10 terror commanders, you are going to be looking after 10 of them. But if you have just 2, your cost becomes this much. You are able to control, manage. This issue of infighting doesn't happen. Each and every infighting which happens has a cascading effect into the issue of governance or management of such organizations. So you would like to have a lean organization on the top, which much more foot soldiers with whom you can have a certain amount of distance. Second is that as long as these people keep on dying, what happens is that it becomes much more easier for them to say that, okay, now Lashkar-e-Taiba is not operating from my this thing. These are number of things. They are dispensable entities. They are not indispensable. Without them, that Lashkar cannot operate.
General Pandey, I'll request you to stay on with us because this afternoon we are breaking yet another big story coming in. And in fact, my colleague Gursimran, who's basically accessed these videos coming in from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, what we have seen post-Operation Sindoor, and it's quite bizarre, the manner in which they're essentially working. Lashkar-e-Taiba has basically started targeting minors. This time, it seems that it's a school in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir where top LET commanders are present there, and the idea is to carry out radicalization of these young girls. In fact, part of their group that they basically started floating a women's wing of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Now, what's the larger plan? What's the game plan is something that we'll have to try and understand. On your screens right now, these are the images that we have accessed coming in from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. I'll bring in my colleague Gursimran to narrate the full story here. Where is it from? Who are these commanders? And what's the plan? For the plan, I'll go across to General Pandey in a short while from now. But over to you, Gursimran. Walk us through the details of this program. And is there something similar to what we had broken just about a couple of months ago when this women brigade of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish was being floated in the area, and it's happened post Operation Sindoor?
Video that has been accessed by Republic Media Network. In this video, this is from the annual function of a private school. This is Al-Aqsa Islamic Model School, which is AAIMS. It is in the Mirpur area of the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and it was a couple of days old video in which first the photograph that we have accessed, it is from the sitting area. Who were the chief guests? The chief guests were known Lashkar affiliates and the radicals of the area, those who have been into the radicalizing the youth of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir and then putting them into the terror ranks. So they have been identified, two of them have been identified as Ayaz Dar and Sohail Saini. These are the two men that have been identified, Sohail Mahmood, these are the two persons. Now coming to what they were doing, actually they were at an annual day function where now as part of new Lashkar's plan to radicalize the minors in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, they are actually trying to brainwash them so that they bring up, they are brought up with the ideology that is against India. And in this 2.5 minute long video that is with Republic, it can be clearly seen that what is being fed to their minds. They are being told the stories about fake operation in the Kashmir that is happening. They are being told that the atrocities are happening in Kashmir on the people, and that is what they are radicalized about. This video is roughly a 48 hours old video. That is what we have managed to access, and this is what we are being told is part of a new plan of Lashkar-e-Taiba, because in the internal front of India, they have completely faced backlash, and the locals in Jammu and Kashmir, they have refused to join the terror ranks with the local recruitment going almost to zero. Now the terror groups are totally relying upon the next generation. They want the next generation of the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir to be radicalized in such a manner that they wage a war against Union of India, and so that they can be trained to carry out the attacks in the hinterland in India. And that is the plan they are actually working upon. Ayaz Dar and Sohail Mahmood, two have been identified from the list of guests that is there. They are known radicals and the Lashkar affiliates that are working in Mirpur area of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir.
Gursimran, stay with me as let me also bring in General Pandey here. General Pandey, what's the pattern here? Do you find this unusual, or would you say that this is an old tactic that has been brought in place? And what perhaps could be the objective? Because I remember post Operation Sindoor, I had got some information from my sources, and we had basically got details of this women brigade that was being floated by Lashkar-e-Taiba. And now Gursimran is also getting us these images of how minors are being targeted in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. What perhaps is the larger picture that we are missing out?
So, Shravan, when a radicalization campaign happens or such type of activity takes place in a region, the first target is schools and colleges, right? So if you recall, or if you go back in history in Jammu and Kashmir also, somewhere in late 90s and early 90s. The primary targets of for burning or ensuring that the schools get closed or they were the ones which got burned, damaged, and people were disallowed to come to these places. What happens thereafter? That these youth, they become available on the street, they don't have jobs. Eventually, these are all long-term subject, and then the state machine stops functioning. They are available for recruitment. It becomes much more glamorized to pick up a weapon. They are much more easy meat for being radicalized and to be brought to bear against the state. And then second thing happens that these religious oriented terror organizations start opening fronts and schools and colleges, which become also a feeding ground of shaping a particular type of narrative. So suddenly you have private schools and colleges where you will have the kind of video which has been just shown, that kind of an activity starts taking place. So this is the second step. What if you really want to destroy the fabric of a country or of people, you need to actually invest wrongly in the mind of youth. And slowly, once you realize that now the youth are not wanting to listen to them, they go further down and start vitiating and changing the mind of children. And in that case, in case you are able to vitiate a mind of a girl child, that becomes a very dangerous trend. I have seen this trend happening in Kashmir Valley when I was a corps commander. In fact, it was very, very evident that certain type of a slant and narrative used to be shaped into the mind of a girl child, and thereafter you could see what damages it happens over a period of time, because it's very difficult when you are fed into a particular time spin of a narrative, very early age, that when you start growing up, so maybe most may come out of that thought, but quite a few don't. And every child which goes become a youth and thereafter an elder who has that wrong slant or a narrative in the mind becomes a problem for the state and is a future recruit for carrying out activity. So, firstly, this is something not new in that sense, but yes, newer because they are now going down to the level of a very, very young child by making them sing some sort of these kind of songs. And I start, and the last point I'll just tell you is that everything is not in the written. When you sing songs, when you have poems, when you have prayers of this nature, it remains for a long, long time. It becomes a faith, it becomes belief system. And then to take it out from the mind of such people is very, very difficult. And it's a very smart move by Lashkar. The same is being done by Jaish-e-Mohammed. That issue which you were mentioning about the women wing, suicide wing for the Jaish was there about a couple of months back. And that same thing, I think, has been replicated by Lashkar-e-Toiba. And I will just wind up by saying one thing. These are toolkits. These are things which they are learning from Hamas. And if you see in last about 2 years, the way Hamas has been coming very, very overtly to POK, to Pakistan, their engagement with these two terrorist organizations, Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, establishes one thing, that they are learning, they are being told what to do, how to do, and ensure that radicalization takes place in a form that not only the present generation, which is seeing the worst of it, the future generations are also spoiled and done. Thank you, Shravan.
Joining us on this broadcast, I'll just take one last word from Gursimran. Gursimran, in terms of the activities in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, keeping in mind that Pakistan may have been a little diverted right now, hoping that they'll be able to bring in the ceasefire as far as the war is concerned. But is there any development that you're really seeing right now in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, an attempt that is being made? Because with summers kicking in right now, one would certainly expect an increase in infiltration attempts. What's the sense that you're getting?
See, Shavan, after speaking to intelligence agencies, we can say that the Pakistan will try to actually misuse the position that it actually feels that it has got after getting a deal done, though it is not confirmed that the ceasefire has been achieved. But the role Pakistan claims that they have performed, they may try to misutilize it by pushing more and more terrorists, by carrying out terror attacks. And second is the hinterland situation in the Pakistan. It is going to go actually more worse for the Pakistan, like it has been. Reason being that the Awami Action Committee is going to intensify their protests starting from the month of May, and they are going to hit the streets like they did last time also, and bringing Pakistan to a stalemate.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details. That's all that we could pack in this edition of Live Report. News and updates continue on the other side. Political face-off in Tamil Nadu, where Prime Minister takes on DMK, calling DMK a corrupt force. Nasik corporate jihad, the SIT widens probe, looks at a human trafficking angle.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning to you viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and we are building up into the story and coverage of the Prime Minister's chairing the cabinet meeting after the three bills were defeated in the Parliament session, and both houses have been adjourned as of today, and several meetings are still underway with the Speaker. We will get you all the details, but first let's take a look into the headlines. After Talha Said, local Lashkar leaders met Amir Hamza at his residence after assassination attempt. Lashkar's radicalized generation plan on camera. POJK schools being used by Lashkar for instigating minors in POJK against India. In a 6-point post, Iran's parliament speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf hit back at Trump, says the president of the United States made 7 claims in 1 hour, stressing that all of them were false and ineffective.
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I won't extend it. Okay. But the blockade is going to remain. But maybe I won't extend it. So you have a blockade. And unfortunately, we'll have to start dropping bombs again.
U.S. President Donald Trump made a big statement and remark when asked about the ceasefire. He says he might not extend it and that U.S. might have to start dropping bombs again. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs a high-level cabinet committee on security at the Parliament House today. Beginning this bulletin with a big breaking story developing at this moment. A protest in Delhi at 4 p.m. has been scheduled today as the BJP will stage a protest at Rahul Gandhi's residence against the non-passage of the Women's Bill yesterday in the Parliament, as the bill was defeated after it failed to pass and gained the numbers that was required. Women protest march to Rahul Gandhi's residence at Sunehri Bagh for failing the Nari Vandan Adhiniyam, and this is incoming as the NDA also staged a protest in front of the Parliament yesterday after the 3 bills were defeated. And since the 3 bills were all interconnected, it required a 2/3 majority on the floor of the House for it to be passed. And unfortunately, their government did not receive the numbers for the bill to be passed. And since then, the delimitation bill, which was also linked with the bill, Women's Reservation Bill, has since been withdrawn. And now, the BJP has called for a protest today in front of Rahul Gandhi, the leader of the opposition, the Congress leader. The BJP will stage the protest in front of his house today. We are now joined by our reporter Harsh from the ground to take all the latest on the story, where the protest will be taking place very shortly at 4 p.m. today. Harsh, what's the situation on the ground so far? Have you seen any other leaders from the BJP assembling there at the moment? And what are the talks that you have been picking up so far in regards to the protest that's taking place at 4 p.m. today?
Right, Amrita. In fact, earlier this morning, Delhi BJP launched a protest when during an event that was organized by the Trade Association. Now, this in fact was a women's summit that was held in New Delhi, where Rekha Gupta, Delhi Chief Minister, was present, and she was wearing a black ribbon to lodge her protest in this regard, where slogans were also raised. Now, this was the protest that was held earlier this morning. Now, earlier today, we also broke a news for our viewers that in the party headquarters in Delhi, several BJP MPs, several women MPs, in fact, were holding a meeting with its women leaders, and these women leaders are also expected to carry out a protest that they are about to march towards Rahul Gandhi's residence in Delhi later in the evening today. Now, this protest will be carried out at around 4 p.m. In New Delhi. Now, this is to clearly show that the government is unhappy, the BJP is unhappy with the opposition. Now, 230 opposition leaders, in fact, voted against this bill yesterday in the parliament. However, 352 votes were required to meet the two-third mandate that is set to pass a constitutional bill. Now, 230 opposition leaders, in fact, voted against this bill, and that is, in fact, the very reason why this bill was not passed. And this is exactly why protests are being organized by especially the women leaders of BJP across the country. Now, this is a big protest that is scheduled later for the day, where at 4 p.m. in New Delhi, women leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party are expected to march towards Rahul Gandhi's residence in New Delhi.
And also, Harsh, have you gotten any details of who will be participating in the meeting? You have mentioned Rekha Gupta, the Delhi Chief Minister. And also, is there a number on how many will be attending this meeting that is supposed to take place at 4 p.m.? And who are the big names? Can we get some confirmation there for our viewers?
Right, Amrita. In fact, the meeting that was held in the party office earlier today morning, that meeting was hosted by top BJP women leaders, including Bansuri Swaraj, who is the serving member of parliament. Along with her, Smriti Irani was also a part of this meeting. Now, this is a meeting that was held in the party headquarters. Now, this is to decide the plan of action in regards to the protests that are being scheduled across India and not just in Delhi, but top party leaders, top women leaders of the party are participating, are actively showing their disregard in this matter, and they have in fact participated. And a top meeting was also held where Bansuri Swaraj, who is the serving member of the parliament, as well as Smriti Irani, who is again a senior BJP leader, were a part of this meeting that was held in the party office in New Delhi. And also we are expecting a big protest that is scheduled later in the day today, where women leaders of the party are expected to march towards leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi's residence in Delhi. Amrita.
Yes, in fact, do continue to track the story as well. And also, Harsh, we are also seeing that are there any reactions or any oppositions from the opposition party so far? Have you haven't had a chance to speak to any opposition? Because this will be taking place in front of Rahul Gandhi's residence, and this is a really strong statement as well. Now, with the BJP having defeated the betray bills to reserve the reservation for women, now this they are taking as a big defeat, and not just that they are launching these attacks, that the Congress had in fact blocked this and made it not allowed to happen. So are you getting any reactions from the opposition with regards to the protest that's supposed to take place at 4 p.m. today?
Right, Amrita, we need to understand that this is a big political development that is happening not just in New Delhi but across India, because this is a big bill that was presented in the special session of the parliament that was organized for the very reason. Now, top sources have confirmed, top sources have in fact said that the opposition is planning to write a letter, to pen a letter to Prime Minister Modi to now restructure the bill, now put the women quota bill in the parliament, leaving aside the fact that parliamentary seats will be increased. This has been said by top sources. However, no official confirmation has been fetched in this regard, but this is being said that the opposition party members are set to pen a letter to Prime Minister Modi, writing him on this regard, claiming that this bill needs to be represented in the parliament. However, the parliamentary seats that are expected to be raised, that part needs to be kept aside and the bill has to be represented. That is being said by top sources. Now, this is the letter that is expected from the opposition leaders to be penned down to the Prime Minister of India. Now, this is the latest we are fetching in this regard. However, no confirmation, no reaction in regards to the protests that are being scheduled, not just in India, not just in Delhi, but across different regions in India, has been fetched, at least at this hour.
Thank you so much for giving us all those inputs, hers, and do continue to track the story, and we will get back to you very shortly as and when the protest happens. And now, viewers, we'll move on to another big developing story. Now, the Women's Commission has been formed. A 4-member team has been formed with regards to the Nasik case, where several women were subjected to subjugation, torture, and even sexual assault, and even forced conversion. Now, the 4-member team of the National Commission for Women is set to come to Nasik today. An important meeting is all set for the team regarding the Nasik TCS case, and the 4-member committee it has been constituted by the National Commission for Women, and they will hold a meeting today. A detailed inquiry into the Nasik matter will also be conducted, and a report will be submitted with regards to the case. Now, a retired judge, a retired IPS officer, and 2 other members of the committee will attend the meeting today. Additionally, officers from the SIT, the Special Investigation Team, who has been investigating the Nasik case so far, will also attend this meeting. And the 4-member committee of the National Commission for Women will gather detailed information throughout the meeting that will be conducted today. Subsequently, they will also interact with the women victims who were involved in the TCS Nasik case. The meeting is set to commence shortly as reports and visuals are being shown on your screen of the panel arriving in Nasik, and the meeting is set to commence. A 4-member team has been constituted for the meeting. I'm now joined by my colleague Revati, who has been tracking the story from the beginning. And Revati, the National Commission for Women has taken into their hands in this matter. They are supposed to take place. A meeting will be set today, and they are also gathering reports and also going to be meeting the victims as well. And this is a big redemption for the victims as the Commission for Women has taken charge into this matter. Revati, what's the latest?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that the National Commission for Women's Committee has now reached a divisional office of Nasik, and currently I am at the divisional office right now. As you can see in the visuals, that the members of the committee, which is formed by the National Commission for Women's, have reached the divisional office, as well as the SIT members or the SIT officers, which is formed by the Nashik police, have also reached. They will be presenting all the information, all the data, all the documents which have been currently confiscated, or the CCTV footages which are confiscated during the investigation. They will be presented before the committee of the National Commission for Women's today. And the committee is a 4-member committee which includes a retired judge, Mumbai High Court retired Judge Sadhna Zada, also former police DG BK Sinha, High Court Advocate Monica Arora, and also a senior member of the commission is going to be present at this point of time. The members have already reached, and now also the SIT officers of Nashik Police have also reached. So now it will be important to see that what exactly is discussed during meeting, what information is given by the SIT to the National Commission for Women. It is also said that they will be conducting a press conference after this meeting, and also the most important thing, they will be meeting the victims of the Nashik MNC case. Over to you.
Thank you so much for those inputs, Revati. Do stay with us because we have another story connected to the Nasik case coming in at this moment. Now, do stay with us, Revati, because we have this big breaking news from Nasik once again. In this case, the Dr. Shamila Azmi from Mumbai, and she has confirmed that she did provide Nida Khan a week-long medical leave certificate. And Nida Khan, the prime accused now here, who has been absconding, visited the doctor twice on April 3rd when her pregnancy was discovered, and on April 13 when Nida Khan complained of feeling dizzy because of travel to work. And Nida Khan has wanted a medical leave for longer as well, but the doctor also stated that 1 week was enough. This is another story now developing and emerging in this case. Revati, coming back to you again, Nida Khan's doctor has confirmed that she indeed had taken a 1 week leave, and then she was not feeling well with regards to her pregnancy issues as well. Now, will this be taken into consideration in the investigation. She is still absconding. She has already filed anticipatory bail as well, and we have yet to know if the court will issue that to her. So what are you picking up with regards to this latest development, as her doctor has confirmed that she did in fact give her a 2-week leave in this case?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that Nida Khan, who is one of the accused in Nashik MNC case, is absconding since day one, and twice she was seen, or she was recorded to be in Mumbra's clinic at Dr. Shamaila Azmi's clinic to get her pregnancy test done. On 3rd of April and on 13th of April she was at Dr. Shamaila Azmi's clinic, and that's what is confirmed by the doctor. The doctor also said that she reported of dizziness due to travel to work, but on 3rd of April this particular matter was under investigation. That clearly states that she was telling a lie to her doctor, but yes, her doctor has confirmed that she visited twice to her, and a week-long rest was suggested to Nida Khan, as she is in her first week, she's in her first trimester of pregnancy. And now after the statement of the doctor is coming up, the most important thing to your notice is that yesterday Nida Khan's husband was detained in Mumbai itself. So now why is not police successful in nabbing her is the question which is being currently raised right now. Over to you.
That's an interesting question. And also, I want to know from you again, Revati, regarding the Women's Commission, who has landed in Nasik and shortly to commence a meeting shortly. Will the gravity of the situation be considered? This is not just a women this is not merely a forced conversion. There's a terror angle as well, as we have been tracking the story since the beginning. Now foreign links emerging, even a terror funding, even investigated. So will all these angles will also be considered into this investigation and into the report, as well as the Women's Commission will be looking into and speaking to the victims as well. And the victims' reports have also suggested that they were also groomed to be taken and trafficked to foreign countries as well. So will that angle also be discussed in this meeting?
Right, as you rightly mentioned that since day one, Republic has been constantly highlighting this issue that there are international or external links to this particular matter, and that's how the developments are coming up right now. Number one, the Malaysian preacher. Number two, the WhatsApp group through which the Malaysian preacher would preach about Islamic teachings. Also, number three, the most important thing, that the victims were almost mentally prepared post-exploitation, where they were about to be trafficked in Malaysia. And now it is being said that the National Commission for Women's, the committee which is formed, who has taken the suo motu cognizance of this particular matter, will now also meet the victims. So there is very high possibility that this particular committee would also investigate all the aspects. They will ask the victims that what exactly were they asked, or what exactly were they facing at TCS Nashik. Also, there is a high possibility that they might approach some victims who are hesitant or reluctant to come forward and lodge FIR. So now it will be important to see that what exactly happens in this meeting, and what does the National Commission for Women's Committee tells at the press conference. Over to you.
Thank you so much for tracking all of that story, Revati, and we will definitely get back to you for more details as well. And now, viewers, let's move on to another story. Now, from Netflix to Naples, a real life just turned into money heist episode. Masked man had stormed a bank in broad daylight and taken 25 hostages and also vanished through a tunnel. Police have surrounded the bank and also negotiated for 2 hours, and firefighters also smashed windows to pull people out. The robbers, in fact, called themselves vigilantes. The city had called it a terror. Now, the money heist robbery that stunned Naples. This is what happened in Italy in a stunning twist that truly looks like it came out of a movie. Let's take a look.
According to the Italian news agency, La Presse, robbers burst into a bank in Naples on Thursday and took 25 people hostage before fleeing through the sewers after drilling a hole in the floor throughout the night. Police were informed by several of the released hostages that the robbers' features were covered with masks that looked like movie stars' faces. The automobile, which was parked outside the bank and is thought to have been utilized by the thieves, had its door forced open by firefighters. After a special team assaulted the bank and forensic officials examined the automobile, they were unable to locate the thieves, who had already escaped on the floor or via a hole in a wall.
Tutti un passo indietro, riprende lo stesso, più dietro, grazie. Hanno sfondato? Hanno sfondato. Là non si può accedere. Ci può passare. Quindi vedo mia madre uscire, posso parlare? Dobbiamo farti uscire. Scusa, un momento critico.
Taking a short break now, but don't go anywhere because we have more stories lined up for you today on the other side. Iran reopens airspace and some airports from Saturday morning. Iran reopened its airspace and a number of airports from 7 a.m. local time on Saturday.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now,
after a short break, Iran reopened its airspace and some airports Saturday morning at 7 a.m. local time on Saturday.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted.
This week on Get Me Right, how Pakistan's defense pact with Saudi Arabia became an albatross around its neck amidst the negotiations in Islamabad between the United States and Iran. We delve into the history of Pakistan becoming a mercenary state with a rent-and-operation army from Turkey to Jordan to Riyadh and at home for the United States. Also, with the corporate jihad story from Nasik, we unspool a web of human trafficking, radicalization, terror, and that search for that breed called Dara Hua Musalman. Where is that? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, a day after Women's Reservation Bill failed to see the light of the day and could not be passed on the floor of the Parliament due to lack of numbers by the NDA alliance, we are seeing massive protests erupting in multiple cities across India. BJP activists, in fact, holding protest outside Rahul Gandhi's residence as well. We get you all the latest regarding these protests that are being held by BJP workers across India. But first, let's start with the headlines. After Talha Saeed, local Lashkar-e-Taiba leaders met Amir Hamza at his residence after assassination attempt. Lashkar's radicalized generation plan on camera. Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir schools being used by Lashkar-e-Taiba for instigating minors in the area against India in a 6-point post. Lashkar-e-Taiba radicalized generation plan on camera. schools being used by Lakshar for instigating minors in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir against India. In a 6-point post, Iran's parliament speaker Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf hit back at Trump, says the President of the United States made 7 claims in 1 hour, stressing that all of them were false and ineffective.
Oh, maybe not.